Well, welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local Small Commitments Allocation process. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today, or indeed watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, which I intend to uphold. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could I ask you, please, to state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
So Damien O'Connor, I believe I'm here in the role as former Chief of Staff for Minister Graham. I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can
Sorry,
I ask
Chair,
you...
is the mic?
Yeah, can I ask you just to bring your microphone a little closer? It may be the microphone, but...
Is it working?
Yeah, maybe if you could just...
They're not great.
Tip it up.
Or do you just want me to talk louder?
Just angle it up, Damien. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Right, is that better?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
No, not really. I was Chief of Staff for Minister Graham from when the government was sworn in March 2023, and I was there till February 2024.
Thank you. We'll commence with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Chris Rath.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I have a copy here of Alison Morgan's email of 1 December 2023, and I have a copy for each member of the committee and for you, Mr. O'Connor, which I'd like to hand to everyone. Basically, the email lists the status of the 9 projects in Sydney, and it was printed by you and with handwritten annotations on it. When and why did you print this email? It's coming around now.
It's my handwriting.
Did you say it was your handwriting? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It is?
Yep. I probably printed it to resolve this issue about the projects in Sydney.
And what were those issues in Sydney?
I became aware, so there was the list of projects, and there was also some advocacy around where that money was to be allocated. There were 2 things happening at the same time. When I started as Chief of Staff, we were putting in place the guidelines for this program. It was in the context of revising the grant guidelines, which had been an issue in the election. There'd been to and fro about that. And so there was a process of applying a new set of guidelines to grant schemes. So I was working in the background on some of the policy stuff on that. And in the context of that, there was advocacy around different projects and people wanting different outcomes, but clearly in the guidelines what was happening in parallel was that there wasn't to be any change.
And that advocacy was coming from the member for Sydney? Is that was the genesis of this document?
Yeah, he certainly had a view about how the money should be allocated. He was doing his job basically. He was taking the 400,000 and applying it in a way that he thought was more effective in terms of homelessness in Sydney, in parallel with that was the guidelines coming together, which said that basically you needed to stick with the pre-election commitments.
So so you've got these two columns then, the typed column and then the handwritten column. What column was the Alex Greenwich advocacy? So you've got this.
Yeah, just under the Alex. I assume it's the Alex G stroke PO.
That's what.
Well, that's your handwriting, so you wrote that on top there to reflect his advocacy, yeah? Through the PO.
Order. Sorry. See, opposition.
No, that's fine.
You're
You
okay.
can answer.
That's
Just
right.
trying to help.
It's a little bit hard to read, but
So it's because it's got original at the top of the
second
handwritten
column,
column, and then the Alex G/PO in the typed column. So so the original was as at the election, like they're the election commitments, and then the typed column is what Alex was advocating for, from the best of your knowledge.
I believe original would have been what I understood to be the original allocation.
So the
And-
pre-election commitment.
Correct.
Yeah.
By whom?
And
It would have been the Labor candidate in Sydney, I assume.
so to your understanding, that was the Labor candidate in Sydney's allocation is the handwritten, and then the Alex Greenwich advocacy is the typed. And Alex G obviously means Alex Greenwich, and /PO means Premier's office, or
Yep.
yeah,
So
Premier's
the
office.
Premier's office were helping facilitate the member for Sydney's advocacy, is your recollection?
I think there was an error in the numbers that I was aware of. I knew what the original allocations were.
Where
I
did
think
you
there was
get
an
those
error in the
original
list.
allocations from? Where did they come from?
It was either a media release or a media story from the member for Sydney, the candidate for Sydney, the Labor candidate for Sydney, or it could have been Alex himself because he was advocating
Okay.
for a change to the numbers.
But was Alex, was the advocacy with you or with the Premier's office, or both?
I don't know what he did with the Premier's office, but he certainly advocated to me. He's a busy bee, he's on the job, and he's definitely had a view about what was the most effective allocation. And I guess it's unremarkable when you get two people and give them an allocation of money and say put it towards homelessness in Sydney, that they would come up with different outcomes. But my concern was to ensure that what went before Minister Graham as the decision-making minister were the original allocations.
So you were essentially correcting this document. This document was given to you with the typed Alex Greenwich advocacy, and then you wanted to assure yourself that the original amounts were given to these community groups.
Correct.
Which
Well,
is why
that was the guidelines of the program.
Yeah.
I thought Alex's arguments actually were pretty cogent and effective, and as good an argument as you could have for any division of numbers. But the issue was the understanding about the program, and the guidelines for the program were the commitments were pre-election. So
I suppose I don't understand why your handwritten originals aren't the ones that are typed up by the Premier's office or the department. Why was it up to you to make corrections later? Why wasn't that just in the original list that was given to you?
well, I think this is what the department had, because it's an email from the department.
Can I just ask about that? It is an email, and it says from Alison Morgan to you, further to our discussions yesterday, we're forwarding this tranche. What was the nature of those discussions you had with Mrs. Morgan that premeditated this
There
email?
were tranches coming up. They were called tranches. They were a bunch of documents. There were heaps of them. And on this one, because of what I knew from Sydney, either through a media release or through a story in the paper or through Alex himself, I was aware that there were two sets of numbers.
So you were concerned that the corrections that had been made by the department weren't in line with what the original election commitments were?
My concern was that there was an error there and it should be corrected.
Tranche 7.
Yeah. Did you discuss that with the minister about those concerns about the Sydney projects?
No.
Not at all?
No, I mean, I just held it back. When I looked at the tranches, when I thought that they were okay to go forward, I flicked through them and, you know, there's quite a lot of paperwork associated with them and assessments and, you know, various other departmental essential processes and so on and such like.
Okay.
When I was satisfied, I put them in his in tray.
Okay, and then just back to that original column, did you have any discussions about those figures with Sky Tito, who was the Labor candidate for Sydney, to verify those numbers?
No. I don't think I've ever spoken to Sky Tito.
Okay. And then just quickly with the Tranche 7 brief, which I think came to your office or your Minister's office about the 1st of December, do you know if that brief was put to the Minister by yourself or any other staff for approval between the 1st of December and the 1st of February when it was actually cancelled, and we got evidence that it was cancelled? Do you recall anything to do with that particular brief?
Did I...
Did you put it to the Minister? What happened between it coming to you on the 1st of December?
I was concerned about there being this error.
Okay.
And I didn't put the brief up.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I can recall, I think when I left, the matter had still not gone to the Minister.
Okay. Thank you. That's our time.
Firstly, thank you for coming and giving such clear evidence. So, in your view then, which I think is confirming what we've sort of been trying to get to on this, that the grant guidelines referred to pre-election commitments as being one of the criteria, and this particular allocation for the electorate of Sydney, as proposed here, then wouldn't have met those guidelines.
That was my view.
Yeah. Are you aware of any other anomalies like this that came through?
No, Sydney was kind of like the one where clearly there were two sets of numbers.
Yeah.
And they were quite different, so it was...
And were you aware of other members of Parliament making requests to change those commitments?
Not to change. There was a lot of MPs who wanted the grants approved so they could go out and, you know, when is my grants going to be approved? You know, can I go out and make, you know, hand over a cheque, yada, yada, yada. I sort of spent a fair bit of time with those people explaining that there was a whole government wraparound process that was being put in place, the guidelines, and that would take some time, and that people should perhaps cool their heels a bit, and that the new process with a single minister, a single decision-making minister, meant that sort of in time the department would go through all their checks and governance and ability to deliver and all of that sort of stuff, and the tranches literally came up as they were completed by the department, and there was no particular order or science in that, as far as I know.
Yeah. It was reported in the media this morning that the member for Newtown had made a request, or at least spoken with Minister Graham about the large sum of money that was going to a particular PNC in her electorate that the Labor candidate had been closely associated with, and that she had, it was reported that she had sort of come out and asked the Minister whether there was scope to be able to spread that money across a few different PNCs in her electorate. Are you aware of that request?
She didn't speak to me, as far as I recall, about that. But once again, you know, I think our view was it was the pre-election commitments that was the way the program was developed, and I assume that that's what happened.
Yeah. So this one, I guess the difference there though was that the member for Newtown had approached, according to the article this morning, to Minister Graham, whereas this particular change in allocations in relation to the electorate of Sydney had come from the Premier's office. Is that, was there any other...
Not that I recall.
Nothing else that came from the Premier's office making requests for changes?
No.
We now know that some of that allocation was then the original sort of promised allocation from the candidate for Sydney was, satisfied through a Premier's allocation of money, a discretionary fund. Was that known to Minister Graham's office as part of this? Was that part of what you understood to be the case?
My role was with respect to making sure that the LSCA delivered. So that's what I was really focused on, and that was the extent of my involvement in grants generally.
Yeah.
I mean, except for policy, I guess, because we're a special minister of state.
So when when you raised this anomaly with the minister, I guess why did it go ahead anyway?
What anomaly?
Sorry, the fact that the allocation didn't meet the grant guidelines.
I don't think I ever spoke to Minister Graham about this. I just dealt with it at this level, going, this brief isn't right.
Yeah.
Send it back. Can we sort this out?
Understood.
Yeah, thanks, Damien. You say you didn't speak to Minister Graham about it. Minister Graham's told the Parliament repeatedly he became aware of concerns that the Sydney allocations didn't reflect the Labor election commitments. To the best of your knowledge, how did he become aware?
Don't know.
You don't know. And with regard to Sky Tito, as to whether or not these were her election commitments, isn't the easiest thing to do is pick up the phone and call Sky Tito, who I understand at the time was working in Rose Jackson's office?
I had no idea of that.
You didn't know she was working in...
I don't think I've ever met her.
You've never met her?
Yeah.
Okay. You made no attempt to contact the Labor candidate to see if these were her commitments. How do you think Alex Greenwich ever got into a position in telling a Labor minister's office, the minister in control of approving the funds, what the Labor commitments were in the seat of Sydney?
I assume he found out through the announcement that was made.
Right. And do you know who in the Premier's office was dealing with him to give him that authority to be telling people what the Labor commitments were initially, and outside the guidelines what he thinks the commitments
I don't know
should be?
how those numbers ended up in the list.
Yeah,
so.
do you know who he was dealing with in the Premier's office?
Well, I assume that he deals with a lot of people in the Premier's office.
Anyone in particular that you can recall?
Look, Cherie Burton was running the program, but he talked to the Premier's office about a lot of things, I imagine. So.
Yeah, he sure did. And you've said Mr Greenwich was a busy bee and a compelling advocate. That may well be the case, but wouldn't it have been the most proper thing for you to say, Alex, the guidelines are clear, we can't change these from election commitments, so notwithstanding your busyness and your advocacy, you need to stop being involved in this because it's contrary to the guidelines?
Well, I didn't tell him to stop being involved. He was doing his job and he was advocating, but I did tell him that we were, that I, was of the view that the way to administer these guidelines and put it in place was to use the original numbers, and he advocated very well, and I think I put to him that, we're going with the original numbers, but I don't know what actually happened after that. But
how do you mean you don't know what happened?
Well, I left before the decisions on Sydney, I'm pretty sure, were made.
Right.
But it was my view that we should go with the original numbers.
Sure, that's what the guidelines say, and ethically you'd think that's what
and I told
a
Alex
minister's
that.
chief
I told
advisor would
Alex
do.
Yep.
But how can you say Mr Greenwich was doing his job if his job involved breaking guidelines for a funding program?
I don't think he knew. There were two things happening at the same time. There was the formation of the guidelines, which was new for the program. So, we're in office at the end of March 2023. It probably took 2 or 3 months of decisions to get the guidelines right, and before then there was I don't think there were any decisions made under this program at all, because we had to bed down the guidelines. So it was probably, I don't know, like June, July 2023 when the minister was probably making his first decisions under this. I
Yeah,
think.
sure. So the
I mean,
guidelines are
roughly,
set,
you know.
okay, in your memory, June and July,
But you know,
this,
at the
this
same,
email
so
from
that
Alison...
he's advocating about can we cut the numbers this way at the same time as the guidelines are coming together saying it can't. I'm not sure he was aware what the guidelines were or were going to be.
Your recollection is the guidelines are set in June or July, which is understandable. 4 months after the election, doesn't take that long to work out a simple guideline that
Well, it
the
wasn't
programs
simple,
to
it
be
was quite
funded have got to be
complicated.
Labor Party
Yeah.
election commitments. This email from Alison Morgan to you and the handwritten notations for the document is dated the 1st of December. So that's some 5 months later. Isn't that clear then, just to say to Mr Greenwich, you might be thinking you're doing your job and you're well-intentioned and you're busy and so forth, but you're acting outside the guidelines, so we can't take any more representations from you?
Well, I
When you're
didn't say
saying
no.
two things are happening simultaneously,
Yeah,
they're not at this
I
point,
more or
are
less
they?
did say to him that we were going back we were using the original numbers. They were the ones we would be going
And
on.
what did
I
he say
told
in
Alex
response?
that. He advocated that more or less, sort of saying, well, it's okay, if that's the way it's got to be, it's got to be, but we should, this is a better allocation. He continued his advocacy.
So he didn't want to hear what the guidelines were, he just wanted to battle
Well, I
on
told him
with
what the guidelines were, but he's entitled to argue something else.
not outside the
he's
guidelines,
He's an
right?
MP, like he's,
Order.
you have discussions with people about things all the time like that, about policy. I mean,
The Honourable Mark Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Mr O'Connor, so you were kind of, in one sense, obviously post-election, guidelines get developed in June, July. You had oversight of all 93 electorates coming in?
sorry, when?
Well, during this phase of gestation where we had the post-election period, then you were developing the guidelines, June, July, you were sort of overseeing this for all 93 electorates, so you would have seen these figures.
I was overseeing the program and it applied, it obviously was 400,000 for the 93
Yeah.
electorates. Yeah.
So, of the 93 electorates, we have one electorate where, I was just looking at some of these figures, most of the original column correlate with the other one. Of the 93 electorates, were there any examples like this where the figures were mismatched?
No, not that I recall.
So 92 electorates, yeah, that was carried out with the original criteria.
There was a lot of electorates where there were no allocations made at all.
Yeah.
It was probably half, maybe half, where the Labor candidate didn't make commitments, and so that's where we did the council.
Yeah, that's where the
Thing.
council parks and programs kicked in, yeah.
Yeah.
So, in your experience, like you've been around politics a long time, it'd be somewhat unremarkable, wouldn't it, for a local member who was subsequently elected? I mean, in the event the Labor candidate wasn't successful, the sitting member was successful, and he's advocating as to where parts of a $400,000 fund would go. It's not really remarkable, is it?
No,
that
it's
he would do that?
completely unremarkable. I assume that's him just doing his job. I mean, he may well have had a different view about what the guidelines should be, and he can advocate around that, but he was just doing his job.
It's a different view about the guidelines.
And Mr O'Connor, were you involved with discussions with the Minister and other people on the context of this program, which was 400,000 per per each electorate of the 93 electorates, that is an equal distribution across the board, the historical context of why this was purposely designed that way?
Look, I wasn't involved centrally during the 2023 state campaign, and so I wasn't involved in the formation of the general structure of this 400,000 for each of the 93 electorates. So I wasn't around for all of that, but, I think there was advocacy around sort of improving the grant allocation process from the former government where there had been some issues, and Auditor General and ICAC and so on and such like, and there were reports sitting around and there were recommendations that either the former government had not responded to or had not put into place. And I think we were in the process of coming into government saying that we would put certain things into place to increase the guardrails around the process. We did that. In fact, I'm pretty sure the first bill to pass this parliament was a grants bill, upgrading the grants guidelines to incorporate some of the Labor commitments that were made during the campaign, generally around grants. It wasn't just about this program, but of course this program fell under that.
Yeah.
And it was probably the first one at which the new guidelines were being put together. So it actually was quite involved, and it did take a bit of time.
Yeah, so the guidelines were, there was a high level of consciousness from the new government to prioritise transparency and equity, because we had things like 96%, the old Stronger Communities Fund grants, 252 million, 96% went to coalition held or marginal electorates. Then we had the old bushfire recovery grants, 35 projects sent to the department, to the Deputy Premier's office, 26 of the 27 projects, again, in coalition electorates. Then we had the club grants, 75% awarded to coalition electorates. 92% of schools' renewable energy infrastructure pilot projects, again, went to government seats, 23 out of 25. And 9.3 million of the Regional Cultural Fund was awarded by ministers to projects not recommended by the panel. So that's the historical context. Then we fast forward to Labor in government. You've got 93 electorates where the $400,000 per electorate were allocated on a one-for-one basis, matched to the candidates' promises. And then you've got this one electorate in Sydney where the member for Sydney advocates for a few line item reshuffles, and this is apparently a Watergate moment. This is apparently a Watergate moment.
Order. I will hear the point of order.
If we can, whether this is a Watergate moment.
If we can get to the question.
On the point of order, was the witness at Watergate to know?
Okay.
Let him ask his question.
I'm sure the witness is aware of the analogy that I'm trying to make.
All right.
Look, I think the government, sort of 93 electorates are roughly about equal numbers of people. You put an equal number of an allocation to each electorate that's equal. That obviously means an even spread, if you like, for want of a better phrase, across the state, so that some of the issues that you raised where there was a view, for instance, I recall the issue about the bushfire money not going to Blue Mountains Council, which was, I'm not quite sure whether that was ever explained, but anyhow, it was trying to deal with some of those issues that you identified by saying that this program would ensure, and the outcome would be that each electorate would get $400,000. So a fair distribution across the state.
But so on any objective comparative analysis, you'd have to say that this program was much more transparent, open and equitable than those programs that I just outlined, you know, given the context as to what the reason for the program was.
I thought so, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably different people have different views on that. But
Sure.
that was the way the program was put together before I was involved in terms of the structure.
I guess when you're lifting standards off such a low base, people have higher expectations, which is understandable. Can I?
Not going to save you, Mike.
Can I also
Didn't
ask
save
you?
Nixon.
In your evidence, you said that there were other MPs sort of clamouring at the door, wanting you to approve these funds. Was that across the board? Coalition, Greens?
There were, certainly the Labor MPs who'd made the commitments and who had been elected, that cohort were obviously keen for their commitments to be rolled out, which is them doing their job. The coalition, there were different views. Some of them actually associated themselves with the grants and tweeted about it, which we noticed in the office. Others were critical of the program and have articulated, could have been done better, which is politics. And crossbenchers, the same. It wasn't the commitments they'd made, so that they, in the case of Alex and perhaps Jenny Leong, although she didn't speak to me, were trying to get a different cut. But that was, as I said, we said it had to be the prior
But
commitments.
you never had MPs from any persuasion coming back and saying, we don't want this because it's a rort?
No.
No. Okay. All right. And so, in your view, overwhelmingly, the view was that this was accepted with open arms and people were happy to take credit.
Well, certainly the Labor MPs and some of the Coalition MPs associated themselves with the announcements. Among the others, it varied.
Yeah.
But look, the announcements, nobody was criticising the organisations that received the money. I don't think there was any criticism of the organisations at all, and there was like hundreds of commitments. I don't recall anyone saying this is an unworthy organisation.
Thanks.
Final question, Mr. O'Connor. Who did you tell that Minister Graham wouldn't sign off on briefs unless they were election commitments? Was it Cherie Burden?
Are we up? Don't we
think-
have a time limit?
If
I think
Mr.
just
O'Connor's
one
happy to
last-
answer
If he's
it.
happy to answer.
Oh, well, okay.
What's
We've
the
got more
question?
questions too.
The question
we don't
was
need to
One more
speak
each.
about that.
one more
more
each,
each,
if you
okay,
want.
good.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who did you tell that Minister Graham would not sign off on briefs that weren't election commitments? Was it Cherie Burden?
I can't recall.
Anyone else have a final? Feel free.
Do you have any recollection, Mr. O'Connor, about how Will to Live got in the Sydney allocations, given that it was outside of the seat of Sydney and its 5 food distribution points, none of them are in the seat of Sydney, and why there was any attempt in the original listing to give it $100,000 for a service that wasn't even part of the seat?
Look, in terms of the commitments that were made prior to the election, I had nothing to do with them. So I don't know how the numbers came about.
So you
The
never,
numbers,
didn't dig into any of the detail. You were just trying to make sure, one job, these have got to be election commitments. I can recommend them to the minister, and we've complied with the guidelines.
well, I didn't, it was just a brief. The recommendations were coming from the review panel. I was looking at it and just flicking through it.
So no one studied it in detail. It was just a flick through.
No, I can't say that. I think somebody probably studied in detail. It wasn't me.
Someone in your office.
Well, it was put together prior to the election, I assume, and somebody put that together and it went to the PO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything?
Oh, just very quickly on that point. So the process, just so we're clear on the process was as the review panel examined the efficacy or the worthiness of where the money was going, and then by the time it got to you, they'd done their job.
Yeah, it was a lot of paperwork, and there's been clearly a lot of good work by the department. Going through what would have been a very arduous process of because the list just had like schools, churches, and so on and such like. You need to work out the governance, what the bank account was, whether there was a capacity to deliver, and that was all part of the guidelines in the program, which the department, I thought, did an excellent job on.
So something like the $90 million that turned up in Hornsby Park under the previous would have been avoided by this program.
3 years ago.
We're now
3 years,
abusing.
Justified
We are-
years ago,
order.
3 years ago, calling junior ministerial staff.
I think
Order.
that grant was 3 times
okay.
larger than this program.
We're
total
abusing my
program.
generosity now.
Well, you do
Thank
that.
you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Damien.
Thank
O'Connor.
you. Thank
We
you so
thought
much
we
for
needed a
coming.
Rosetta
Order.
Stone to decipher this, so you've been in.
Yeah, you can keep
Order.
it.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Right, we will now take a short break and have a short deliberative, and be back at 10:30. Online. Excellent. Let's get back to it. Thank you. Welcome back to the fourth hearing of the committee's inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. Welcome, Ms Burton, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. You will not be required to swear an oath or affirmation, as you've already done so at your previous appearance at this inquiry on 24th of March of this year. But would you like to start by making a short statement?
No.
Excellent. We'll commence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you for appearing. Did you provide verbal confirmation to the Program Office, and this was mentioned in the Auditor General's report yesterday, that, and just to quote the report, that a conflicts of interest process had been implemented by New South Wales Labor for all electorates?
I wasn't involved in... Is this on?
Just pull a bit closer.
I wasn't involved in any of the conflicts of interest.
You weren't in that process at all, so you
No.
didn't.
I've said that in previous evidence when I was here last time.
Right.
So I'll refer you to that.
And do you know who was?
No.
So all of the pre-election stuff, all of those conflicts of interest checks that were done, you've never seen any of them.
We've canvassed this in previous evidence that I've given, so I'll refer you to my previous statement when I appeared last in the inquiry.
Sure, but I thought that maybe with a little bit more time to make inquiries and to think about the issue, maybe you would have more information to provide to this committee. One thing we do want to know is if you've had any more time to think about where the original source of truth document came from.
I'll refer you to my answer from the previous hearing.
Who told you that the conflict process had been completed by New South Wales Labor before the election?
I was never involved in that. I've already explained my involvement in this process, and I was not involved prior to the election. And once the documents went in for processing through the Premier's Department, I was not involved in the assessment or approval of any of the projects. So my only role, and I'll explain it again, was to ensure that the lists were provided to the department with the contact details for the organisations so that the department could then contact those said organisations. That was my role.
But surely somebody said to you that the conflict of interest check had been done by New South Wales Labor?
That was not my role.
No? Okay.
So sorry, just Ms Burton on that. There's an email from you to Alison Morgan where you say any potential conflicts of interest that we have been made aware of have been immediately forwarded to the department. So how can you say you weren't involved in any of the conflict of interest processes, yet you're telling the agency that you've been made aware of them and forwarded to the department? That doesn't
give me involvement. It's just I'm forwarding on information. I was not involved in how those processes were set up or what was happening. If anything came to my attention, I forwarded it to the appropriate people. What I'm saying is I had no involvement in anything to do with the conflicts of interest, and I've said that before, and I've answered those questions around conflicts of interest.
Just turning now to the Sydney matter, you previously told this committee that, when referring to the Sydney electorate, that, quote, nothing changed from the original commitment and what went out the door. The member for Sydney told the Parliament this week that he asked if funding could be provided to organisations that were based in the electorate, including Wayside Chapel, Rough Edges and Candace's Kitchen. The result was that those organisations with feed people who are homeless all received funding, end quote. Were you the person he asked this to?
As I said in my previous evidence, I did have conversations with Alex Greenwich. Alex Greenwich is a very good Member of Parliament. He's a strong advocate for his community. The election commitments were $400,000 for homelessness shelters. There was a list that was provided to me. That was the original list. And when we contacted Alex to get the contact details, which I've stated before, Alex had very strong views about where he felt the money should go, which any good MP would. At the end of the day, though, and, you know, I'm not hiding anything in this committee. I've been very forthright in all my evidence. But the inarguable fact is that despite any assertions from anyone at this committee, the original election commitments were the ones that went forward under the LSCA program and were assessed and paid out. I did not even see the final thing. My understanding is that some of the original projects didn't stand up and may have gone to parks and playgrounds. But once again, there was an error, which I've said in my last evidence. When that error was discovered, it was corrected. And so, first of all, that proves that there was a good system set up to do that, and that was corrected. And so the ones that were actually assessed under LSCA were the original election commitments that were made prior to the election.
So the handwritten note that had the different amounts versus the amounts that were provided by the program office to Minister Graham's office, like how was it wrong? How was that amount wrong? And just so happens to be that the amount that was provided for approval to Minister Graham's office is also the exact same amounts that Alex Greenwich was lobbying for. What's the explanation behind that?
Well, there was an error. That's the obvious explanation, is there was an error, and once that error was corrected, they were all homelessness organisations. And there was an error that was made, the error was picked up. So I'm really not sure what you're trying to get at here, because
What a big
what
coincidence of an error.
No,
How
you're
was there an
trying to say this committee is about the integrity and efficacy of the local small commitment thing, and I'm telling you that the original commitments were the ones that went through for processing. They were the ones. There was an error made. I've been upfront about that even in my original testimony. I've been upfront about that there was a mistake. There's nothing to hide here. These are about homelessness organisations. Like, there's nothing going on. There was a mistake, and when it was picked up through the process, it was corrected. It's that simple.
And the error was that the amounts in the brief were the exact same amounts that Alex Greenwich lobbied for. That was the error.
Well, irrespective, it was picked up and corrected.
But how did the error come about in the first place, unless those figures were provided by Alex Greenwich after the election?
Alex, I said in my previous evidence, Alex made very strong, like what he felt, where it should go, and good luck. That's
But those
fine
numbers
for him.
then
and they
ended
were
up-
very important organisations.
Those numbers then ended up with the department and started to be processed as correct.
And then the mistake was found and it was fixed. There's nothing.
So it was just
untoward
a
there.
random mistake,
It was,
coincidence that it was
correct.
the exact same numbers that Alex
Absolutely.
Greenwich was advocating
Yes,
for suddenly
yes.
found themselves in an official department
Yes.
brief. That was just a pure coincidence.
Absolutely.
So who gave those figures to the department? Was it you?
Well, it would have been, yeah, I was the one who provided the documents to the department. Yes.
So you provided the wrong document to the department. The error is on you. It's your mistake.
Well, I assume so, yes.
Right. Just in relation to conflict of interest again, you've said a couple of times today that you weren't involved in that process at all, but there is also an email from Alison Morgan to you in relation to Alex Greenwich, where she says, in our meeting yesterday you confirmed that you'd consulted with Alex Greenwich about the organisations in his electorate to be nominated. We will need to include Alex Greenwich in our COI process. Do you recall her telling you that?
I don't recall that, but as
Well,
I
it's in black
said,
and white in public documents.
well,
So.
as I said, a mistake, I'll just go back to it. A mistake was made and the mistake was corrected.
Okay, so why was Alex Greenwich not then put through a conflict of interest process, the projects in the Sydney electorate, given it was a clear recommendation to you from Miss Morgan that he was included in that process?
Because Alex's recommendations didn't go forward.
So it wasn't worth having a look at any conflict of interest for the Sydney electorate. So you defied the advice of the department.
I will say again, the original election commitments were the ones that went forward and were assessed, and that's where taxpayers' money was released. And that is the importance here. Nothing else. There was a mistake made. I've been upfront and honest about that to this committee. I respect the committee and the integrity of it and giving correct information. I've given that, but
Sorry, Ms. Burton, you expect us to believe it was a pure coincidence that the error is the exact amounts for each of those organisations that Alex Greenwich was openly lobbying for post the election. Is it really your evidence to us that that was just a pure coincidence and not an intended mistake to give him what he was asking for? Are you telling the truth to the committee?
yes, I'm under oath, of course. It was a mistake that was picked up and it was corrected. So that's, I mean, let's look at what happened. What happened was the original election commitments were the ones that went through the process. So
But there was a period of time when the department was working off the wrong list that you had given them.
It was a mistake.
Which are but it was an intentional mistake because it was an attempt to give Alex what he was asking for and to thwart the guidelines of this program.
That's
Wasn't
your
it?
assertion. But once
Well, it's
again,
pretty
well,
evident.
it is. No, it's your assertion, and it's not true. It's not correct. It was a mistake that was made, and it was picked up and corrected. There is nothing to see here.
Ms. Burton, we've had evidence that the list for the Sydney projects, we had evidence just before from Mr. O'Connor that those amounts that came through were different to what had been agreed to by or put forward by Sky Tito during the election. Did you just hear that evidence this morning?
Yeah.
We've also heard a statement from Mr. Greenwich himself in Parliament where he said, and I put forward, I admit that I don't have the wording in front of me, so I'm summarising. But my understanding is he said that one of the projects that Ms. Tito had put forward was not within his electorate, and that is why there had been a change. How do you take those two bits of evidence and then I guess square them with your evidence that there was some error made by yourself?
Because there was, and once again, the correct list was the list that went forward for processing, the correct list.
So
that's what happened.
So let me just clarify that then. So you're saying that those numbers that ended up being allocated through the program to the electorate of Sydney are the ones that Ms. Tito had put forward during the election?
Sorry, what did you say?
The list of projects that ended up being paid out for the electorate of Sydney under the LSCA program, were they the same projects that Ms. Tito put forward during the election?
Yes, that's what I've been saying, yes. Except, I think, there was maybe one or two organisations that might not have been able or didn't have the money or weren't able to deliver whatever the candidate had nominated, and I think that went to Parks and Playgrounds. But once again, once the mistake was highlighted and corrected, once again, I had no involvement.
Okay, but the statement that has been made in Parliament from Mr. Greenwich is that one of those projects nominated by Ms. Tito was not in his electorate.
Well, I wasn't aware of that, no. I wasn't aware that one of the projects wasn't in his electorate. What happened was there was a mistake made, and when that mistake was brought to our attention, everything went back to what was originally committed. So that I wasn't aware that any of the organisations were outside of his electorate. That was never brought to my attention.
The evidence from Mr. O'Connor before, where he had, we showed him a document that had what was entitled original on one column, and then there was another column that said Alex/PO. His evidence to us just now is that the original amounts were and the writing that he'd done down that side column reflected what Ms. Tito had committed to during the election, and that the amounts in the column entitled Alex PO were the amounts that then went through the grants program to be paid out. Are you disputing that evidence?
What I'll say again is that the amounts that went through for processing were the election commitments that were made by the Labor candidate for Sydney. That is my answer.
Okay, and I'm putting to you, because that was your answer in March as well, I'm saying to you, given all of the evidence that this committee has now received, your statement and the statements from other members to this committee and publicly don't match.
Well, that's not true.
No, it is. You are saying that the commitments that ended up being paid out are the same as those commitments made by Ms. Tito.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said that some of them,
untrue.
I said the ones that went forward for processing for the local small commitments were the original election commitments. What happened during that process And I said, I believe a couple of them didn't qualify for some reason, or something happened and then it went to Parks and Playgrounds. So the actual final list I'm not aware of, but I can tell you, and I have said this under oath, that the list that went forward for processing after the mistake was corrected was the original election list.
Okay. One of the reasons, Ms Burton, that you've been called back in front of this inquiry is that your answers to questions on notice were found to be unhelpful. One of the questions that was asked you very clearly was, did you create the list of election commitments that were then passed on? You didn't answer that. You said you referred to your previous answer, but there is no previous answer in relation to that.
There is in my evidence. There is.
Well, please clarify for us, who created the list?
I've already answered that. It's in my original.
What was it?
In my original statements, I've already answered
handed
it.
it to her.
So,
No, you've
and
not
what
answered.
do you mean by create? What does that mean?
Who made it? Who made the list? You
answered
said
that. It's in there.
You said
it
you
is
got
in there.
a list. You
It is
said you
in
were
there.
passed a list. You can't remember who from or who created it.
Then that's my answer.
That's honestly your
That's
answer.
my honest answer.
The hard copy
Mr. Lee.
list.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you,
Go off the
Cherie,
back
for
of
your
the truck.
appearance today. Can I just ask, in trying to find out the contact details of these fairly high-profile organisations like Salvos and St Vinny's in the seat of Sydney, why didn't you ring Sky Tito?
I did, but she didn't know who the actual contact person was, and so that's when I went to Alex Greenwich.
Right. When you spoke to her, did she give you any reasons why these allocations were made out to these particular organisations, her methodology in arriving at these outfits and figures?
That wasn't my role. I mean, you have to appreciate, Mr. Latham, that there was 600 projects across 93 seats.
Sure.
We were coming into government. There was a lot going on,
Yep.
and it would have been just a quick phone call to say, how do we get in touch with these organisations? Who's running them? And she wasn't aware, and so then I made the approach to Alex Greenwich.
Right. And who gave you that role in your office? Was it the Chief of Staff or the Premier?
Who gave me what role?
Well, the role you've undertaken here to get what you thought were accurate lists to go forward to the Program Office, the role you just described to us.
Well, it would have been the Chief of Staff.
Right. And was the Premier aware of the role you undertook, and were you
No.
acting? No? And did you report at any time back to the Premier
No.
about the 600 projects? Who did you
No.
report to?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody. I prepared the list as was requested, and I submitted it to the department.
Right.
And that was the end of my role.
And in how many electorates did you contact non-Labor MPs or candidates to get the contact details?
I don't know, there would have been a few, because at the time, like, there was some that already had the contact details on the list, so I didn't need to. And then there was some that the candidate didn't know, so I would have contacted MPs, I would have talked to, candidates. As I said,
Non-Labor candidates?
well, I would have, yeah. There was I've just said, and I've said in my previous evidence, 600 projects across 93 seats.
Sure. But
Okay?
it's a Labor...
And they were very small amounts of money that were for important community organisations. And so my sole job was to ensure that they had the contact details for the department to start
Yep.
processing.
And when did you first contact Mr Greenwich, to the best of your memory?
I don't know. Would have been when we were doing it, in
Sort
that
of like
period.
the middle of 23, is that your recollection?
Probably would have been, yeah, maybe,
Around that time?
May, something
And
like
how did the
that.
conversation unfold? You said, Alex, have you got the contact details for these different organisations in your seat? Was that his first awareness that these monies were being allocated?
I believe so.
Right, and then the conversation evolved into him advocating off the top of his head?
I'm not sure if he advocated straight away. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but I know that there was subsequent conversations between myself and Alex
Right, and to
in
the best of your
relation to
memory,
him.
by telephone, what, a
him-
week later, 2 weeks later, a month?
It would have been, I don't know. But I do know that we did speak, and he was very strongly advocating for where he felt the money would be better spent, which is fine. I didn't see anything wrong with that, really.
But that advocacy was outside the guidelines, wasn't it?
Well, I'll refer you to the evidence given earlier, that at the time, the guidelines were still being developed, and I don't see anything wrong with advocacy. At the end of the day, though, the guidelines were complied with.
But you must have known at that time this was a program to be funded solely on the commitments given by Labor candidates.
Well,
which
we never agreed to Alex's changes. So
No, I'm not asking you that. My question is, you must have known at that time the nature of this program, which was to fund commitments given by Labor candidates and Labor candidates alone prior to the March election.
But there was no problem with him advocating the election commitment.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you, did you know at the time and through the second half of 2023 when the guidelines were set that this was a program solely to allocate public money to programs that were committed by Labor candidates prior to the election?
The election commitment for Sydney was $400,000 for homelessness organisations.
Cherie, that's not the question I'm asking you. You need to give a direct answer to the question you've been asked under oath, and that is, did you know in the second half of 2023 that these were allocations to be made solely on the basis of commitments by Labor candidates prior to the March election?
Yes, that was the program.
Okay. So why did you allow Mr Greenwich to advocate knowing that it was outside the guidelines?
You can't stop someone from advocating.
Yes, you can say to Mr Greenwich, why didn't you say to Mr Greenwich at any time, Alex, what you're saying and putting to me is impossible because it's outside the guidelines and ethically we can't accommodate you.
Because the guidelines had not been properly set yet.
They were in the middle of 2023.
But my understanding is my conversations with Alex were way before that, probably at the beginning of the whole process.
That's not the evidence you gave moments ago.
All right. Order.
I can't really remember. It was 2 years ago. But here's what the issue is. The issue is the original election commitments went through for processing. There's nothing to see here. Nothing untoward went on. Nothing like that.
What we're seeing is
And the
Right,
guidelines were complied with, Mr. Latham.
What we're seeing is you're deliberately misleading evidence.
No,
Order.
I'm not.
All right,
It was
order.
2 years
It's
ago.
government time.
There was lots of things going on. There was lots of things happening,
It's not an
and
excuse.
lots of phone
That's
calls.
hardly an excuse.
All right.
But the outcome,
Order.
Mr. Latham,
That's
is
not an
what is
excuse
important
either.
to the
Okay.
That's not an
taxpayers.
excuse
But
either.
John Graham's office
It's time
pointed it
for
out.
government questions.
Thank you,
Graham,
Chair.
just I agree
Thank you,
too.
Ms Burton, for appearing. I just want to walk you through some of this, relitigate some of these things which have been raised by my colleagues. So this it was quite a rigorous process, a multi-stage process, and as I said in previous with the previous witness, in the context of what was seen as a litany of rorts by the previous government, this government was very conscious in designing a program which stood up to transparency and equity. But in terms of the advocacy piece, which you were just asked, it's fundamentally different, isn't it, to have a process that is ultimately complied with and a local member being able to advocate. I mean, you can hardly stop an active local member like Alex Greenwich ringing up and lobbying for funds. I mean, that's his job description, isn't it?
Yeah. And there were conversations had, and he was very forthright about where he felt the money should go. And it was for let's talk about this. It's for homelessness organisations, the Salvation Army, all these other organisations that provide food and shelter to hungry and homeless people. This is what we're talking about here, which if he has his view about how that money should be better allocated, he's allowed to have that view. But like I said, at the end of the day, the guidelines were adhered to. There's nothing has happened here that has been the wrong thing or a misallocation of taxpayers' money.
Because part of a process like that is to actually instill the discipline so that if anything untoward appears to be happening, then the process corrects it, which is exactly what happened, right? Because Greenwich rings up, lobbies, says I want this, this and this, and then ultimately the process irons it out and says, well, no, these were the guidelines, we're following them.
No, it
That's
goes in the
exactly-
brief first and then the mistake.
Untoward is a very good description.
There was
Point
Point of order, Chair.
Untoward.
I'll hear the point of order.
Sorry, Chair. It's starting to get to the point where I can't hear what's going on online. People are talking over each other. Ms. Burton's trying to answer. I can't hear. If we could just allow the witness to
Yeah.
answer so that we could
Yeah.
actually...
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Sorry, Dr. Kane. I uphold the point of order. It's very hard for Hansard to record if we're all speaking over each other. Go ahead.
So can I, Miss? But can I? I think it's worth. I think it's worth us going through what Mr. Latham characterised as the Rosetta Stone, which because no one's actually gone through these line items here. So the column, the original column, where we've got essential services to vulnerable people, 50,000 original, 50,000. This is with the scrawl Alex PO, which, as you've pointed out, then subsequently gets vetted again and rejigged. But so they were aligned anyway. Then you've got another line item, essential services to vulnerable people again, changed from 50 down to 5. Essential services to vulnerable people again, 50 to 75. Again, just keep in mind these were all corrected in line with the original commitments. Essential services to vulnerable people, 100 for 100. That's a direct match. Essential services to vulnerable people, 0 up to 30. Then you had the valuing lived experience, a framework for the New South Wales homelessness sector, 50-50. Vulnerable communities food programs, rough sleepers, 50-50. Wayside Chapel Pathways program, 50 to 100. And Rough Edges Community Assistance Partnership program, 0 to 30. Even if those figures had got through to Greenwich, as he wanted, even if they did and they didn't, hardly controversial organisations to give money to, are they?
Well,
Which by the way, were vetted by the panel, weren't they? Anyway.
The point that I'd like to make on the record about Sydney is that the commitment, the overarching commitment, was $400,000 for homelessness shelters. There was a mistake made in those lists. When that mistake was picked up, then it was corrected. And under the guidelines, as per the guidelines, the original election commitments that were made by the Labor candidate for Sydney were the ones that went forward.
Yes.
And I think that is really important to note.
Because the process worked.
Had to mop it up.
That's right, because, and that's, I understand what this inquiry is about, the integrity and efficacy of the program, is that ultimately that mistake was picked up and it was corrected, and the correct organisations that were made prior to the election were the ones that went through for processing. So it adhered to the guidelines. We had 93 seats, 600 projects, and it was a lot going on, a lot of populating data, but it's a testament to the system that it was picked up and corrected to ensure that it complied with the guidelines. And once again, we're talking about homelessness organisations, feeding hungry people and giving them shelter. And as you've said, they are small amounts of money that would just help them to do that.
So it's obviously these committees are very, very important to the transparency and integrity of government. But what does it say to you that after these hearings and this process, as you've said, 93 electorates, 600 projects, and the time of this committee has distilled down to one seat, that is the seat of Sydney, where $400,000 was allocated to homelessness services, which no one argues, seems to be arguing anyway, that is an unworthy allocation of funds. A mistake was made in terms of the initial allocation, which was corrected in the process. What does it say to you about the integrity of the process if that is the conclusion that we're focusing in on here today?
Well, I just think that, I have respect for the committee, and I'm here today voluntarily to do follow-up, and I'm happy to answer the questions. But what I do find is the questions have been answered, and that the Sydney seat was a mistake and it was corrected, but nobody seems to want to hear that. everybody wants to put their own assertions and their own layers of accusations on that. So the evidence that I've given has been truthful today, as it was last time I was here, and there is nothing to see here, because the inarguable fact is that the correct organisations and correct amounts went through the LSCA program. That's the fact.
And Ms. Burton, do you think that, given the litigation of these grants programs in the context of the previous record of the previous government, there's been an attempt to try and say that this is a rorted program, is essentially what the implication is. Well, it's not an implication, it's a direct accusation. What do you think a program like this is worthy of future governments pursuing, given the way it was designed, that is 400,000 per electorate, every electorate, and that candidates for a party seeking to get the electorate's confidence to get office, do you think that as a result of this we should just not have grants programs as part of election campaigns into the future, or are they a valid thing given the way that this has unfolded?
Well, that's probably not for me to say, but what I will say is that in response to the pork barrelling of the previous government, where Labor seats were left high and dry, the idea of giving $400,000 per electorate, regardless of the outcome, I think is a very good proposition, in the sense that it doesn't matter how you vote. So it runs contrary to any assertions that it was actually vote buying, because whether you returned a Labor member or not, what was committed to you, to your area, to the organisations in your area, was going to be fulfilled. And that's what we did. And not once throughout any of this inquiry has anybody come up with an organisation that was unworthy of any of these projects. Not once. In fact, we've had a conga line of Liberal and National MPs getting out there in the media and claiming credit for these local small commitments.
Yeah.
So I think that, for me, that is demonstrable. Even the mistake was picked up, it was corrected. So it's showing you that, you know, we were coming from opposition into government. Guidelines had to be made. It was always going to be a bit clunky, but I think that we had the processes, and Sydney is an example of this. We had the processes in place that when there was a mistake, it was found and it was corrected. And so I think, for me, that $400,000 per electorate, regardless of the outcome, I think is very valuable, particularly to those organisations.
Order.
Thank you.
Questions to the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Burton, I just want to take you back to the error that you say needed correcting. And I've got an email here which I've got copies of, so I'll just give it to the staff to hand out. But it was to Kate Marr, written by Matthew Yemmer, and you were CC'd in on it on the 1st of February 2024, where it says, Cherie has advised me that it has come to her attention that there was an error in the Sydney electorate, at least 7 organisations and funding allocations beside them. Could you just confirm exactly where those figures came from, those numbers for those particular projects?
Well, I would have to take it on notice, but I assume that these are the original commitments, I would assume, but I'd have to take it on notice.
Well, when you take it on notice, I just want to put to you that that list in that email from Matthew Yemmer does not exist in any of the other documents that have been provided to the House or to this committee. The only other place that they exist are the handwritten notations that Damien O'Connor told us this morning was his handwriting. So we are just very keen to understand where that particular list came from, given it wasn't in the original source of truth document and it hasn't been provided in any other way except for via this email. So would you be able to provide more insight into that for us?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. I'm going to put to you that this issue of the error or the mistake, we heard evidence this morning from Damien O'Connor that he actually picked up that there was an error, that the wrong amounts had been given to the program office, and that he effectively wouldn't let the minister sign off on figures that were incorrect and not in line with the election commitments. I'm going to put it to you that it wasn't a mistake. It was an intentional move from your office, from yourself, to put those figures that Alex had asked for to the program office, and that it was caught out by Minister Graham's former Chief of Staff. So was it an intentional opportunity that you took to try to doctor those figure amounts to give Alex Greenwich what he had asked for?
I've already answered that question.
So can you just clarify, did you do that intentionally?
I've answered it a number of times. Okay? I've answered that question.
But Damien O'Connor pushed back on that brief, and that's why the whole thing was
I've
was
still
held
answered
up.
the question. I've answered it. You might not like the answer, but I've answered it.
We just don't believe it.
Well, that's your call.
Just in relation to the source of truth document, which again you've said this morning you can't remember who gave it to you, which is just extraordinary. Are you able to say whether or not Josh Wright provided you with that source of truth document?
I've already answered that question.
No, you haven't. I'm asking you specifically, did Josh Wright provide you with that document?
I've answered that question, and I think you should go through my previous evidence from the last time I was here, and it clearly tells you what my answer is in relation to the lists.
Well, Miss Burton, no, it didn't. You
It
said that
does.
you couldn't remember. I'm asking you about a specific individual.
Point of order,
Did
Chair.
Josh Wright
That's
hand
my
you that
answer.
document?
Order. I'll hear the point
That's
of
my
order.
answer.
Well, that's not an answer.
Yeah.
It is an answer. You
Order.
just don't like the
Order.
answer.
Dr. Kane.
Point of order, Chair. The witness has answered the question several times and also pointed to where the answer might be again.
No,
So I'd suggest that the questioner move on. It's been answered.
well, it's with respect, Chair, to the point of order, I can use my time as I see fit. I'm going to ask you again, Miss Burton.
You have to be
Did Josh
respectfully
Wright?
known, Sarah.
All right, order. I don't uphold the point of order. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
please.
Did Josh Wright provide you with that list? Yes or no?
I've answered
No,
the
you
question.
haven't.
Yes, I
No, you-
have.
no, you have
Yes, I
not.
have. Refer to my previous
Your
evidence.
previous evidence.
What is
the
it?
reason you are back here is because you said you couldn't remember who gave it to
That's
you.
my answer.
So is the so
That's my
are you,
answer.
So you can't remember if it was Josh Wright.
That was my answer, and that is my answer.
But how do you not recall who gave you
I've answered
this
the
list?
question.
But with respect, you
Chair,
haven't.
right,
seriously,
order.
come on.
Okay, I'm going to move
Can
to.
you,
Okay.
what's
sorry.
happening here? I've answered the question, and you're just letting her keep going and badgering me. I've answered the
There's not
question.
been a point of order raised in relation
Point of
to
Well,
order.
I'm raising one.
Point of order has been raised.
Well, point of order, I think the witness is seeking to answer the question truthfully as per the oath, and it is inappropriate for a member to continue asking the same question and saying you must come back with a different response.
Okay, in relation to the point of order, it is very frustrating when a witness won't answer a question, but you cannot badger the witness.
I'll
Please
move
go
on,
ahead.
Chair.
Point of order, Chair,
Yes.
to your ruling,
yes.
the suggestion that the witness is not answering the question.
I think
The
that's
witness
very
has
clear on the
answered the
facts,
question.
Mr. Primrose.
The witness has answered the question. I think it's inappropriate for you to suggest.
So no,
that
you're
you
just
haven't.
wasting
All right,
time, Chair.
order.
The Chair's
Go
rule.
ahead.
No, I asked
Thank
the
you.
Chair to
Miss
make a
Burton.
ruling.
She already did. So just to be
It wasn't
very
a
clear,
ruling.
under oath to this
Oh, well,
committee,
okay.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth, you maintain you still cannot recall who handed you that list.
That is
Point
my
of order,
answer.
Chair.
Go
Point
again.
of
I'll
order
hear the
again.
point of
Still
Point of
order.
order. This is now beyond ridiculous. Not having a
don't have to
recollection,
run cover,
not
butters.
not believing that the witness doesn't have a recollection, and then trying to extract something that's not there is not a
extraordinary.
valid line of questioning. And I ask that you call it to order and move on.
Okay.
I'll move on,
These
Chair,
are
that's
quite
fine.
extreme circumstances, but please do move on.
Thank you. Miss Burton, do you use Signal or any other kind of disappearing message app?
Pardon?
Do you use Signal or any other kind of disappearing message
I
app?
use lots of methods of communication.
Okay. So yes, do you have Signal on your work phone? Is it one that you use?
I'll take that on notice.
Are you confident that all of the documents that are required to be provided through the calls for papers have been provided to the House?
Yes.
And have you deleted or refused to give the House any correspondence between you and the member for Sydney through that process?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
Just on the allocations in Sydney, the documents that we gippered back in 2023 basically showed that within Sydney there was an amount of $400,000 to be given to vulnerable people, which is a very noble cause. But at no point did that allocation, was it broken down into different organisations. The way that the spreadsheet looks is that it was a single amount of $400,000 to vulnerable people. So at what point did that $400,000 for vulnerable people get broken down into different organisations in the way that that has been provided to us in the Matthew Yemmer email?
Well, I've answered that question, and the answer is that they were the original commitments.
The Matthew Yemmer.
The ones that went forward for processing were the original commitments.
But
And I've taken this one on notice. I just need to make sure that this is the same. So the first time I've seen this email, so I've taken that on notice, and so I will get back to the committee on that.
Sure. And just to assist you in that, the original that we were given basically just had one amount of $400,000 to vulnerable people. The original
I'm not aware of that.
that we were given through GIPA didn't have this
Well, I'm not
amount.
aware of that. I'm not aware of that. There was always organisations and amounts attached to them, so I'm not aware of what you're talking about.
Just moving back to the conflict of interest aspect, can you please elaborate more why Alex Greenwich wasn't included in the conflict of interest process? Why did you push back on the department from him being
I
included?
didn't push back on anyone.
Well, the email from Alison Morgan was about whether Alex Greenwich should be included,
There was a
and
mistake.
you made a decision not to include him in that
Because
conflict.
there was a mistake made, it was corrected. The ones that went forward were not put forward by Alex Greenwich. It's that simple. I'm just going to keep going back to the same thing, because the local small commitments allocation were allocated on the original election commitments. I can't be clearer than that. I cannot be clearer.
Ms. Burton, just on that, so there was a statement made by Mr. Greenwich. I now have the wording in front of me. This was made on the 25th of June this year. He says, quote, "I asked if funding could be provided to organisations that were based in the electorate, including Wayside Chapel, Rough Edges and Kinesis Kitchen. The result was that those organisations which feed people who are homeless all receive funding to be able to feed more vulnerable people." End quote. He's saying that he asked for that funding to be changed.
Can you read that again?
Yep. "I asked if funding could be provided to organisations that were based in the electorate." He says this after, I might just read from the beginning. Quote, "When I was informed about the local small commitments allocations grants, I highlighted that one of the organisations, Will to Live, a very worthy organisation, was not based in the Sydney electorate. I asked if funding could be provided to organisations that were based in the electorate." Are you saying that
do you
Miss-
have the final list that was approved?
I've just put to you what Mr. Greenwich
Well,
said.
and I'm going to tell you again that the original list that was provided by the candidate, the Labor candidate for Sydney, were the ones that went forward.
Are you
That's
saying,
his view. That's what he
Okay,
wanted.
That's fine. Are
But
you
what
saying,
I'm saying to you is the original election commitments went
Yes,
through.
yeah.
I cannot
I
understand.
know you keep saying that, but that is inconsistent now with what Mr.
No, it's
Greenwich
not.
has.
Yeah, it's not.
It is inconsistent with Mr. Greenwich saying that when he found out about what had been put forward during the election by Ms. Tito, he asked for it to be changed, and it was changed. Are you saying that Mr. Greenwich has misled this Parliament?
He hasn't said that it was changed.
He just said it. He said, "I highlighted that one of the organisations was not based in the Sydney electorate."
Yeah, he doesn't say it was changed. He just said he highlighted that something wasn't.
He said,
In his
"I asked
electorate.
if funding could be provided to organisations that were based in the electorate."
But I think you will find that Will to Live went forward for funding. If you have a look.
How much was promised to Will to Live during the election?
As I said, I'll take that on notice.
100,000.
Is it true that they actually were, that there was an actual amount agreed with Will to Live?
I don't know. I just got the list that was provided
From someone.
from the Labor candidate. That's it.
You can imagine why we might ask these questions, though. It's quite weird that no one knows, given that.
They're homelessness organisations.
No.
What are you
I'm
gonna
sorry.
say?
I understand the intention of continually talking about these organisations being worthy. Everybody accepts that, but we
Well, then
believe in a
that's-
fair process where every homelessness organisation can apply for funding, not just ones that a candidate
and there we
wants.
get to the crux of it.
So,
It was not an
it's
open
about
grants
fairness.
program.
No, it was not.
It was not.
No.
It was never intended to be.
Yes.
They were election commitments.
They were
I'll
not
say it
election
again
commitments.
and
it was
again
a
and again.
candidate slush fund. Now,
No,
can I
that's-
ask my
that's-
question?
that's out of
Point
order.
of order, Chair.
Oh, what is
Where
the
are we-
point of order?
Well, your
Is this the-
point
is
of
this
order
the
is that the
behaviour of
chair
the
should
chair?
not involve herself in political commentary. It was not a
Okay,
question.
I'm a member like everyone else entitled to
But you're
ask
the
my
chair.
questions.
Well, then
we're allowed
Well, it's not-
But
wasn't a
again,
question.
You
Where
have
do I
been
get some procedural
continually
fairness
putting
here?
forward your spin on what this was. I am entitled in my questions to say what I think this was.
And the
now,
candidate-
I
and the
would
You've
witness
like
leveled those
entitled to
accusations
respond.
before,
I haven't
and I've
asked the
told you
question
that's
yet,
not the
because you
case.
keep running interference.
They were
keep
election
talking over it.
commitments. I will say it again and again.
I know you
They were
will.
election commitments.
Yes.
And if you don't accept that, that's up to you.
Well,
but you're the chair. I'm supposed to get some procedural fairness here, and I'm not. Because you're making assertions
Ms.
about
Burton,
things that just aren't true.
I would ask that you do not reflect on my performance as chair, and instead we have a civil conversation.
Well,
I am
It's a
trying to
two-way
get a
street.
question out. The question that I'm trying to put to you is that under the guidelines, one of the criteria is that every single one of the allocations made had to have been an election promised by a candidate during the election period.
Correct.
We have evidence that there are not just Sydney, but many electorates where that was not the case. So I am putting to you, where did that list of election commitments come from?
What I'm saying to you is that the election commitments that were made during the election were the ones that went forward. During the process, they may have changed if certain organisations weren't able to, it fell over during the assessment process, which I was not involved in. So the Sydney election commitments were the ones that were made during the election, and they are the ones that went forward for processing under the local small commitment allocation. That's what
Mr.
happened.
Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witness. Just coming back to your conversations with Mr. Greenwich, you said they started in the middle of 2023. The trench went up to the minister on the 1st of December. So would you have had conversations with Mr. Greenwich right through the second half of 2023 to the best of your recollection?
I'd have to take it on notice. I'm not sure. I have conversations with lots of MPs.
No, I know, but
Lots
earlier
of-
on in evidence you said you had a series of conversations with him starting in the middle of 2023. So when do you recall those conversations ending about these allocations in Sydney?
I don't recall.
Okay, when were you first made aware of the program guidelines, this document?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Have you ever seen this document and read
Yes,
it?
I have.
You have, and when did you first do that?
I don't know. It was 2 years ago, Mr. Latham. It was whenever
2
it
years
came
ago.
out, I guess.
In June of 2023.
Around that time.
Around
in and
that time. Okay, around the time when it was released on the 31st of July. That would be your recollection.
I couldn't say.
So
for
you
sure.
knew at that time that it was outside the guidelines for a MP who's not Labor and didn't make these commitments to be changing them.
But we're going down the same line of questioning.
No, and I'm asking you about your knowledge of the guidelines, which you haven't been questioned about. You knew these guidelines and you knew that Mr. Greenwich's advocacy was outside the guidelines. That's what I'm
As I
asking.
said, he's entitled to his advocacy.
Yeah, but you knew that you obviously it was very impressive, powerful advocacy, but you knew it was also outside the
Very
guidelines.
good member.
And why did you allow it to go forward to Miss Morgan if you knew it was outside the guidelines?
It was, as I said, and I'll say it again, it was a mistake and it was corrected. So
Well, what was the nature of the mistake? Because it seems to be conceding to Mr. Greenwich's advocacy, knowing it's outside the guidelines. Is that an accurate?
No, that's not accurate
description?
at all.
What's
That's
the
your
nature of the
assertion.
mistake? What was the?
I'm
How did
telling
you
you,
make?
there
What was the
a lot
nature of your mistake?
The nature of the mistake is, as I'll say again, 93 seats, 600 projects. Okay, we were populating a lot of data. There was a mistake made, and it was corrected. That is my answer.
Okay, that's not answering the question, the
Well, it
nature of
is.
your
You-
mistake.
once
What are you
again,
saying?
you're
You're
not like
overwhelmed by the
order.
workload, so you just let any old thing go through?
No, that's not what I'm saying
What
at
are you
all. I'm
saying?
saying there was a mistake made and it was corrected. That's exactly what I'm saying. And there was no one overwhelmed. It was just a mistake. And I've been very open and very honest to this committee about that. Also that it was corrected. So the election commitments that were made prior to the election were the ones that went forward. And if we're talking about value for money for taxpayers and making sure that these organisations were legitimate organisations, they were. If we're talking about were these organisations committed to prior to the election, yes, they were. That's it.
When Mr Greenwich told you that Will to Live was outside his Sydney electorate, did you understand at that point? No, can I finish my question, please? Can I? And when he told you that, did you recognise that it was contrary to the guidelines at the bottom of page 3? That
I wasn't aware. I've told you. I've just answered that question as well. I've answered the will to live
Okay,
question.
when Mr Greenwich told you it was outside the seat of Sydney, how did you respond?
I just told you I was not aware that it was outside the seat of
Did
Sydney.
he say that to you?
No, not to my recollection, no.
He's said in Parliament that he's pointed out several times to the government that Will to Live was outside the electorate, but you're saying
Well, I have
in
no
your series
recollection
of
of him-
conversations with him, he never said that to you.
I've had no recollection of him
When did
saying
you
that
first
to me.
become aware Will to Live was outside the seat of Sydney?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay.
Have you guys looked at what went through? Have you guys looked at that? What actually went through?
Look, we looked at it, and our understanding is that Mr Greenwich has given you advocacy that you put forward to the program office,
No.
knowing
You've
it was
been called
outside
out.
the
No,
guideline.
that's
No,
your
you're asking
assertion.
us a question. Our
That's your
procedural
assertion.
fairness is to answer you. You put forward allocations to the program office based on Mr Greenwich's powerful advocacy that are outside the program guidelines, and you now describe that as an error because you're overwhelmed. There were too many things happening.
No, I dispute what you're saying.
trying to get
You're
away with
wrong.
it.
You weren't there. You're wrong.
How
That's
am I
not what
wrong?
happened.
How am I
It was a
wrong?
mistake. It was found. It was corrected, and the proper commitments that were made prior to the election were the ones that went through and were processed, and that was the use of taxpayers' money.
You're
Mr.
under
Latham.
oath.
I am. I'm telling the truth.
Okay, government
Dreadful.
time.
Thanks, Chair. Miss Burton, you've been around for a while, and you were a very, very successful, well-respected member for the seat of Cogra. What do you think the average person out there in Voterland who actually cares about things being delivered for them would think about this sort of implication whereby 93 electorates receive $400,000 and there's an examination on the minutiae of where $400,000 was reallocated through a process that went to homeless people? What do you think the average person's reaction out there who elected us on a platform of delivering integrity and transparency would be compared to what happened under the previous regime?
Well, that's where I think that once again I'll say that
Statements.
I think the average person would want government money to
$400,000 to every seat for very worthwhile projects, and no one has come forward to say that anyone was unworthy. Nobody. And so there was a process set up. We were in opposition coming into government. A process was set up, and that process was followed. And so my view is that it gave the community faith that regardless of whether they returned a Labor member or not, that they would be no worse off. And I think that's why the program was good in that sense, that it gave people that, you know, because they had 12 years of different experience, particularly in catastrophic things like bushfire grants and things like that, you know, which is appalling.
So
Here we're talking about these small things for community organisations that don't normally, they need help, they need support, particularly cost of living crisis, they need help, they need support, and they're just getting some support, regardless of who was returned as their local member. And that is the real point of that exercise of making sure that everyone felt I am free to choose who I want to represent me despite assertions otherwise, but my area is not going to be worse off. My organisations are still going to get the promised funding if Labor is to form a government.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes this a good program in that sense, that everyone's going to get the same. It's going to go to organisations that desperately need it. And like I said, no one has come forward with not even one project. And I read in the paper and on Facebook every day of Coalition and National Party MPs coming out, not only praising the projects, but claiming that it's their advocacy that got these projects, which fine, because for us it's really about the worthiness of the project. And that's why the process was set up, to make sure that the community got value for money, that the organisation was able to deliver the project, and that there was a community benefit. And those processes were put in place. I had no role prior to the election in the program, and my only role was to get the contact details for those lists, submit them to the Premier's Department, who then put the process in place and did the assessment independently, and then the money, if they got through that independent process, it went to the Special Minister of State for approval. So I had no say in who got the project and who actually got the money, and I had no say in the approval of it. My role was very specific, and it was about preparing those contact details so that the department could contact those organisations to encourage them to apply and go through this process. That's it.
It was purely facilitative.
That's it.
Yep.
So I had no involvement before the election, and no involvement once they went in for assessment or approval. No role. So it was very, very specific, and that was it.
So I've got to say, I mean, and you might want to give us your perspective on this. If I'm a Liberal candidate or a Greens candidate or a Shooters candidate in a relatively comfortable seat, and a potential incoming Labor government is saying there's $400,000 for your electorate, notwithstanding the fact that your opposition candidate is nominating projects, you'd grab it with both arms, wouldn't you?
Well, I think that when anyone who is a good local member, or even a candidate that's very active in their community, they know what the needs are in their area, and they know that a lot of these organisations, there's a lot of organisations that need support and unable to get it, and so to have something like that where you can say, if we are successful in forming a government, regardless of whether I'm elected or not, these are the projects that I'm putting forward because I feel that these are important and worthwhile things in this electorate.
And again, it would be a shame, wouldn't it, if the previous record, the record of the previous government on this was projected onto this program, and therefore future governments were not of the mind to do this sort of thing, because it's actually a great benefit for the community and actually part of the democratic process in election campaigns.
That's right. The fact is, and I think this is really important to once again have on the record, is that these were election commitments. They were committed in the election. They were election commitments. Once we got into government, we had to then set up a process, which makes it different to, like, if you're already in government, you can do that. But we had to set up a process to administer these election commitments properly. And it was processed, went through a proper process, and everything was administered correctly.
And just to clarify some of that previous testimony, which you did articulate, to be clear, this wasn't a program whereby organisations would apply for grants. It was a program whereby the Labor candidate got to allocate $400,000 of hypothecated money to the electorate, regardless of whether they won or not, and then it went through the process of probity, conflict of interest, value for money, worthiness of the project, and then was subsequently allocated. It's not your your traditional grant program where organisations applied, correct?
That's right. It's not like community building partnerships. It's not an open process for the MPs, the elected MPs. It was an election commitment by the government, like anything else. If we're going to build a hospital or a school or what have you, it's the same. It's just that there's small amounts of money. So under the Grants Administration Act, they had to be administered as a grant. That's the way they had to be administered. But they were and will always be election commitments.
And did you, in all your time in dealing with this post-election, did you ever get anyone from the opposition or the Greens or any other non-Labor party expressing concern to you that, oh, look, this was made by the Labor candidate and I don't think that's fair, therefore, I don't think the money should be allocated, or any conversations to that effect?
No. I think that it's like advocacy is a normal sort of thing, but I think that with all of the commitments that were made, they were, as I've said, there's been no one who's been able to say this was unworthy or this shouldn't have gone forward or anything like that. No one's brought not one project forward to say that.
It's almost like that's not the point. Thank you. That does conclude our time with you, Ms. Burton. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. We will be taking a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome, Ms. Morgan and Ms. Ma, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Ms. Morgan, you will not be required to swear an oath or affirmation, as you've already done so at your previous appearance at this inquiry on the 14th of February. But Ms. Ma, could you please state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. Kate Ma, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Engagement Group in the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to commence with an opening statement?
No, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Graf.
Thank you, and thank you both for appearing before the inquiry today. Yesterday, probably to you first, Ms. Morgan, yesterday the Auditor General's report said that someone provided verbal confirmation to the Program Office that, quote, a conflicts of interest process had been implemented by New South Wales Labor for all electorates. Who gave you this verbal confirmation?
Cherie Burton.
Right. And do you know when she would have given you that?
In one of the very early meetings in early June, around how we would implement this election commitment.
In early June, and that was when you were putting the guidelines together, essentially. Yeah.
Yes.
And did you seek documentation regarding that conflicts process?
No.
It was all just left with essentially New South Wales Labor and the campaign.
Correct.
So you never received anything from Labor about their conflicts process?
No.
Yeah. You said that Alex Greenwich needed to be part of the conflicts process to Cherie Burden in an email. Was he ever included?
I don't believe I said that.
Or you asked, I suppose.
I asked, did they wish to have him included? So this is much later when we'd been asked to undertake the conflict of interest reviews in the 17 electorates.
Yeah.
And I asked, was there any reason why he needed to be included? And I was told, no, there was not.
Was there any reason given why he shouldn't be included?
They said it wasn't necessary.
Right. And why did you think why did you ask whether he should be included?
Well, the projects in the Sydney electorate, as you well know and have well explored, were corrected. So we had some changes that had to be made to projects to be assessed. And so I had some advice, informal advice from the previous Chief of Staff of the Minister, that there were some questions around whether the Sydney electorate projects were properly and accurately recorded in the master list. And that he indicated to me that there'd been some advice from Alex Greenwich that possibly they weren't correct, and so that's why I had simply followed up and said, was there any need for us to involve him in the conflict of interest?
Sorry, can I just, on that point, Ms Morgan, there is an email here where it says from you to Ms Burton, and this is a direct quote, we will need to include Alex Greenwich in our COI process.
Well, if he had had any involvement in the nomination of projects, yes.
Okay. Sorry.
And did you discuss the Alex Greenwich conflict of interest with Minister Graham or Minister Graham's office?
I didn't directly, no.
But others did?
They may have. I can't answer for everybody else.
Sure. Why were the Sydney projects quarantined by your office, labelled pending review Sydney electorate? Was the...
Well, because there were some projects that had been assessed and had been included in the tranche 7 for consideration for approval. When we were advised that there were errors in the list of nominated projects for Sydney, we clearly quarantined everything in the Sydney electorate and put it on hold until the matter had been resolved.
So, just getting my head around it, the list was given to you originally that had essentially what was given to the Minister's office as tranche 7, the original tranche 7 that was
There
sent...
were some Sydney electorate projects in tranche 7, not all of them.
Yes, that's right. And that that was the original that was given to you.
Yes, we had called for applications and assessed them based on the projects that were nominated in the original list on the 28th, we received on the 28th of July.
And so you had no reason to think otherwise that list, the tranche 7 Sydney list, was that was election commitments. Like, to the best of your knowledge, you assumed that they were the original election commitments list.
Yes.
And what reason did the Minister's office give when tranche 7 was essentially rejected or sent back to you?
Well, you've seen that. It's an email that was sent on through Kate Marr from the Premier's office advising us that there were errors in the master list and please correct them.
And then your email of 26 February 2025 says that in February 2024 the PO asks us to correct, and correct is all in capital letters, correct errors in the master list, and made a number of changes to the organisations being nominated and the correct funding amounts to be allocated in the Sydney electorate, close quote. When you wrote correct in all caps, you clearly didn't believe that the Premier's office, when they told you that they needed to make corrections, did you?
I had no reason not to believe them. I believed them. There were errors in the Sydney electorate and they corrected them. There had been some other errors as well. I have no evidence or reason to doubt that was the case.
So you said the PO asks us to correct, and then correct all in caps. Was there any reason?
For clarity.
So you're making it abundantly clear essentially.
That we are correcting them in line with the guidelines.
It wasn't disbelief, it was more clarity.
compliance.
Right. Okay.
And just on that too, Ms Morgan, you also say in brackets, in February 2024, brackets, 7 months after we received the master list from the PO, end bracket, the PO asked us to correct errors. Were you concerned about the lag in time between receiving the master list and these supposed corrections?
Well, administratively, it made it difficult for us. We had assessed projects that then no longer needed to be considered for funding. We'd spoken to organisations around receiving funding, so it wasn't ideal, but it just, sometimes these things happen.
Were you given any indication from the Premier's office why there was that 7-month delay for that error to be picked up and needed to be corrected? Did you ask
No,
how that had occurred?
I didn't.
But your assumption was that with these projects that the member for Sydney was involved.
No, that was not my assumption. I was just clarifying whether anybody else needed to be included in a conflict of interest process.
Sorry, I just want to pick up on that point. So there's an email, and I'm happy to provide it for you, Ms Morgan, from you to Cherie Burton, Paul Mills, Ms Marr, you're included in it as well, and a couple of other departmental staff. And it very clearly says, "Hi Cherie, in our meeting yesterday you confirmed that you had consulted with Alex Greenwich, independent MP, about the organisations in his electorate to be nominated to fulfil the government's commitment to allocate LSCA funding to homelessness services. We will need to include Alex Greenwich in our COI process." So that would indicate that Miss Burton did tell you she had consulted with Alex and that he needed to be included in the process.
I can't remember her telling me that, but I do remember Damien O'Connor telling me when I was chasing the Tranche 7 brief that, thank you, that there had been, that Alex Greenwich had advised that he believed that there were errors.
So you didn't, in terms of other crossbench members of Parliament, non-Labor members, you never asked for any of them to be included in the conflicts of interest process. It was only the member for Sydney.
I was questioning whether or not they needed to be included. I didn't ask for anybody to be included in a conflict of interest process around the nominations. It was not a process we managed, so I wasn't directing around that process of reviewing conflicts of interest. I was asked by the Special Minister of State to run a review of the process, which we did for 17 electorates, so that...
But something must have sparked the question, should we include Alex Greenwich in this?
Yes, a comment made to me by Damien O'Connor that the Tranche 7 was not being approved and was being held while some questions that had come to light around which were the correct projects to be included in the Sydney electorate was verified.
And was it your knowledge that Cherie Burton was dealing with Alex Greenwich through that process?
I have no idea.
Right. Just moving to Will to Live, your advice was that the Sydney electorate is the only beneficiary of the Will to Live food relief program, but it clearly services others, doesn't it, as well?
Well, I was basing that on advice received from the organisation.
So their advice to you was it only covers the Sydney electorate, even though the organisation is technically just outside.
Their kitchen and some of their facilities are in a different electorate, yes.
Right. And with Shelter New South Wales, you were told that Shelter New South Wales did not provide essential services to the homeless. So why did you insist on pressing on with this grant in spite of the advice that they weren't eligible?
Well, I did not receive advice that they were not eligible. I was asked to... The nomination had said services to... I've got the exact language here. Shelter New South Wales do provide services to homeless people, not directly to individuals. They provide services through their advocacy, through their policy development, through influencing cabinet submissions and the way that the homeless service sector works. So the description on the original list of the 28th was very broad. It was just around homeless services to homeless people. So I believe you have the email in front of you around the analysis that I did as to whether or not what we would call a scope change would have been required, and I determined that it was not required. These were still services to be delivered to homeless people.
Can I ask if you've both had a chance to read the Local Small Commitments Allocation Program performance audit that was conducted by the Auditor General and released yesterday?
Yes.
Yes, good. I suspect you would have. One of the sort of key findings from the Auditor General was that obviously, because this began during an election period, many of the activities set out in the guide as key steps in the grants administration process were actually conducted by New South Wales Labor rather than an auditable public sector entity. So there was the part before the government took power was outside the scope of the Auditor General's investigations. However, there's one finding here where the Audit Office writes, quote, the Program Office advises it received verbal confirmation that conflicts of interest processes had been implemented by New South Wales Labor for all electorates. The Program Office did not, however, seek, nor was it provided with documentation supporting New South Wales Labor's conflicts of interest assessments, end quote. Why was no further investigation made by the office in relation to whether or not those conflicts of interest checks had been done?
Because it related to the nomination process, which was not a process that we had managed at all.
Were you involved in the creation of the guidelines?
Yes.
Yes. Was it considered that it would be prudent to actually investigate whether conflicts of interest disclosures and, basically get that sort of level of assurance into the guidelines?
Ms Boyd, I'm happy to answer that. I think we have talked about this in previous forums as well, in budget estimates, etc. I think it goes to, I guess it's that bright line, the way we think about the program with regard to the election campaign process and the nominations, and then how we administer that as a public service in accordance with the laws of the land. As I think we've said in previous sessions, and also Ms Boyd, Kate Boyd from the Cabinet Office, we really turned our minds to this because I guess this was a bit novel for us. The grants guidelines had been introduced and implemented in 2022. This was the first election campaign process, if you like, since the guidelines were in place. So we, with regard to the grants guidelines, and if I can quote from section, it's 6.3.3, it does allow for, contemplates that when we designed the LSCA guidelines, we made sure there was a process in place where managing interactions with MPs or stakeholders is clearly defined. So in in the way we established the guidelines, the nomination process happened prior to the election and formation of government. And then as we designed the guidelines, MPs and candidates were not involved in assessing. They weren't involved in decision making. They weren't part of the sort of consultation, if you like, with us as the administrators. But the Special Minister of State, I guess, as the only Member of Parliament involved in the process, was required to assign any attestation, etc., if he had had relationships with candidates or MPs in regards to grants. So I guess that's a long way of saying we definitely turned our minds to the issue around conflicts. Yep. Our assessment was that there was a removal of the issue around conflicts because the assessment and decision making wasn't done by MPs, as opposed to, say, community building partnerships where...
Understood.
Yes.
The Auditor General says, quote, the guide could be enhanced to be more specific about the public sector's role when dealing with election commitments.
And I was just about to come to that.
Yes,
we're grateful.
What are the learnings?
Really grateful that in some respects it's a shame that the Audit Office wasn't able, I guess the report wasn't able to go into detail around that, because it does give rise to these issues, and we're very mindful of that. In the response that we've provided from the department, we've identified that the Cabinet Office will undertake to look at the guide in the context of those observations of the Audit Office. We take that very seriously. One
of the other, I guess, alarming findings in this report is that some of the summarised merit assessment criteria don't fully reflect the legislative purpose of the fund from which these amounts were paid, and that there is a risk that the Minister was not provided with sufficient guidance to reach the required state of satisfaction that amounts paid promote the purpose of the fund.
I might let Ms Morgan answer
What
that.
is- yes.
Well, we disagree with that.
Disagree with the Auditor General?
We do respectfully disagree. The Section 12 of the Act lists a number of purposes, and they're very broad purposes. And again, we turned our mind to this significantly very early in the piece when decisions were made about how and where this grant program would be funded from, and whether or not the CSFF was appropriate. It was considered by us, was considered by Treasury, and it was approved that we use that, and we are confident that there are sections that certainly aligns with significant sections of the purpose of the Act.
Did you get legal advice?
Did we get legal advice? Well, we certainly had. I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
I can't answer that for you. But as you'll see in the letter, in our response to the audit from the department, we've called out where we think that this very clearly aligns with the purpose for the CSFF. So,
Thank you. Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, witnesses. Ms Morgan, if I can take you to Tranche 25 document and your recommendation that the eligibility criterion for the project to be delivered in the electorate for which funding was allocated to be waived because the Sydney electorate is the only beneficiary of the Will to Live food relief program. On the Will to Live website today, they have 5 outlets for the distribution of their food, 2 in the electorate of Newtown, 2 in the electorate of Balmain, 1 in the electorate of Hefferon, and none in the electorate of Sydney. What do we now do about an organisation that clearly has given you misleading advice about their intentions and clearly don't qualify in any respect because the $100,000 is not servicing the Sydney electorate, it's servicing 3 other seats?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. For these questions, I declare an interest, Chair, with regard to Damien Quinnell and Jacob Nichols, who a decade ago I was a part share owner in some racehorses, and I take the witnesses to page 12 of the audit report regarding the grant to the Camden Music Society, initiated by the now member for Camden, Sally Quinnell. And there it states she made a declaration of interest that she was a foundation member of the organisation, the Camden Musical Society, that's received $75,000, was formerly a member of the organisation as a family member who's playing in one of their productions, and became a patron of the organisation as an MP. Could I ask the witnesses, would they expect that in that declaration there should have been a clear declaration by Sally Quinnell that according to today's ASIC records, she has a company called Bandemonium, which provides music training and encouragement operating out of her home in what's known as the Sydney suburb, the Camden suburb of Ellis Lane?
I'd have to take that on notice. There's a lot of information in that question, Mr Latham, and I'd have to go back and compare what was originally declared to us, what advice we provided to the independent probity advisors.
Yeah, who was the independent probity advisor for that tranche, please?
Oh,
Tranche
well,
11.
it was the same probity advisor we had for the whole program.
Right. Okay. And in terms of probity, given that the commitment was made to the Camden Musical Society in March of 2023 and the Program Office initiated the grant application on the 21st of July, should Ms Quinnell have declared that she was still a secretary of this music company in operating out of her home in Camden called Bandemonium up to the date of the 26th of August 2023? That is still after the grant application was initiated.
I can't comment on that without having all the documentation in front of me, and I would need to confer with the independent probity advisors.
And can you find out when she made her declaration to the probity advisor?
I can.
That would have been before the grant was initiated to the organisation, obviously?
I can't confirm that.
That would be the normal practice?
Some projects had already been approved for funding before we were requested by the Special Minister of State to undertake the review of probity of
But if you
conflicts
can
of
take that on
interest.
notice and find out when she signed,
We can do that.
and as much as possible, provide us with a copy of the probity declaration that she made. It's summarised here. The Auditor General's obviously seen it, so it'd be helpful for the committee.
I'd have to check whether they've already been, I think they've already been tabled, along with the 25,000 other pages we've tabled.
Okay, well,
I'll confirm that for you.
Papers, I wasn't able to find that, but if you can assist, that would be useful for me and the committee, I'm sure. And also in terms of probity, given that a close personal friend of the Quinnells, Jacob Nichols, is the director and operator of the company now, should that have been declared?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know enough about the circumstances to understand.
And given that Mr Nichols has an address in Bowral, but the contact details for ASIC and I assume other organisations for Bandemonium is a post office box in Camden, the hometown of the Quinnells, should that have been declared right up to this point?
I'd have to take that on notice. Without any documentation to understand what was or was not declared at the time, I can't comment.
What's the legal standing of declarations, given that it clearly appears that if you're seeking money for a musical organisation in Camden and you're running a musical company, you'd think this is a valid declaration as per the questions I've asked. What's the legal standing of the declaration Ms Quinnell signed?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I can't comment on that.
Is it according to the Code of Conduct in the Legislative Assembly, where they have some standards and some severe penalties for members who sign false declarations?
Well, certainly members of Parliament who are involved in any grant program for any reason are still subject to the Code of Conduct that covers them, definitely. But I couldn't make a comment about the legal standing of a declaration.
But if you can take that on notice and,
Yes, I
and
can
look at
take
this
that on
material. I'm
notice.
happy to provide to you material that's available at ASIC if you pay the fee and do the search. And
Order.
it does indicate issues here that need to be further investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Government members.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, witnesses, both for appearing. Ms Marr, how long have you had involvement as a senior official presiding over the Premier's discretionary fund team in the Cabinet Office or the Premier's department?
Probably since, so on and off, because I no longer am responsible for grants as of October last year, but probably about 2 years,
Okay.
approximately.
Are you aware of any PDF grants under the former government where it made announcements prior to the change of government that had not yet been processed by your department?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
So the question is whether or not you're aware of any Premier discretionary fund grants under the former government where it made announcements prior to the change of government that hadn't yet been processed for your department. In other words, there's a promise made before gaining government and your department hadn't processed them yet.
I'll have to take that on notice, I'm sorry, I can't recall.
And what about any PDF grants under the former government where grants were announced during the caretaker period, but again, where the department hadn't processed?
I'll take that on notice as well.
Yeah, no, that's
Apologies.
fine.
Thank you.
Are you aware of any applications that have either come from or included letters of support from members of Parliament?
Yes.
Do you see anything wrong with that?
I think under the former government, letters of support or applications came from a variety of MPs from different political parties, and it's the same here. So in this government, obviously, the PDF guidelines allow for they're small, discretionary, ad hoc, one-off grants, and it is very common for those representations to be made by community organisations, for MPs. And then the process is the Premier's office then asks us to assess those projects against guidelines, published guidelines, and the results are published also.
So in that particular narrow sense or that particular situation, hardly fast-breaking news that local members would advocate for allocations from the Premier's fund and actually put supporting letters in to that effect. But then the process teases out the validity of the claim.
Yeah, I wouldn't comment on whether it's fast-breaking news, but certainly the process allows for nominations to come from MPs.
Sure. In terms of the, I guess to both of you, in terms of your general experience, and I'm not sure to what degree, if any, you were involved in the administration of some of the previous government's grants programs, you know, things like Stronger Communities, Bushfire Recovery, Club Grants, Schools Renewable Energy Infrastructure, Regional Cultural Fund, West Invest, for example. Your experience of the process and administration of those programs compared to this one, because there's a lot of context here. I mean, the government's contention is that we were very conscious of the bad rap that those programs got in the public's mind and in the media, and we were conscious to try and tighten all that up. I just want to get your perspective of a compare and contrast between how those programs were carried out and how this one was carried out.
I think that's asking for an opinion there. I wasn't involved in other grants processes. I can't speak for Miss Morgan, but I guess as...
Not West Invest at all?
Oh, sorry, Miss Morgan was involved in the design of West Invest. Sorry.
I mean, a couple of comments. One is a lot of those grants were run prior to the Grant Administration Guide being in existence, so the rules were different, would be one comment. The only one I've had any direct engagement with has been West Invest, and I now administer West Invest jointly with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. They're very different programs, though. You're comparing a $2 billion infrastructure program that right from the time it was very first designed, West Invest was targeted in a particular area. It came out of COVID responses. So the whole, the structure of it, the nuancing of it, the rules around it, the assessment process, everything is completely different because it needs to be. The Grants Administration Guide gives some fantastic principles, some things that you must and should do, but a lot of that you have to then interpret what's the right way to apply it to a particular grant program. And if you're dealing with 600 very small local grants compared with 191 very large infrastructure grants, a lot of the process has to be very, very different.
I think as a general observation, I would just say, and working alongside Ms Morgan and her team, that I guess our North Star is the communities that and the organisations that we engage with, and so there's a lot of focus on, and I appreciate the focus and the interest of the committee. I guess for us, we're glad to see that the laws allow for a high degree of transparency, a high degree of accountability, our focus on how we service those community organisations, and giving confidence to community. I guess that taxpayers' funds are spent well. So that's sort of just a general observation about our role in grants administration more broadly.
Yeah. So in your opinion, those
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
I'm reluctant to do this, but the member continues to ask the witnesses for their opinion, and I think Ms Miles already commented that. I think you should be asking them for facts rather than their opinions.
I'll hold the point of order. Go ahead.
Well, if I could rephrase the question, in your view then, since we're quibbling on semantics, do you think that the recipients of this particular grants program, $400,000 to 93 electorates, the process that the program office went through in vetting the worthiness, if you like, for the recipient of those funds, that's robust in your view? That was...
Yes.
Yeah. And again, it would be hardly surprising, wouldn't it, if local members, notwithstanding the guidelines whereby the Labor candidate had the specificity over how it was allocated, it would be hardly surprising if local members inserted themselves into the process to try and advocate for their electorate, would it? I mean, previous evidence was that supporting letters come in all the time, right?
We didn't receive very many for local small commitments allocation. We had a very strict arrangement around how they'd already been nominated. So we had very strict rules around how any advocacy or engagement from MPs would be managed. had to be declared, and of course they had, no MPs had any role at all in the assessment or the decision making other than the Special Minister of State. So that's a bit different, but certainly other MPs across all sorts of grant programs. I receive a lot of inquiries from local MPs asking me, do I know about a grant program that this organisation might well be able to apply for? So certainly they do advocate on behalf of their communities very effectively. And we also administer the Community Building Partnerships program, which is an allocation to every electorate, and every local MP is actively involved as an assessor in those programs. So it's a very different structured program.
And in this particular configuration where the residual of the 400 was to go to parks and playgrounds and be, in the first instance, under the remit of council, but then the local member was to be consulted, was the process. Did you get involved in any of that?
Not in the consultations, no. But the Special Minister of State was very clear that he wanted local members to be able to have some say with the councils about which projects were priorities in the electorate.
Yeah, so goes through to any residual through to council. Council consults with the oversight of the Special Minister of State that the local member definitely gets it. And you're satisfied that that happened?
Yes, we asked them to document the consultation process as a part of the application form.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Any further questions? No? Back to the opposition.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Ms Marr, sorry, my questions are going to be directed to you, and I've just got a copy here that I'll provide for you to be able to have a look at. It's just in relation to the Premier's discretionary fund and some funding that was put forward from the Premier's office for Wayside Chapel, the Salvation Army and St John's Community Services Rough Edges back in February 2024. Do you recall that brief asking for money from the discretionary fund?
I can't recall the brief.
It's coming to you now.
Yeah, thank you. I do, as part of preparing for today,
Sure.
I do recall that process being initiated.
Yes, and the Premier's Chief of Staff, I think, asked for
Correct,
you to
yeah,
provide that.
yeah.
I want to take you particularly to the letter which is on the very back of that document that I've given you now.
Yeah.
That's a letter from the Premier to St John's Community Services, and in the second paragraph it says that they'd made a submission for LSCA grants, but unfortunately funding constraints within the program mean that this grant cannot be approved. There weren't any funding constraints for that grant, were there? Why is that included in the letter back to this organisation?
Ms Morgan, actually.
Well, there were. There was a limit of $400,000 in every electorate, and once the Sydney electorate's program, the nominated projects had been corrected, there wasn't sufficient funds then for that program.
The reason that this group had to be given money from the Premier's fund was because there was an error in the list that you had. So this is actually tidying up a government error and giving them money through a different channel.
Yes, that was the outcome that was achieved, yes. But the reason they weren't able to be funded through the local small commitments allocation was because the funding had been exhausted for that electorate.
But because there was an error that was put to you from an incorrect list from the Premier's office. So why was that not made clear? To say to this organisation, funding constraints mean that it can't be approved, I don't think that's accurate information coming from the Premier. It's not actually telling the truth to this organisation about what's happened.
Well, I disagree. I think it is accurate information. It may not explain every background internal transaction that might have happened, but effectively for this organisation, it explained why they weren't funded through the local small commitment allocation.
So you had to tidy up the error, is what's happened here.
Well,
really.
The Premier asked us where we had already spoken to organisations. We'd already indicated with them that they were going to receive funding, or they were nominated for funding through the program.
Yes.
The Premier asked us then to consider them for funding through the Premier's discretionary fund.
Okay, and just on the same brief, the Wayside Chapel, it says here, I think it's on the second page, that they were going to get joint funding, a co-contribution from both the LSCA and the PDF. Were there any other projects out of all of the hundreds of projects that got joint funding from both LSCA and the PDF? Or was this the only
I'd have
one?
to take that on notice, but I don't think so, but I will take it on notice.
Thank you.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. I would seek to table the ASIC printout about Bandemonium, the company operating out of the Quinnell family home in Camden, with the redaction of their exact address for privacy reasons, if I can.
Thank you.
And I'll provide a copy to the witnesses as well at the end of their evidence. Thank you. Could I just ask, regarding tranche 11, the Minister's signed it off here officially and twice dated it the 1st of February 2023. That can't be right, can it?
Must be a mistake.
Yeah, it must be an error. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, if-
I'd have to check that. I'll
You
take
can
it on notice
get
for
us
you.
the correct dating. He's signed it twice, obviously with a date that can't be accurate because it's before the election and the program hadn't officially started. In terms of the conflict of interest review outcome, you mentioned by the standard probity advisor in the 25,000 pages. This is the sort of thing, is it, with the yellow band in tranche 11, conflict of interest review? Is that the document you're referring to earlier, Ms Morgan? Or is there a separate probity document?
I'd have to have a look at it. Is that an assessment outcome report?
Yes, it is.
Right, so the assessment outcome report flagged the fact that there had been a probity review, but that's not the probity review document. That's providing advice to the Minister when he's having a look at that in order to make a decision about whether to fund or not fund a project, that had been subject to a conflict of interest review.
Right. And could I then ask, in the standard practice, would Program Office initiate grant applications after a conflict of interest review outcome had been determined in the standard practice of the Office?
Well, that's a very general question. It depends on who the conflict of interest is coming from, the reasons why you're seeking it. Is it an open and competitive grant program? Is it a selective grant program? Can you rephrase the question in a way so I can try and be
in the
helpful?
LSCA processes, was it the normal practice that the grant applications would only go out after a conflict of interest review outcome had been determined?
No, that was not the normal practice.
No,
so nominations were undertaken and arranged and managed by the Labor Party prior to the election, prior to us starting to commence our running of the program. We only undertook, this is for nominations, or are you asking me about the assessment process?
The assessment process.
Okay, so the assessment process did not involve any of the MPs or any of the candidates. The assessment process, COIs, only involved those people who were involved in the assessment process.
And you haven't seen the Labor Party declarations of interest?
No, it was not a process I had anything to do with managing.
Sorry, the timing got a bit stuffed up there. So we wanted.
Does that mean I've got a bit more time? Or?
So we go. The opposition has
Sure.
2 more minutes.
I just want to.
2 more minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to the issue in relation to St John's Community Services and the Rough Edges program that got the Premier's discretionary funding. Was this ever an original election commitment through the LSCA program? Isn't the issue here that you were incorrectly told it was?
Yes.
That's why they began the process, but then that list was corrected,
Yes.
and therefore it had to go through the PDF. So it wasn't a funding constraint. It was that they were never an election commitment to begin with. Is that correct?
Well, there was a funding constraint because when the list was corrected, there was not sufficient funding left in the electorate to fund that project.
But
because it had been
Point of order,
incorrectly
Chair.
announced.
The question's been directly addressed, and the member wants to litigate a political point again.
Okay.
Sorry,
Order to the. Sorry, just on that point of order, it is completely within the member's right to continue to ask the same question and get the same answer. That's within their right.
thank you. But to be eligible for LSCA, it needed to be an election commitment, correct?
And we had been advised it was an election commitment in the first version of the form of the list that we received.
Yes, and then subsequently you were advised that that needed to be corrected because that wasn't the case, and that's why
Correct.
it became a PDF. So my point to you is, even if there was adequate funding, they would still not have been eligible because you later realised that they were incorrectly classed as an election commitment.
Hypothetical, possible. The facts in front of us were that there was insufficient funding to be able to fund that project. It was not election commitment. So
then
they
it
were
wouldn't
offered an
have been
alternate
eligible
fund.
even if there was money. I don't mean to be obtuse, but my point is if it was never an election commitment, if that was wrong, that information that was given to you in error, which Ms Burton said today in relation to those projects, regardless of how much was left in the funding envelope, it would never have been eligible. So it wasn't a funding constraint, it was because it was never eligible to begin with.
That's your interpretation. I felt confident about the advice we were providing to an external organisation that the reason they were not receiving local small commitments allocation was there was not funding in the electorate and an alternate source of a grant funding had been found for them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now we'll go back to Ms Latham.
All right, okay. Could I just seek what would normally be the probity rules around a Member of Parliament who's failed to declare a music business running out of their family home, their residence, when they're receiving $75,000 for a music entity in that same town? Was that normally something that should be declared?
Well, we certainly asked, when we were asked to undertake the COI process across the 17 electorates, we asked the candidates to nominate all conflicts or all interests that they may have had with those organisations.
Did the probity officer have any access to what declarations Ms Quinnell might have made to the Labor Party as their candidate when she first proposed the $75,000 for the Camden Musical Society, which she in fact set up herself? She's a patron, she goes to their events, and you'd normally expect that she would find new clients for the bandemonium business run out of her home as a consequence of that involvement with the group that's now getting the $75,000. Did the probity officer have any access to her declarations there?
No.
Is there any indication that the Labor Party still holds those documents?
You'd have to ask them.
You'd have to ask them, okay. And Ms Quinnell did say she was a foundation member of the Camden Musical Society, and she's now their patron, and on social media she goes to their events and a family member has participated. So would you normally expect this is a pretty good place to farm out new clients for her business, bandemonium?
I have no expectation around anything on that.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Government members?
Thanks, Chair. If I could just tease out some of that previous testimony regarding the attempted characterisation of some sort of mistake. So let's get this clear. So the organisations concerned had an expectation that they may receive funds, but when it was subsequently found out that that was a misallocation due to the robust process, the funds became exhausted because the original list applied, and therefore the Premier's discretionary fund was used on a fairness basis. You know, make good on the expectation. Is that an accurate characterisation?
Yes.
I mean, that's really literally what the word discretion means in the English language, isn't it? The Premier has discretion to allocate funds as he sees fit, and in this case it was based on the fairness principle.
No, the Premier has discretion to nominate organisations
Yeah.
to be considered for a grant through the Premier's discretionary fund, and once they come to our attention, we then undertake the assessments to make sure that they meet the guidelines.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of the auditor's report which came out yesterday, do you have any commentary around the findings of that and what we might do to address some of those suggestions?
Well, we're very supportive of the findings of the Audit Office. We're very open to hearing from them about things that we can do better, and there certainly are some findings there about processes that we can improve. So I think the letter from the Secretary of the Department makes it quite clear that generally we appreciate the input that they have, and yes, I don't know what else there is to say.
Anything in particular?
Well, obviously I'm very pleased that the auditor found that we'd managed the process in compliance with the Grants Administration Guide. Clearly I'm not happy that there was one final step in some of our internal conflict of interest process that we didn't follow. We do strongly believe that the purpose for the CSFF is well aligned with the local small commitments allocation, and we've outlined that. There was some commentary around assessing value for money, which I think is always very challenging in these very low value small grants.
Is this referring to the big Wombat controversy?
The wombat,
wombat
controversy.
Wasn't there something to do?
I
with
might need a little more definition
wombats not
around the
being worthy
wombat
or something?
controversy.
Wombats?
Yes.
I think there's
It's up there with Watergate.
Yeah,
clearly.
Wombat gate.
I think they have made a comment around
Wombat gate.
how much evidence did we ask for around value for money.
Right.
In these
love
very
wombats.
small grant programs where you have community organisations who generally are run by volunteers. They don't know if they're going to get funding or not in most cases, and so they may or may not. In many cases, they don't have 3 competitive quotes. They don't go to tender.
Yeah.
So there is a core principle in the Grants Administration Guide around proportionality.
Yes, because you could end up in a situation where if the probity is too onerous, worthy organisations could end up missing out just because they haven't
Indeed.
got the infrastructure in place to deal with it.
So we try to have an appropriate requirement for some level of documentation that allows a robust assessment around whether the costs that are proposed really are balancing the benefits the community is going to receive from the grant. And that can be a qualitative analysis and a qualitative decision. It's not a business case. There's not a return on investment of 1 or greater. It's a qualitative assessment. And similarly, we generally in our grants have a criteria around the organisation's capacity to deliver. And again, if it's projects that don't involve complex construction or building, if you're just buying AV equipment or you're buying a vehicle, usually it's a judgment call around whether this organisation has enough internal capability to be able to appropriately manage the grant. So there is some comments in there from the audit office, being auditors, of course. They would have liked to have seen more documents around some of the value for money assessments, but I'm confident that we certainly did require those for some of the larger grants, but for the smaller grants, I'm confident that we have made an appropriate and proportionate assessment of the value for money for those grants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our session for today. Thank you very much for
Thank
making
you.
yourselves available. To the extent there are questions on notice or supplementary questions, then the committee secretary will be in touch. But that concludes this particular panel of witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started again. Thank you. We welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Josh Wright. I'm the former Senior Policy Advisor to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you.
And I'll be taking the oath. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
No.
Great. Over to you, Mr. Rath.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. When you're in the Leader of the Opposition's office, were you responsible for approving nominations under the local Small Commitments Allocation?
I was not the decision maker. I was not responsible for approving. I was collating information to support the shadow ERC.
So Labor candidates and MPs came to you with projects that they wanted funded through the election campaign?
Yeah, so they were, as you will have seen from the previous evidence, a bulletin went out to each of the MPs. Obviously, they're spread across the state for obvious reasons. Through that bulletin, they were given the guidelines, they were given a form to fill out. That form was done electronically, arrived on a desktop at Sussex Street, which I assessed, obviously for completeness. And I did certain checks on those, I suppose, recommendations, and that includes a check against the guidelines that existed, whether or not they were a legitimate organisation, for example, an ABN check, whether on the charity's website, the ACNC charities website, and confirmation that that the nominations remained within the budget allocation of 400,000 per electorate.
And then after you looked at them, assessed them, who did you then send them to for approval?
That was a matter for the Shadow ERC.
So you sent it to Shadow ERC, and they determined which projects should be funded and which ones shouldn't.
Yeah, and clearly there was, within those checks, it was, yes, these meet the guidelines, or annotated where they did not, where they met the guidelines, where they were legitimate organisations, where there was a conflict, and that they were within the budget envelope.
Who was on the Shadow ERC?
Oh, I can't recall all members that were on there, I'm sorry.
And was there any conflict of interest process undertaken by you in your office?
Yes, so Mr. Dominic Offner's provided on notice. He has provided the application process, which I've got. It does go through each of those, and it does have a conflict of interest, which is I think the second last cell that was filled in. Do you have a conflict, any actual, potential or perceived or direct, indirect or personal interest in this commitment, and goes on to give an example. Those fields were tabulated within the online spreadsheet, and they were passed on to ERC or Shadow ERC for consideration.
So what was Offner doing and what were you doing? So was
No,
he...
no. He was not involved. What
Right.
I'm saying is he has provided...
He just sent around the
He provided
circular.
evidence
Yeah.
that, and I'm just simply pointing to that form, and that form, so I'll just talk you through the process. So candidates were given an electronic copy within a bulletin that provided them the guidelines and that form that Mr. Offner has provided on notice. They would fill out that electronic form, hit send, it would appear on a spreadsheet, and they would appear sequentially. They were all time-stamped, which you could sort by electorate or by portfolio or time that it was received. And they would sequentially populate that database. That database was then provided in a few tranches, because they were announced in a few tranches, through Shadow ERC to make that decision.
And do you recall collating conflicts of interest and projects for the Sydney electorate?
Well, all of the electorates would have gone through the same process.
Sorry, you just referred to an online spreadsheet.
Yes.
Where candidates, presumably, where all the nominations from candidates were kept.
Correct.
What happened to that online spreadsheet after the election? Where did it end up?
I'm not entirely sure. I didn't stay with the Leader of the Opposition's office. My computer was handed back to Parliament, presumably wiped and reissued.
Okay.
The parliamentary staff, so the Leader of Opposition staff, are on a completely different computer system to the DPC
Understand
staff.
that. Yeah. So you weren't involved at all from the transition from opposition to government? You'd left by that stage?
That's right, I didn't go to the Leader of the Opposition's office, I went to another office.
Okay. Who else had access to that electronic spreadsheet that you've just mentioned?
I couldn't tell you, I don't know. I didn't administer this, I didn't own the spreadsheet or administer or provide access to people, so I don't know.
Okay, and
exactly
but you don't recall leaving that spreadsheet with anybody when you left the now Premier's office? You didn't say, hey, listen, this was the election commitments, here's the list. Did you give that to Cherie Burton, or how did that list then come about?
No, I didn't provide it on to anyone.
So you finished up, you left it on your computer, didn't pass it on to anyone, didn't hand it over?
So the process is a two-stage process. It was done from opposition, and then it was to be ratified through a full cabinet process, should Labor form government, as they did. So once Labor formed government, that, to my knowledge, became a cabinet submission, part of the cabinet submission, and not a submission that I was involved in.
Okay. What was the format? Was it like on a Google Drive, or how was that?
Yeah, it was like an Excel spreadsheet or similar, a Google Drive or something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact interface, but it was certainly a spreadsheet.
Okay.
And would James Cullen have had access to that spreadsheet?
Not to my knowledge.
Was he chief at the time?
I'm sorry?
Was he chief of staff at the time? In your
He
office?
was, but it's not something. I mean, he had a few other things on his plate.
So it was an electronic spreadsheet, like a Excel spreadsheet.
Correct.
Can you offer any explanation as to why eventually this electronic spreadsheet was given to Cherie Burden in hard copy in the transition from the campaign to government?
So you might realise at the moment, I'm not sure how it is in opposition now, but the opposition, while I was there, did not have an e-cabinet type system in the same way that government does. Decisions through the time that I was in the leader of the opposition's office were done, they were paper-based.
I mean, it's quite strange, isn't it? In a usable Excel spreadsheet with nice columns and numbers and easily editable, that somehow it goes from that in the opposition to being handed to Cherie Burden in government in an unusable hard copy format. That's quite strange.
No, I don't
Why wouldn't it
agree
be
with
given to her in a more usable Excel spreadsheet? Someone then had to type up this hard copy spreadsheet in the transition from opposition to government. Why wasn't it just given to her?
Well, one, I'm not the Secretariat of the Shadow ERC, so I don't know how they choose to run things and what goes in and what comes out. I can only say that I can only talk to the part that I've played.
Right.
And I'm not a member of the Shadow ARC. I'm not a decision maker. I'm not the Secretariat. What came out, came out. If it came out in a paper-based format, then that's a matter for the Shadow ERC.
And who was the Secretariat for the Shadow ERC?
I don't recall.
Who else was working in the opposition leader's office at the time?
At the time?
During the campaign?
As in the entire office?
Yes.
James Cullen was the Chief of Staff. Ed Ovadia was the Director of Policy. Satchin was Director of, one of the Policy Advisors. I was there. Bill Hawker was there. We had a media team. I don't recall all of their names, to be honest. Largely, the same people are probably there now.
And just to go back to this circular that Offner and Labor, so they send this out to all Labor MPs and candidates.
Correct.
But the return is to you, essentially, in the leader's office. The return of that information is to you to assess, which you're then putting up onto this Excel spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet was automatically populated
Right.
through filling out that form.
Yeah, okay. And then you were assessing
So I didn't do manual inputs. I didn't
Yeah.
retype anything.
Oh, that's very smart.
You would receive an online
Yeah.
portal to log into.
Like Google
You would
Forms.
fill that out.
Yeah.
It would populate a spreadsheet. It'd be time-stamped and whatever the applicant had put into that spreadsheet would appear on the screen.
And you were assessing that automatically populated information, essentially. That was your
Yes.
job. You were assessing, looking at conflicts, you're looking at whether it was within the $400,000 envelope, etc., whether the projects were worthy, and then sending it through to Shadow ERC. Okay. Do you have any?
So just in terms of that it was populated and then automatically came through, were you the only person who had access to that document, or did Labor Party head office have that as well?
Again, I don't know who had access. I know that I did. I know that I wasn't the only person.
Okay.
But I couldn't give you a list or an understanding of how broad it was.
And just in terms of when you left the office, presumably there was other work you would have done in the opposition leader's office
Yes.
that would also carry on to their implementation in government. Was any of that in other areas passed on that you can recall, or is it just this particular program where it seems to stop when you leave?
Look, I don't recall the transition very well. I did not transition with that office. I didn't seek re-employment or offered. I moved on to another role.
Okay.
The majority of the office stayed on, so it wasn't really a matter for me to transition those documents.
Okay, thank you.
So when you say, so we've got this spreadsheet that is being sort of automatically updated by people putting in the information. What software program was that spreadsheet in? Was it
Again, I couldn't say. It was an online spreadsheet. It may have
Okay.
been Excel. It may have been Google. I'm not entirely sure.
So then when it was sent through, you said it was sent through to ERC or Shadow ERC. How was it sent through? In what form?
I don't recall. I don't know that it was emailed or sent, or whether it was just they had, or certain members had access. I'm sorry, I can't enlighten you any further on that.
Okay. So to your knowledge, it wasn't printed out at that moment?
I don't recall printing a copy at all. No, I'm sorry, I don't know who printed a copy. I don't know who finalised it or who did the final submission. There was a rolling, I suppose, set of tranches of what could be approved, or at least approved for the purpose of the commitment. But there was it wasn't a that formal of a process.
So given that it was sort of automatically populated, but then you've just said you were sort of going through just to check that it was meeting requirements, was there then another column on that spreadsheet that you would tick once you'd looked at it, or how did people keep track of which ones had been looked at and which ones hadn't?
My recollection is there was a notes column, possibly, where I would have annotated, whether there's a concern about it meeting the guidelines or legitimacy of an organisation, or in fact whether it was in the budget parameters.
And were there minutes kept of the Shadow ERC meetings?
I'm not on Shadow ERC. I'm not Secretariat. I'm sorry.
That's fair enough. Would you imagine that there would be ordinarily?
I imagine there would be, but again, I don't know.
And as former senior advisor to the opposition leader, would you have been included on emails from the Shadow ERC to the opposition leader saying things like, here's an agenda and here's the minutes, and would that
generally not, no.
No, so that would have just gone...
Not unless I had direct relevance over a specific proposal.
Yeah, okay. So to your knowledge, you have no idea how that final list then was approved, or...
No, I don't. I couldn't say with any confidence how that was done.
Okay.
Only that it was, and clearly it's in the guidelines that were sent out by the party. Initial commitment request should be submitted by 1 February for assessment by Labor's Expenditure Review Committee.
Okay. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr. Wright. In those guidelines you mentioned, was it clear to everyone that what was going to be put up at the election was the only thing that could then be funded in government?
That's my recollection, yes.
Are you surprised then that in government there was some various attempts and some outcomes that are different to the guidelines?
I didn't transition to government, Mr. Latham.
No, you didn't. Okay. And are those guidelines available to us as a committee? Or?
Look, I've not seen them. I've not seen them in the documents that are tabled. I don't retain copies of things like that.
This is just from your recollection of what the guidelines basically said. Have you got
clearly they had to be within the budget envelope. They had to be in the public purpose. They had to be something that was deliverable.
I'm just asking, have you got records of them, or this is just...
I haven't retained those records, no.
But you've got a clear recollection that the intention definitely was that in government the guidelines will also say, as they do pre-election, that the only thing that can be funded by a Minns Labor government are the commitments of our candidates at the March election.
Well, I mean, it was an election commitment process. What transition beyond that?
No, but that was the intention. They were the guidelines, to the best of your recollection, pre-election night.
It was very clear that it was a two-stage process.
It was a two-stage process.
That we were doing an initial assessment. We had very limited resources, as oppositions do, and we know that we didn't know everything. So that was an initial run-through. It was very clear to candidates that this would go through a full cabinet process should Labor form government, as they did.
Right. And do you recall if Sky Tito, the candidate in Sydney, produced a detailed list of her commitments, or was it just $400,000 blanket for, say, homelessness services?
Look, I don't recall the entry, I'm sorry.
No. Do you recall any of the electorates, one by one? Not Sydney, Camden?
There are 600.
No, there's too much.
Like, they don't really jump out at me.
No,
if you put something in front of me, I might be able to...
You don't wake up in the morning and they just pop into your head as a bad news.
If it does, I'll send you an email.
It's like a lot of politics just pops into your head as a bad news. Okay, fair enough. I'm with you on that. And you read out earlier on what you thought was some probity guide or declaration of interest.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Could you read that out again, please?
I'm just saying that in the form that was sent out, and again...
You've got that form, have you?
This has been provided by Mr. Dominic Offner.
Oh, right, yep, okay.
On
In the
notice.
form that was sent out, yeah.
What I'm suggesting there is I think the second last entry is conflict of interest, if any. Do you have any actual, potential, or perceived direct or indirect personal interests in this commitment? So it's very, very fine print there. And then it goes on to have an example: a conflict of interest, i.e., MP or relative or member of a local club receiving funding may not rule out a commitment, but we may need to be aware of any potential conflicts.
Right, and the candidates, did they sign that off? Was that their commitment? They'd sign it and date it?
No, it was electronically submitted.
Right.
So it wasn't signed. It was dated by virtue of it being, I think the first column was a timestamp. So
Did it need to be witnessed? Did it have any legal standing as a witnessed document under oath?
no, it was
or just an internal party declaration.
it was just an internal declaration.
Can you remember the declaration of the candidate Sally Quinnell in the seat of Camden? Regarding the $75,000 for the Camden Musical Society that she announced during the campaign?
Not in detail. I don't recall. There were some declarations. Some made declarations, others didn't. It wasn't for me to decide whether it would go through or not. It was me to annotate that and provide it to the Shadow ERC for a decision.
Yeah, and could you advise the committee where you think we could access these declarations? They'd be held not by the now Premier or any other Labor Party office, where they just at Sussex Street, are they? Electronically.
I couldn't say, I'm sorry, Mr. Latham.
I
I don't actually know entirely where the spreadsheet was hosted.
Right, they're part of the spreadsheet, were they? The spreadsheet would have the programs,
correct.
allocation and the declaration that there was no interest involved.
Correct.
Right.
So, Ms. Latham, what I'm saying is the
So
bulletin
it's
would
sat
go
on a
out-
computer in this building at one stage, and it's probably on a computer in Sussex Street.
Well, could be hosted anywhere, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It could be on the computer that I handed back and been, wiped and returned to the
Yeah, and
opposition.
on the members of the Shadow ERC, Mr. Minns would have been on it? As leader? The Shadow Treasurer, Mr. Mookie?
Presumably.
The Shadow Finance Minister, Courtney Houssos?
Again, presumably, yeah.
And John Graham, obviously, because he's... do you recall who was the initiator, the author of this, what's become the LSCA program, whose idea it was that it was a campaignable device to use?
No, I don't recall the genesis of it, but per Mr. Offner's evidence, it was brought to my attention.
It was up here. It's in Macquarie Street, yeah. There's no talk in the Leader of the Opposition's offices that we're doing this now and so-and-so's come up with it, and a bit of a workshop as to how it's going to play out and how it can be campaigned on. You got a recollection of that?
It was certainly mentioned well before the campaign. It was a costed policy through the PBO. It was discussed. I didn't go into the detailed design of it, but it was certainly discussed that was a policy that they were putting forward to the PBO.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Latham.
Government questions.
Oh, thanks, Chair. So, Mr. Wright, I just want to sort of clarify, I guess, what's sort of been made self-evident. So you've got this multi-layered approach whereby pre-election the party puts in place a process for submission of commitments per electorate from the candidate, which is entirely appropriate given that the candidates are under the remit of a political party trying to gain office. And then those submissions are put on the online spreadsheet, entered, along with the conflict of interest to the party.
Correct.
You vet them for amount, ability of the organisation to actually exist, just basic mechanical stuff to make sure that it gets past that first hurdle, and then went to the Shadow ERC. And then, of course, on the transition to government, you had nothing to do with it. But then, as we've heard extensively this morning, there was a whole nother layer of vetting and probity. I just want to ask your view. Was there anything, as someone who was involved with it, with the pre-election period administration, was there anything that jumped out to you that sort of caused concern or issues or...
No, Mr. Buddy, there wasn't. Look, I was involved in opposition, and as a result, saw some of the grants processes from the previous government. There were some things that we wanted to make sure that we had, our ducks in a row, as in that they were legitimate organisations. Now, this wasn't a forensic detail on their ability to deliver a project.
Yeah.
But do they exist? Do they have an ABN? Are they on the charity's website? If they are not for profit, do they have a website? There were some concerns. There had been previous grants where money was issued to companies set up after a natural disaster and given funding.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to fall into those type of traps. So it was, yes, this is a legitimate organisation as far as we knew, but we weren't doing a detailed financial analysis or ability of them to deliver a certain project. That just would not have been possible from opposition.
But your cursory desktop analysis, ABNs, all that sort of, would have picked up anything obviously dodgy.
Yeah, correct. Look. If I was given the name of an organisation and there was just no trace of it, no ABN, no website, no email, no point of contact, I would have had some very serious concerns and annotated anything like that. I don't recall it something like that did occur, but clearly I would have noted that for decision by the shadow ERC. But look, I think we did go through within the resources and time frame we had. I think we did do a fairly robust process of ensuring that it met the guidelines, that it was in the public interest, and the money was for a public purpose. It remained within the financial capacity of the program. Yeah. And
you had no editing capacity on that spreadsheet. It was just a populate and desktop check.
Yeah. So I didn't edit
No.
what the request was. The request was what it was. My purpose was to validate each of those cells to the best of my ability, and then to annotate my views on whether it was within budget, whether it was met the guidelines or not.
And there was never any suggestion of some sort of third-party influence on the details or the entries on that sheet. It was just purely candidate, sheet, veracity of organisation, off to ERC.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So essentially, they would fill out a form. That form populates a spreadsheet. I go through it. I'm doing an ABN, ACN check. Do they have a website, an email? Do they have an online presence? Do they exist? Is it within budget, and does the request meet the guidelines? And then I'd annotate that and send it through. But it wasn't for me to change the request that was provided by a candidate.
Yeah. And you, in some of that previous answer, you sort of touched on the desire to avoid the pitfalls of previous government's programs. Could you just articulate a little bit to the degree that there were conversations surrounding that desire to avoid that? Were those had with you?
Look, in fairness to the former government, a lot of these things were done prior to the government, the
guidelines.
Grants Administration guidelines.
Yeah.
But the previous, in the previous term, the Audit Office had brought out that $113,000 was given to bikie gangs for bushfires, setting up ABNs after the bushfires. I didn't want to be the person who made that mistake a second time, so I wanted to make sure that they were legitimate organisations.
Yeah, and you were absolutely confident that you went through enough detailed analysis to make sure that none of that happened.
Well, look, again, I was confident that the information that I put forward was true and accurate, and I had a firm belief that each of the entries met the guidelines, were within budget, and did the due diligence that I could within the resources that I had. Now, clearly, it was a two-step process. I accept that we did form government, and Cabinet had picked up a lot more than what was presented to me. It shows that the process worked, and I think a two-step process was entirely appropriate in that case.
Yeah, indeed, the level of scrutiny stepped up a level once we transitioned to government. I know you weren't involved with that, but it was pretty clear from the testimony that that's what happened. What about your view, your commentary, as opposed to your opinion on the compare and contrast of those previously rorted programs and this one?
What I'd say is, from opposition, we learnt a lot, and it's always good to learn from other people's mistakes. It's how governments improve term on term. So we ran a process at that point in time that sought to counter any view of pork barrelling by making sure that every electorate got the same amount. Now, each candidate were able to articulate, I suppose, their personal priorities to the electorate, which is very rare in a lot of campaigns, where at a state level campaign, generally it's very much a top-down approach of where a hospital or a school or a ferry wharf might be, or a light rail, and candidates are quite often deprived the ability to articulate their views, values and priorities.
Yeah, so this was more a bottom from compared to previous campaigns, leaving aside all the rorts. This was very much a bottom-up process whereby grassroots democratic process, candidate is competing for political office with someone who is currently in office. This is where I think the deserving projects are, as opposed to, the executive team trying to gain government has made the decision that we're going to tip it all into this marginal seat because we think we can win it.
That's correct. So I suppose when you look at any campaign, probably pretty much anywhere in the democratic world, you'll find that at the top level, that state or national party is trying to articulate their views to the population. There are some cases, this is one, where a candidate, for example Barwon, there are parties that made no election commitments at all in Barwon because it wasn't in their political interest, but this is an example where that candidate could articulate his views, values and priorities.
Yeah. And in your view, Mr. Wright, would you, if you were advising a future government, would you have this program regurgitated again? Like, do you think it's a valid program that benefits the community and it's part of the valid process of an election campaign?
Look, they were fully costed election commitments. I think it's clear from the Audit Office report yesterday that lessons can be learnt, especially in the guidelines on such a program transitioning from opposition into government. Lessons can certainly be learnt, but it's a matter for each party. And look, all parties make election commitments.
Yeah, and just to finish off, the conversations that were had in that shadow leader of the opposition's office specifically pertained to making sure this was tight to avoid the problems we had for previous programs. Like, you were privy to those conversations.
I was privy to a lot of it. From opposition, I did a lot of the research on the Strong Communities Fund, which was quite an egregious expenditure of public money. I think it's fair to say on the bushfire recovery funds as well. But they've been well documented by the media and by the Audit Office.
Okay, thanks.
Well, that concludes this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright, for making yourself available and giving us your evidence today. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretary will be in touch. But that concludes this session. We'll take a lunch break and be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Welcome back. Thank you very much to our next witnesses for coming along today. If I could ask each of you... Sorry, we're still muted. Sorry, apologies to Dr. Kane, who's online. We were muted.
All good. Thank you.
No worries. Let's do that again. So if I could start with you, Mr. Mills, if you could state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
So my name is Paul Mills. I'm a Senior Caucus Liaison Officer in the Premier's Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. and Mr. Sihoyos.
Thank you, Chair. George Psychoyos, former Caucus Liaison Officer, Office of the Premier of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, and apologies for butchering your name. I was practicing it beforehand, and I've still not got it correct.
We might just call you George, you know.
Just if you could, did you want to make a short opening statement at all?
Yes, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, I'm employed under the MOPS Act 2013 to assist the Premier in his ministerial role, working under the direction of the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit. This involves liaising with the caucus on government priorities and the government's election commitments. My role in assisting the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit in supporting the government's delivery of its election commitments is the reason for my involvement in the local small commitments. Prior to the 2013 election, the Labor Party, being in opposition, committed $400,000 per seat for community organisations, not-for-profits, parks, playgrounds, and other vital projects. This was $400,000 for all 93 seats in the state. The commitment was made to assure that the community, regardless of who they returned to Parliament, their seat would be no worse off. It was designed to ensure fairness in all electorates. When Labor came into government in 2013, my job was to assist the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit in making sure that the contact details of over 600 projects to be submitted to the Premier's Department were correct, so that every electorate received $400,000 as per the election commitment. The government set up an independent probity process that all projects went through to ensure value for money and community benefit for the New South Wales taxpayer. That was handled by the Premier's Department. Once a project was either recommended to be approved or not to be approved, they were sent to the Special Minister for State before any taxpayers' money went out the door. I had no role in the assessment or the approval of these projects. Of course, I supported the caucus under the direction of the Director of my unit in announcing these projects. Over the last 12 months, many MPs across all political parties, community groups and councils have stated publicly how wonderful these initiatives have been for their local communities. These are small but vital projects that are often overlooked. Every seat in New South Wales received $400,000, which went to community organisations which were able to deliver assistance to homeless people, support for migrant workers, funding for housing in the regions, funding for play equipment, walking pathways, tennis courts, and other small projects that deliver a huge benefit to local communities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Is that right?
We can, thank
great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Public Accountability and Works Committee. I voluntarily appeared today at the invitation of the committee to assist with its inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. I note that the context of my appearance today is as a result of my previous employment as a Caucus Liaison Officer in the Office of the Premier of New South Wales, where I reported to the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit in that office. I carried out my function as a Caucus Liaison Officer at the direction of my Director. This was my first full-time occupation in politics and by extension in a ministerial office. The role that I occupied, was junior in nature, with no direct reports and with no remit to approve or make government decisions. The nature of my role in the Premier's office was fast-paced and involved a high volume of conversations with government members and their officers, with those conversations being overwhelmingly informal in nature. The tenure of my employment as a Caucus Liaison Officer was between January 2024 and May 2025. I was employed under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 2013 to assist the Premier in his ministerial role by liaising with the caucus, that is, government members of Parliament, on matters related to the government's priorities and its election commitments. It is on this basis that I liaise with government members with respect to the local Small Commitments Allocation Program. As the committee would be aware, the program came to formation as a result of an election commitment made by the now government when it was in opposition prior to the 2023 state election. It is my understanding that the commitment was to provide funding of $400,000 for each of the 93 electorates in New South Wales to support small local projects, enhance community wellbeing, and provide benefits to communities across the state. At no point in time during my tenure as a Caucus Liaison Officer was I a decision maker with respect to any projects associated with the local Small Commitments Allocation Program. With specific reference to my role in the Premier's office, insofar as it relates to the local Small Commitments Allocation Program, my role was to provide information to government members and, if required, their officers about announcing approved projects as and when required. This would often take the form of being an informal surrogate, as it were, between busy members of Parliament and the various channels within government. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to assure Mr Mills that we received your request to leave at 2:45 and that has been agreed to, I will start with the opposition.
Thank you both for appearing today. I'll start with you, Mr. Mills. The LSCA master spreadsheet shows that between 20th of July and 28th July 2023, either you or Reece Patton is recorded as the person notified of approval of nominated projects in over 15 electorates. You are listed against each of the 9 Sydney projects with the date notified as 26 July 2023. There is evidence that as at 20 July 2023, there was only a single nomination for the Sydney electorate of $400,000 for, quote, providing essential services to vulnerable members of the Sydney electorate. Could you please explain for the committee what the process was that led to this being replaced with 9 nominated amounts for organisations?
So in reference to my opening statement, my job was to make sure that the contact details were correct, and I did that on the direction of my director. I believe she's answered that question.
So the GIPA that we have from ages ago basically showed Sydney with one entry of a single amount, 400,000. At some point, a decision was made, and you would have had to have chased up the contact details for 9 different community groups for homeless services within the electorate. Can you enlighten us in any way when you're chasing up these contact details?
If you refer to my director's evidence, she was the interface on that matter.
Sorry, Mr. Mills, can you just speak into the microphone a little bit more? It's just a little hard to hear you. That's all.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah, thank
Brilliant.
you. Yeah, just get a bit closer.
So as I was saying, my job was to fill out the contact details to provide to the Premier's Department. I was not the interface with Mr. Greenwich. Sheree Burton has explained how that went about in her previous evidence, and I refer you to that evidence.
Thank you. But of the 9 different projects that you were entering into the spreadsheet and getting the contact details for them, where did you get this information from?
As I explained in my previous answer, Sheree Burton was the interface on that matter.
Yeah.
So did she give you the spreadsheet with the 9 on them? Is that how you got them?
I was the interface. No, I was not the interface, my apologies. Sheree Burton was the interface between the member for Sydney. My job was to make sure the contact details were on that list.
So what information were you populating into the spreadsheet?
My job was to make sure that the contact details for the organisations...
So Sheree came to you and said, this organisation's getting this much, this one's getting this much, and then what you were doing, essentially, was making sure that the contact details were correct. That nothing more or nothing less. You weren't checking the amounts.
If I refer you to my opening statement, that was my job, as referred in my opening statement, and that was all.
But with respect, Mr. Mills, I appreciate what you're saying. Your job was to check the contact details for those 9 organisations.
Yep.
So how did you get the list knowing that they were the 9 organisations that you had to enter the information into? That's our question.
Yeah, and I believe I've answered that.
Well, I'm just not clear. So where did that list come from? Did it come from Miss Burton? Did she give it to you, those 9 projects for Sydney?
I believe I've just answered that question a couple of times.
Chair, on a point of order,
yeah.
this witness is deliberately avoiding answers, which is a serious matter under oath, and he should be made to answer the questions that are being asked.
I don't uphold that point of order, but can I ask you, apologies, Mr. Mills, just so that we have the evidence really clear, if you could just repeat or actually answer the question being asked directly, even if you think you have already responded, it would just be really useful if you could spell it out.
So, as I said, my job was to fill out the contact details We were directed under the director of the Caucus Liaison Unit to assist her in doing that. She was the interface with the member for Sydney, and I was provided those contact details, and that is what is reflected in the document that you're discussing.
Right. So I might just give this to you and to each committee member just to be absolutely clear about what you were doing. So, it says contact person. So this is the contact person from the community group. Contact person number, so their phone number. Contact person email. Those 3 columns. That was your job, to make sure that those 3 columns were essentially correct.
Could you repeat that, please?
In this document, which you'll be given in a moment, the 3 columns, contact person number, and contact person email, your job was to ensure that those columns were correct.
So contact person number, contact person email? Yes.
Your job was not to determine whether the other columns were correct. Commitment or allocated expenditure. That's your evidence. You weren't the interface, to use your word, on those 2 columns, commitment or allocated expenditure. You were the interface on contact person number, contact person email.
As I've stated, my job was to ensure that the contact details were correct.
So you didn't fill out the column that says allocated expenditure?
As I've stated, my job was to ensure that the contact details were correct.
And that was your only job with this spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, and so presumably then, you were given a spreadsheet that had the commitment column and the allocated expenditure column filled in, and then you needed to just essentially assess the other 3 columns.
Well, it was 2 years ago. There was a lot happening. What I can say, factually, was my job was to make sure that those details were correct. I'm happy to take it on notice if you'd like.
Can I
As I said, it was 2 years ago. It was 2 years
You've
ago.
got all the techniques, haven't you?
All right. Order.
Just in relation to the last project on that list that's in front of you, in relation to rough edges and that contact person, how did you get that those contact details? Where did they come from?
I feel like I've answered that question already.
Well, no, you said it was your job to put in the
Yes,
contact.
that's right.
So where did you get that name and those contact details from? Did you Google it? Did you talk to someone?
Sorry, my apologies for interrupting. But I refer you to Sheree Burton's evidence that she gave earlier this morning.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking about Miss Burton.
Well,
with respect, Mr. Mills, you've just told us your part of the job was to populate the contact details. My question to you is, for rough edges, there is a contact person here, an email address, a phone number, presumably that's redacted. Where did you get those details from, specifically for that rough edges project? In order to populate this sheet, which you've just given us evidence under oath that was your job.
So I've stated that I did not
from?
interact with the member for Sydney.
No, I didn't mention the member for Sydney. I'm just saying
please,
to you,
can
where
I
did
please
you
finish
get...
my answer?
Okay.
I was not the interface with the member for Sydney. Sheree Burton was the interface with the member for Sydney.
Okay.
So if I didn't engage with that person...
With respect, Mr. Mills, I didn't mention the member for Sydney. I'm asking you, you had to fill out this sheet. Where did you get the details for the contact person who was the appropriate contact person for rough edges?
Well, I think I'm going to have to take that on notice.
Right.
The spreadsheet was presumably given to you electronically?
If you refer to, I believe that's already been answered by the director.
No, I'm asking you whether the spreadsheet was given to you electronically. I did not ask Sheree Burton whether the list was given to Paul Mills electronically.
Sure. I believe that answer has already been answered by my director in hard copy.
So you were working on this spreadsheet in a hard copy format when you were checking the details?
The details you have in front of you, I mean, it was 2 years ago. There's a lot that was going on. But like I said, it was given in hard copy, as explained by my director.
And she gave you that hard copy as well?
Yes.
You got it from Miss Burton? Okay.
Because there's only one.
Well, if you had to correct one of the contact person number or contact person email, it's quite unusable in a hard copy format. What did you do? How did you correct it if it was in hard copy?
Yeah, I obviously had to fill it out. Like, not on the hard copy document. How do you do that? Well, like I said, referring back to your initial question, I received in hard copy.
So when you got
but
it
I have
in-
to fill it out, obviously.
Sure.
And I believe many documents have been sent to you by SO52 showing those details being passed on to the department.
When you got it in hard copy, can you recall, were there 9 projects on this list when you were first given it?
No, I can't, sorry.
Can you take that on notice?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Do you often do complex spreadsheeting in the Premier's office in a hard copy format?
Is that question relevant to this
I'm just trying to ask.
Sure.
Answer,
I don't
trying
think
to
that
get you to answer whether
Sure.
it's normal practice or whether this was an anomaly that you're working on a spreadsheet
I don't
in
think
hard
that's
copy.
relevant. I don't think the question you're asking me is relevant to.
It is relevant
I
to
might hold
compare
yourself back, Mr. Norton.
to what the baseline is of how you usually do your processes and comparing this to other processes.
It's cross-bench time. We will come back to the opposition shortly. Just to clarify your evidence, Mr. Mills, 'cause I think it's important that we understand exactly sort of how it all pieces together. My understanding, as you've said multiple times now, is you were responsible for checking those details, ensuring that the contact details were correct. You've said that you got those that you've got that list in a hard copy. Did you make any changes? Did you input any changes into that spreadsheet?
My job was to make sure that the contact details were correct, and where there were changes that need to be made, I made sure that the contact details were associated with those changes.
So you typed them in?
I typed in the contact details in the sheet, yes.
Thank you.
It was in hard copy.
So then you must have had, if you had typed in, you must have had access to the electronic version.
I mean, it came in as a hard copy, and we had to populate the data.
In
I
electronic
believe.
version?
It was 2 years ago. There's a lot happening. It's my first role in government.
Yeah, if we were to obtain this document in electronic version and look at the metadata, would we see your name as having typed in some of those contact details?
I can't recall, sorry. What I can say as fact is my job was to put in the contact details, and I did definitely put in those contact details.
Can you tell us who coached you in your answers before you came to this committee?
I got obviously I had to receive support in preparation for this committee.
Yeah, who was giving you support and training ahead of this committee for your appearance?
I speak to a lot of people. My job is like...
And I have a lot of sympathy for your position because you are
Sure.
here as a more junior person than we would normally get here. But I'm trying to help you. Can you tell us who coached you and trained you for your appearance ahead of this committee hearing?
I would have received advice from people, yes.
Yeah.
I can't state one person. Now, I'm happy to take that on notice if you'd like.
I appreciate your position, but you are under oath. Has the director been
Can I raise a point of order here? That the member, the witnesses sought to answer that question. He's taken it on notice. I haven't challenged whether or not this is a legal question that you're asking. You're asking a question that I believe is outside the terms of reference. The member has been asked for information by the witness. He has sought to answer it. He's provided an answer, and I think we should move on.
And I appreciate that. I'm trying to be cautious, but I also think it'd be very unfair on this witness if he has been coached ahead and told what he can and can't say.
Well, again, on my point of order, that's a presumption that you're making, and I believe it is not a legal question to be asking that of a witness who has taken the matter on
Is there a
notice and said,
particular
"Yes."
procedural basis on which you would make that point of order, Mr. Primrose?
Well, to the point of order, Madam Chair, it goes to relevance, and that is that each one of us as individuals have numerous conversations and background briefings on any number of matters, including, I might say, members of Parliament, who don't then have to regurgitate who they spoke to prior to moving a motion that may have some political motive. So I don't see why a witness should have to retail who they spoke to about coming to the committee.
No, and
meeting.
I understand that, and I personally, I would be very happy to tell everyone who I talk to all the time, but it goes to the credibility of the evidence that's being given to us today. But I will move on. Can you tell us, Mr. Mills, your sort of checking of this evidence and your typing in of this evidence into a document? Would there be an email train or some other? I guess what sort of evidence would there be that you had done your job properly? If there had been an error identified later and someone wanted to blame someone, is there an email chain, or how did you describe how you had finished your work or when you'd finished your work?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, that's fair enough. It was a bit of a convoluted question. So you've got this spreadsheet, you've completed it. Did you then email somebody to tell them that you had finished that? Would that have been the normal sort of process?
I believe I provided all documents pertaining to the question I think you're asking, so I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sahoyas, on this document that is provided in the SO52, an email to Damien O'Connor from Alison Morgan on the 1st of December 2023, you're listed as the author of the image. How did that come about, please?
Mr. Latham, is it possible to be provided a copy of that just so I'm on the same page?
I've got some here.
Is that okay?
Yep,
Yeah.
I've got some more given too.
Thank you.
But it's the one where earlier in the day, if you heard Mr. O'Connor said that the handwritten notations were his, but you're listed as the author of the image.
Yeah, I'll just wait till I get a copy, please, before I answer, if that's all right. Is that okay?
How many documents did you provide for the SO52?
I might answer your questions in reverse, Mr. Latham. So I provided all the documents that I held at the time, responsive to the SO52 for the local small commitments allocation program. I can see the document now that you've provided. So that's a notation. So where it says document, data creation, author of image, that's a notation that I provided as part of completing my return of documents responsive to the SO52. So in other words, I took that photo, if that makes sense.
You took a photo, and where did you get the document from at the time to photograph it?
So I recall being asked by my director to attend a meeting. It would have been at or about on this date, so we're talking about a period of time of about 16 months ago. I recall going to, my director asked that I meet with the Special Minister, State's Ministerial Office. I attended a meeting. I recall Mr. O'Connor being at that meeting. I recall, as part of that meeting, a printout of this email that's captured in this photo was at that meeting. I observed Mr. O'Connor writing on this document.
At the meeting?
Correct, that's right. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, or towards the conclusion of the meeting, I took that photo. And yeah, that's basically.
And what was the purpose of the meeting?
So it appeared to me as I arrived at the meeting that it was a discussion about the LSEA projects in the electorate of Sydney. Now, just for context though, Mr. Latham, and I just want to be very clear here, at the meeting, I would regard myself as being much more of a participant rather than a lead in that meeting. So, like I said, it's not my handwriting, and that's been given into evidence this morning by Mr. O'Connor, as I understand it. I believe I was basically there just to essentially be as a pivot of information from Premier's office.
Right. And what information did your director ask you to take to the meeting, and what did she say the office was hoping to achieve from the meeting?
So I don't recall any specific purpose or information given to me. I just recall being asked to go to the meeting. That's my honest and best recollection. Again, it was 16 months ago, so I'm just being completely transparent about what I remember.
She didn't say words to the effect of, George, you better head over there. There's a dispute as to whether these Greenwich changes will be surviving in the program, and you need to go and push the case.
No, that's not what I recall, Mr. Latham.
How many meetings in these offices do you go to and you don't know why you're going to the meeting?
Well, I mean, again, it would often be the case that, you know, I get asked to go to a meeting to meet with a specific person. Again, like I said in my opening statement, and I'll refer to it, you know, the nature of our role in the caucus liaison team, it's high volume, a lot of conversations with people across government.
Yeah, well, this is my point, you see. We've been told lots going on, high volume, intensity, settling into government, blah, blah.
Sure.
Your time is valuable.
Yes.
You must have had some discussion with your director about why your very valuable time was going to be allocated to this meeting in the office of the Special Minister of State. What was said in that discussion?
I think you're making a presumption there, Mr. Latham, and again, I'm being completely upfront and honest of what I recall, and I've given evidence to that effect.
You don't recall why
Generally
she sent
don't.
you to the meeting?
I generally don't.
Or
It was
any
16 months
instructions
ago.
as to what to do at the meeting? What did you do at the meeting
So,
with your valuable time?
So, I was at the meeting, and I, like I said earlier, I observed Mr. O'Connor speaking to this document and writing notes on it. And I believe that I took a photo of it, and my recollection is that I showed it to my director at some point after the meeting.
Right, so you just sat there to watch someone else write on a document and that's all that happened?
I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened, but what I am saying that did happen was that I did observe Mr. O'Connor writing.
Was it your interpretation, Mr. O'Connor, with the writing that you're noting at the meeting, was trying to send these allocations back to their original form after your director had altered them with this very effective, intense lobbying from Mr. Greenwich?
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Latham, it's already been teared into evidence earlier this morning that this handwriting is not mine. And what I would suggest is if you want to ask questions about what certain things mean on a piece of paper, you might want to...
Chair, this is an insult to the committee that we're led to believe a ministerial staffer of the Premier goes to a meeting where nothing is said apparently, and just watches a chief of staff write some numbers on a piece of paper. And can't give
Point
it
of order, Chair.
I mean, the committee shouldn't
I can imagine.
tolerate. The committee should not tolerate for a minute
Order.
this disrespect to our chamber.
Order. Like,
Deliberate
anticipate the
disrespect.
point of order. Please go ahead, Mr. Buttigieg.
The witness has been very, very frank, sincere,
We should do
and
something
honest,
with these people.
and is a junior staffer in a caucus liaison unit, and is answering the question to the best of his ability. And just because the member doesn't like the fact that he was a low-level operative doing admin work is not good enough. It's not good enough to then try and extract something that the member wants, which is exactly what's happening.
Order.
Or even vaguely honest answers.
Order. Can I
Instead of
encourage
fantasy.
members, it would be very helpful if when members are making points of order, they make actual points of order, not commentary from both of you. It is now government time. Please go ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Mills and Mr. Psihoyos for both appearing under difficult circumstances, we understand. So I just want to go through this this whole sort of smoke in search of a gun, which we appear to be trying to find. So the spreadsheet, Mr. Mills, you simply got the details of the spreadsheet, correlated the contact details, basically an admin vetting role, and that was it.
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the characterisation that was trying to be projected onto the situation prior about this mysterious hard copy and how could I edit a hard copy and, you know, the ins and outs of a secretarial role, it wouldn't be inconceivable, would it, that maybe the document could have been scanned from a hard copy to PDF? I mean, there is software that does that these days.
Well, it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, so, I mean, any number of reasons as to why the methodology of the entry could have been done in any matter of form, but your evidence is that you got the list, you checked the veracity of the contact details, and then basically passed it on.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And Mr. Psihoyos, in terms of your evidence, you it would be highly unremarkable, wouldn't it, that when you're called, I mean, I don't know about you, but when you've called to a meeting, depending on the nature of the meeting, you might not even say a word. I mean, sometimes you're there as just an adjunct to observe, collect information. So in this particular situation, your role was to collect the documentation for the SO52 request, is that right?
Sorry, Mr. Buddy, can you just clarify, when you say collect the documentation for the SO52 request?
Well, this document, photo written edits from email from Alison Morgan to Damien O'Connor, date of creation 12th of February 2024, author of image George Psihoios, and it's got an annotation here, 1310. That was you annotating basically what you did on the date.
So that is the image there is the image that
You took it on your phone?
Yeah, correct, on my work device, that's right.
Yeah, and it's simply stating the fact that when it was done and,
Yeah, and I provided that notation. That's just the way I completed the SO52 return. It was the first SO52 return that I completed where I held documents responsive to an SO52 return. That's just the way I completed it.
Yep.
Could I jump in there, Mr. Buddigan?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wanted to ask both witnesses in light of the questioning about attending meetings and whatnot. For both of you in your roles, say for example, I requested a meeting with you, which I have for both of you at various times. You would not necessarily know what that was about, but you would have agreed to come and see me because that's part of your role in the jobs that you do. So I wouldn't have given you, an agenda.
Yep.
And you would come
well,
along.
absolutely.
You have that all the time.
Sorry,
All
yes.
the time. So it's not unusual. It's not unusual then to be asked to a meeting and for you to attend, not really knowing what you're going to, but knowing that that's part of your role is to make sure that you're available when members or indeed ministerial officers ask you to attend. You'll go and then see what is appropriate for the situation, which could, as Mr. Buddigan has said, be not much, but that you've been requested to go is enough for you to go.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I don't really have any other questions.
You can't.
Seriously, I mean, it's a purely functionary role. I don't have any other questions. I don't know what we're doing here, to be honest.
Okay, we'll go back to the opposition
Chair.
then.
I just want to check with you, Mr. Mills. I think you said earlier that this was your first parliamentary job. Is that correct?
To correct whatever you might have
thought I heard you say
this is
that.
my first job in a ministerial office, yes.
Yes, but you'd worked in opposition.
This is my first job in a ministerial office to correct
but
what
so
you
my
might have
second
heard.
question to you is, but you had worked as an opposition staff member, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you get coached by Cherie Burton before you came here today and told what not to say?
I spoke to a lot of people as I do in my role.
Yeah. Did you speak to Cherie? She's your director, it
I
would
speak
make
to
sense.
Cherie all the time. She's my
about
director.
today and the evidence that you'd give and what you would and wouldn't say?
I speak to Cherie all the time about 10 million things that happened in
Including today's hearing?
I've answered my question.
Including today's hearing?
I speak to Cherie Burton numerous times a day about various different types of things.
Okay, well, if you speak to her a lot, she would have given evidence you would have seen this morning about the errors to the Sydney electorate list and that was a mistake that needed to be fixed. Are you aware of that?
Yep.
Okay. Did you take any steps to correct those errors?
I just want to refer you to my opening statement. My job was to make sure that all the contact details were there. I was not a decision maker in any way, shape or form. My job was purely to make sure that those contact details were on that list.
Okay, so you were aware that there were errors though with Sydney, but your evidence to us is that wasn't your job to correct them. You just had to put in the contact details and that was up to somebody else to do. Is that correct?
I didn't make any decision making, and I wasn't privy to any decision making.
Yeah, I'm not asking about decision making. You've said that you did work that was directed to you by Cherie Burton as your boss.
Yep.
She gave evidence that there were errors that were made, there was a mistake somehow and the Sydney numbers ended up being wrong.
Yep.
Were you involved in those errors?
Sorry?
Were you involved at all in making those errors or those errors coming about? Did you talk to her about that?
I feel like I've answered this question. My job was to make sure that contact details were
Okay,
there.
so therefore, I'm assuming that your evidence is that no, you weren't involved in any correction of those errors with Sydney. Is that what you're saying to us under oath?
What I'm saying is my role was to make sure the contact details were there.
Okay. Okay, in relation to interaction with Mr. Greenwich, obviously you've said that you didn't speak to him about these projects at all. That's your evidence?
I've never spoken to Mr. Greenwich.
Okay, but are you aware that Miss Burton has spoken to Mr. Greenwich about these projects?
I've already made reference to that in your previous questions.
Sure. What about Sky Tito, who was the Labor candidate? At any point did you speak to her about the details of what her election commitments were in relation to these projects?
Well, I haven't spoken to Sky Tito, no. No.
Okay, so there was no point when you were populating this list with contact details that you ever checked that they were correct, that they were in line. You just got handed the list with the 9 on it and you just filled in the emails and phone numbers. That was the only involvement you had with this.
I believe I've answered that already. I just refer you to my opening statement.
Right. Do you have any concerns that the grant guidelines were breached with the information that was put through here that was incorrect?
I just want to refer you to Damien O'Connor's evidence at the start of this hearing today, where there was two machinations happening, the population of the list and the grant guidelines being established. I wasn't privy to any of that. My job was to purely make sure that the contact list was up to date.
Sure. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Mr. Mills, were you the campaign manager for the seat of Riverston at the 2023 election?
I believe that answer's already been put to you
Yes
by
or no. It's not
previous
question
evidence
time.
by Dominic
You're not a
Hoffner
minister.
and Bob Nanva.
Well, I don't remember
Yes or no?
that. I'm just, it's a simple question.
I was an organiser.
You're an organiser for the seat of Riverston.
Yep.
Was it ever raised with you that the then candidate, now member for Riverston, had a potential conflict of interest with one of the projects that he had nominated as part of the LSCA program during the campaign?
Just referring to the evidence provided by Dominic Hoffner and Bob Nanva, my job was to be the interface and to make sure that the candidates for which I was the organisers for filled out their details. I wasn't privy or involved in the decision-making process for that.
Mm-hmm.
That was my job.
But the candidate for Riverston submitted projects in his electorate for funding to you as the interface?
No, I was the interface between the candidate filling out the details and sending them to, I think it was Shadow ERC or whatever. You filled out. They filled out the forms and it was sent to whoever received those forms. I had no other involvement.
So the candidate for Riverston wasn't discussing conflicts of interest with you or declaring conflicts of interest to you in any way?
I can't recall. All I know is from memory, we were told to make sure the candidates filled out their forms, and that was my job, to make sure that they filled them out.
Because Mr. Kirby says that he did declare a conflict of interest when it came to Riverston and one of the projects that he put forward for funding. But unfortunately, that wasn't one of the 17 that was later assessed by the probity officers post-election. So what we think he means is that he put forward this conflict during the campaign, so the pre-election process rather than the post-election process. And what we're trying to understand is how that conflict of interest would have been registered and assessed. But your evidence is that you didn't have any involvement with that.
That's not my evidence. My evidence was in reference to what was provided by Dominic Hoffner and Bob Nanva. I was the interface, making sure that the candidates of which I was an organiser for filled out those forms. And I believe Josh Wright previously mentioned that he went through the process in the form that I believe you're describing, and that's, I suspect, what they had to fill out.
At post-election then, so you're working the caucus liaison office, you're dealing with the LSCA program. Was the conflict of interest in Riverston ever raised with you in the post-election process?
Just want to refer you to my opening statement. My job was to fill out the contact details, make sure they were correct.
So it wasn't raised with you?
I'll just refer you to my opening statement.
Well, just further on that, your job might have been to fill out the contact details, but you've just told us that you were an organiser, including for the seat of Riverstone. So is your evidence under oath to this committee, knowing full well what the impacts are if you don't tell us the truth, and that you might well find yourself back here again, Mr. Mills, are you saying that not one person asked you about any of the issues to do with Riverstone, noting your involvement in it pre the election?
I think it was 2 years ago. I'd have to take that on notice.
So you can't remember if anyone ever spoke to you about the work that you'd done?
My job
You're
is-
under oath.
Yes,
Just going to remind
under
you,
oath.
you are under oath.
Point of order, Chair. The member attempts to intimidate
Not
the witness.
intimidating. I'd like an honest answer
Well,
from a
well,
witness.
there is such a thing as being able to take a question on notice. That's exactly what the witness has done, and now we're proceeding to go, well, if you don't tell me what I want to hear, we'll have you arrested or you'll be back here or whatever. It's
Again, if we could
the
make our
question's been
points of
answered.
order short and sharp so that I can understand them. I didn't actually know what the point of order was there. Can you please go ahead?
If you could take that on notice, Mr. Mills, and come back to us, that would be great. Thank you. Just to you, Mr. Sahoy, sorry, and I'm sure I've pronounced that incorrectly, and I do genuinely apologise for that.
That's okay.
Just in relation to that meeting that you went to in reference to this sheet, can you just tell us who else was present at that meeting? Obviously, we know Mr. O'Connor was there and yourself. Who else was in attendance?
My best recollection was myself and Mr. O'Connor. That's just my honest and genuine recollection from a meeting from 16 months ago.
Sure, but we're just the two of you? No one else that you can recall?
I can't recall any other individual.
Okay.
To say so would potentially mislead.
That's fine. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, in Ms. Burton's evidence this morning, we heard for the first time this information that there had been an error in the list with the Sydney amounts, and Ms. Burton claimed that that was her error. When did you first discover that Ms. Burton had made an error?
Like I said, my job was to fill out the lists. Any conversations privy to any errors being made, I wasn't privy to.
Yep, so with respect, if you could just answer the question then, when did you first find out?
I can't recall. I'd have to take that on notice.
Was it today?
I can't recall.
When you were listening to the evidence today of Ms. Burton and she said it was an error, did you register surprise? Was this new to you?
I have to take it on notice.
Did you speak with Ms. Burton today?
Yes.
Good. Did you speak with Ms. Burton yesterday?
Yes.
Did you speak with Ms. Burton the day before?
I feel like I've answered this line of questioning I think you're trying to
I
get to.
don't think I've asked that particular question. Did you speak with Ms. Burton the day before?
She's my director.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay, good.
Question.
Did Ms. Burton give you instructions on how to answer the questions that you would be getting here today? You're under oath.
Yeah. She spoke to me about the committee, of course. What to expect.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah. And is she the one that told you to respond to questions by referring to your opening statement, taking things on notice, or saying that you cannot recall? Were they the sort of three instructions you were given?
I mean,
Can I? It's point of order, Chair.
Well, this is really important.
No, well, this is really important that I take a point of order too, with all due respect. It is highly unremarkable and within the witness's right to seek counsel on how they should approach a committee meeting.
Yeah,
I don't
and there's no
understand
issue
Can you
with the
please
question.
make a point of order?
Well,
when
the point of order is that it's out of order to question the witness on whether or not he's entitled to coaching.
No, to the
it's
point of
not
order,
a-
this is actually about trying to ascertain whether
Yeah.
the witness is providing honest
Yeah.
advice. So I think it's entirely within
and
scope.
it's a very simple question. I put
further-
no judgment. I probably would seek coaching if I was going before a
further
parliamentary
to the
committee, but I
point
would
of order,
be straight about it.
The witnesses previously indicated that he'd take this line of questioning on
Yeah,
notice.
not these particular questions. He is most welcome to do that, but he has not done that in response to this particular question. So, without the interference, if you could answer my question, Mr. Mills.
Could you repeat your question, please?
My question was that did Ms. Burton instruct you to either refer to your opening statement in response to questions, to refer to taking the question on notice, and then the third one was to, I can't remember, I said it a moment ago.
Take things on. Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, I can't recall. That was it.
Right, if I can't recall something, I can't recall.
The question was whether or not...
If I've listened to the previous speakers in this hearing, then I can refer to their to what they've said. I think that's...
Yeah, but my question
I think it's
was,
irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
if
with
I've listened with respect, if I've listened to what you guys have been talking about all day, I can refer to evidence given.
So my question though is, did Ms. Burton give you those 3 instructions? She give you those tips for how to respond here today?
I mean, lots of people have spoken to me about
No,
this.
it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no answer, Mr. Mills.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry?
It's a yes or no answer. Did she give you those tips?
I've spoken to various people. This is my first time at a committee.
Mr. Latham.
Chair, in fairness, Mr. Mills has to leave now for the important family events.
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
In fairness, he's got to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
So, Mr. Sehoyas, that leaves you.
Lucky me.
When you arrived in Mr. O'Connor's office for this meeting, in which you'd received no prior instructions as to its purpose, to explain the purpose, what did Mr. O'Connor say?
I don't recall specifics of what Mr. O'Connor said at the meeting, and that's just my honest recollection of a meeting that took place 16 months ago. But what I do recall is, as I said earlier in my earlier evidence, I do recall seeing and observing Mr. O'Connor writing on this email printout, speaking to it. It was clear to me, as I said earlier in my earlier statement, that it was clear that I was there to ascertain information from one source, being the Minister's office, and conveying it back to my director, which I've already confirmed.
Did you have any kind of discussion with Mr. O'Connor before he started writing down the numbers to bring the scheme back to the allocations back to their original form as promised by Sky Tito?
Like I said in my earlier evidence, Mr. Latham, I was much more of a participant rather than the lead in the meeting, so it was much more a case...
Your evidence is to recall there's just the two of you, so what, he just did all the talking and you watched him write down the numbers?
Well, again, he was the lead...
Not much of a meeting, is it? So what was the real purpose of it?
Well, that's just what happened, Mr. Latham.
Why do you think he was writing these numbers in the column original to revert it to the Sky Tito promises?
That might be a question that you might have to ask him, Mr. Latham, because it's his actions and I can't possibly speak for a third party.
He didn't explain to you anything as to why he was writing these numbers on the document, a document you thought was so important you took a photograph of it?
I can't recall. Like I said, I don't recall the particulars of what he said at the meeting. It was 16 months ago, right? And I'm giving you my honest recollection from something from 16 months ago.
Okay, well, we've heard from his Minister, John Graham, saying there was a concern that these allocations in Sydney as of the 1st of December weren't election commitments from Sky Tito, so they're outside the guidelines. And the Minister has said he sought his office to get some assurance that they were in fact the commitments promised by the Labor candidate in Sydney, so the Minister could sign off on them. Would it be reasonable, do you think, for this committee to assume that's what your meeting was about, to act on the Minister and Mr. O'Connor's concern that the column headed Alex GPO, the collaboration between Cherie Burton and Alex Greenwich, weren't election commitments, and Mr. O'Connor, in discussion with you, was trying to bring them back to the original amount handwritten on the right-hand side?
I don't believe so, Mr. Latham. I'll give you the reason why. Because my understanding from evidence given by Miss Alison Morgan, and I believe it's been tendered as a supplementary document to the committee's inquiry, was that that communication from the Premier's office, or was recorded as coming from the Premier's office, was on the 1st of February, and the time step on the photo was the 12th of February. So my honest view of that would be that that was clearly a communique or an action or that happened before this photo was taken.
Well, I hope you're not implying that Minister Graham's not telling the truth. He says he's got a legitimate concern these weren't the election allocations, so he sought, obviously, his Chief of Staff to bring them back to the correct Sky Tito allocation. So isn't that a reasonable thing for the committee to assume, given that Mr. Graham has said he did that, And Mr O'Connor has indicated he did that after the 1st of December 2023 when they've received this email from Alison Morgan and obviously been alerted to the fact by virtue of writing Alex GPO that the printed numbers there weren't the right ones.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Latham, that was quite convoluted. Not really following exactly what your question is. Can you just perhaps...
Well, you're telling us what the meeting wasn't about. What was it about, Mr Sehoyos?
Sehoyos, sorry. I've told you what the meeting was about, Mr. Latham. I've already given evidence to that.
Well, and what was that? Can you just tell us again? It was for you to go to a meeting supposedly you knew nothing about, to have no introduction from Mr O'Connor to what the meeting was about, and for you to sit there and just watch him write some numbers on a bit of paper.
No, Mr. Latham, I've given evidence what took place at the meeting.
Well, what was said?
You asked me the same question again in different forms.
Meeting? And why was it so important that you would take a photo of it and take it back to Cherie Burton?
Well, because Cherie Burton, my director at the time, asked me to go to a meeting. I took a photo to show to her, hey, you asked me to go to a meeting. This is what happened in the meeting.
And what did you tell her?
All right, order. It's
what I just said.
Time.
Now, Mr. Sehoyos, let's just go through that chapter and verse again, because as has been the case on a number of occasions here, there's an attempt to project a certain atmosphere around a situation which is highly unremarkable, I think. How many meetings would you have gone to in your life where you mightn't have necessarily been told what the subject matter of the meeting is?
Are you talking about a meeting when, as a caucus liaison officer?
Yes, which you and I have had many of, by the way.
Incalculable, Mr. Buttigieg. I wouldn't want to speculate because it would be a lot over my tenure of,
and you wouldn't find it necessarily conspiratorial or concerning that you got called to a meeting without necessarily knowing what the content of the meeting was,
correct,
would you?
or being asked to go to a meeting by my boss and then reporting back to my boss about the outcome of a meeting or what happened at the meeting.
Yeah, so just walk us through that process then in terms of you got to the meeting with Damien O'Connor.
Correct.
And what happened then?
At the meeting, I observed Mr. O'Connor speaking to this email printout and writing on the document. And then at the conclusion of that meeting, took a photo of it, showed it to my boss afterwards and said, this is what happened at the meeting.
Okay. Yeah. So you were purely...
And just to add to that, Mr. Buttigieg, if I can, like I said earlier in my evidence to Mr. Latham's question, which was, I was much more of a participant, all right, being a junior staffer in the presence of a chief of staff to a minister, it's, and mind you, the context here is that this meeting was on the 12th of February, 2024, right? About 5 weeks me being into the job, right? I'm basing off the experience of other far more experienced staff members to take the lead in a meeting that I've been asked to go to by my director.
Yes.
And that's basically...
But I just asked...
It's actually...
Order.
It's actually my question time.
Order. Dr. Karen.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Buttigieg, it's hard because I can't see you. I was just going to ask something directly following on from that bit of evidence, Mr. Zoyas, is... in your understanding, what's the status of the Chief of Staff in a Minister's office?
To run that ministerial office. Essentially, they're the most senior staff member in a ministerial office.
And without in any way trying to diminish the role of a caucus liaison officer, what status would your role have within, I guess, the hierarchy of a ministerial office?
Well, especially in contradistinction to a Chief of Staff, I would be very junior at the bottom of the pecking order.
So it wouldn't be really appropriate for you to question a Chief of Staff as to what an agenda of a meeting with you would be. You would just be, as appropriate, deferential enough to turn up and in the case of a very new staffer, listen, take notes and report back.
That's exactly right, Ms. Kane. Dr. Kane, I should say. Sorry.
That's okay. And I just wanted to ask a more general question, which goes to some of the evidence about preparation for inquiries. Having been around Parliament, you would have watched inquiries and witnesses and the types of answers witnesses give?
From time to time, yep, that's correct.
So just in general, in terms of preparation in coming along, I'm guessing that you would have had in the back of your head, as perhaps other witnesses who appeared today and had to leave might have had in their head, the way that answers are taken and answers are given, questions are taken and answers are given in inquiries as a model for how you might answer questions.
Correct, and helpfully the Legislative Council sent me instructions about, what the day would look like, what giving evidence looks like, what you can and can't say, like how the process operates, which I found overwhelmingly helpful. So, kudos to the staff here at Parliament House for that. But yeah, that's exactly right.
Good try.
Yeah, so you would have watched over the course of all of the inquiries we've run our witnesses engaged.
That's right.
Can I just follow up on that? So you were provided with information by the Legislative Council.
Yeah, like it would appear to me it was a standard protocol,
Did you talk to anyone in the Legislative Council at all in the office?
So
did they seek to coach you on your answers?
No,
did they?
No, Mr. Primrose.
There you go. So no answer. Very good.
Yeah, but to that point though, you're asking if I spoke to anyone specifically. Only only the correspondence I did over email, and I was contacted by a director of the New South Wales Parliament. I think that works for the Parliament via my LinkedIn account, which, no judgment, but I found that a little strange because obviously the committee was trying to get in contact with me, and I believe I had a phone conversation with that director to say, what's your inquiries in relation to. So okay. I just want to be fully transparent about the conversations I had with parliamentary staff.
Very good.
What was your impression of the scheme overall in terms of the process? I know you only had limited involvement after the fact, but in terms of the fact that you were witnessing this unfold, what was your overall impression of the integrity of the scheme?
Well, I guess the integrity of the scheme, I never for 1 minute had any doubts about it. My view of it was a scheme, an election commitment of the government when it was in opposition, as per my opening statement, to commit $400,000 equally for all 93 electorates, in contradistinction to schemes run by the previous Liberal National Government, which in contrast, pork-barreled millions of dollars disproportionately to Liberal National seats and target seats as well. So I guess in answer to your question, Mr. Buttigieg, I viewed in principle this idea of an equal portion of $400,000 for each electorate to be fair in principle, in contradistinction to practices of a previous government.
And were you privy to those discussions about the desire of the government to avoid those previous mistakes and perceptions about those rorted grant programs under the previous government?
So my understanding, Mr. Buttigieg, is that this was an election commitment made and formulated when the government was in opposition at the time. So obviously it wasn't privy to those discussions because, like I said in my opening statement, it's my first job in politics started in post and in January 2024. But that was certainly the ethos that I understood it to be during the tenure of my role as a caucus liaison officer. Yes.
And you're a trained lawyer by profession, aren't you?
Yes, yes, I am. I have a practice certificate. It's not currently registered because my previous role wasn't involved. My previous role as a caucus liaison officer didn't involve practicing law or giving legal advice.
And part of that training, of course, is to have a natural radar for these sorts of things, and anything untoward surely would have raised your eyebrows and required some sort of self-reporting role had you thought anything was untoward, correct?
I think that's fair to say, Mr. Buttigieg. And I think it's also fair to say, with regards, as I outlined in my opening statement, the context of my role as a caucus liaison officer, insofar as it related to the LSEA program, as I said in my opening statement, was to assist government members with making announcements about the projects. So yeah, it's that in totality is, I guess, my involvement or my view of the program.
Yes, and again, as a pure functionary, carrying out the instructions of superiors in those environments is highly unremarkable in terms of the evidence you put on here today. Correct. I would have thought.
Absolutely, and especially in circumstances where I didn't think that there was, or I didn't suspect any wrongdoing.
No.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That does conclude this session. Thank you very much for making the time to appear. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Cullen. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yeah, we're doing the oath today. James Cullen, I'm the Chief of Staff to the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Did you want to make a short opening statement?
No, all good.
Excellent. Let's start with questions from the opposition.
I'm going to kick off this time. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cullen, for being here today. I wanted to ask you, and I appreciate you might not have seen my earlier questioning because I know that you were in another hearing this morning, but I did put some questions to the department about a request you made for Premier's discretionary funding for a number of projects, Wayside Chapel, Kinesis Kitchen, Street Level and Rough Edges. Where did the suggestion come to you that these projects should be put forward for discretionary funding?
I would have heard through the office, and I can't recall who, but it would have been brought to my attention that Mr. Greenwich was keen for some funding for those 4 organisations and some amounts, which then led me to initiate that PDF request. I don't sort of, in terms of the PDF program, and you'd have some awareness of this sort of previously as well, it's obviously non-competitive grant program. I would sort of, on occasion, after representations, send information for the relevant team in the Premier's department to process. So, yeah, on this occasion, that's basically what I did.
Okay, and you just mentioned before that you were probably made aware that Mr. Greenwich was advocating for funding for these organisations.
Yeah.
Were you also aware that they were projects that had been invited to apply for funding under local small commitments as well?
I can't recall. Whether or not it was sort of put to me in terms of that they'd either been processed or were in some sort of the mix for LSCA funding at all. No, okay. I'm not sure. It was probably would have been best part of 2 years ago in terms of, or maybe it was a little bit short. It might have been 18 months ago in terms of the PDF, the PDF request.
Okay, but
it was a while ago. Yeah.
But would it be fair to say now there is a brief that we have a copy of that came through?
Yep.
Ms. Marr signed off on it, the Premier signed off on it to give money through the PDF.
Yeah.
And it makes it clear that for these organisations that they didn't get LSCA money and therefore they're getting PDF. So do you accept that that's correct?
Look, I take you at your word. I must say I don't have the LSCA breakdown by electorate, but I take you at your word that they didn't receive funding under the LSA. And the 4 that you read out, I think that was Wayside, Kinesis Kitchen, Street Level and Rough Edges.
Yes.
We put through the process, which ultimately ended up with them receiving funding under the Premier's discretionary fund.
That's right. Wayside Chapel actually got money under both LSCA and PDF, which that Premier's discretionary fund. It's not the best anagram.
Sure.
is the same as another one. But are you aware of any other organisations that got money through both the Premier's discretionary fund and the LSCA?
Not specifically, but wouldn't surprise me. Can I say probably got more experience just through the role in, from time to time, not routinely, but from time to time, sending information to the relevant team in the Premier's department to process PDF grants. It's sort of unsurprising and often common that a member of parliament or an organisation directly would come to you, explain their circumstances, and often it is, we've been unsuccessful in a grant round elsewhere. We've only received part of what we want.
Okay.
Those sorts of things are pretty common, to be honest.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So could you maybe just take on notice then, perhaps, whether any projects receive money through the Premier's discretionary fund that also got LSCA?
Organisations, I'm happy to take that on notice.
That would be great. And just in relation to that, before I hand over to my colleague, do you then accept, given that these were organisations within the Sydney electorate that did not successfully get money under LSCA, even though they were in the mix at some point, and the letter from the Premier says it was because of funding constraints, do you accept then that the Sydney electorate actually did receive more funding because it got topped up by the Premier's discretionary fund?
No, and here's my argument as to why. I think that we routinely get requests from members of Parliament. I've happened to have one with me from Mark Speakman regarding the Cronulla Surf Festival, which Premier Minns has provided some grant funding under the PDF. I don't think that's a fair characterisation to say that Mr. Speakman's got 400,000 under the LSCA in terms of his electorate of Cronulla, plus the 25 or whatever the number is for the PDF. I just think they are separate grant programs.
Yes, but in this instance, with respect, Mr. Cullen, there are projects, and one example is the one that we had here for the Wayside Chapel, where they actually got money under both. So they weren't separate.
Joint letter.
Yeah, it was a joint letter saying you're going to get a bit from LSA and a bit from PDF. So I would put to you that is a top-up from the Premier's fund to the electorate of Sydney.
It would not surprise me to see that NGOs have received funding from multiple sources of different funding or buckets from the state government. That just would not surprise me. A lot of these organisations are applying for funding from a whole range of grant schemes, as you'd expect. They're non-government. I think we're talking about homelessness services in the main here. They would be routinely reaching out to every kind of grants funding program to get support. I mean, I just think that's completely unsurprising.
But you can see why the perception could be that Alex Greenwich was given special treatment, given there was the funding constraints from the LSCA.
The $400,000 per electorate.
Yes, so that had come to its maximum, and you needed to fund it in another way. So he was given special treatment through additional funding through projects because the LSCA had reached its cap. And those two things were linked. It wasn't just an email coming from an MP like in other examples.
Yeah, I don't necessarily I don't really accept that one follows from the other. I think that often these NGOs are coming directly. Some of them with letters of support. Some are actually coming to us directly from members of Parliament to be funded. If I'm talking about the PDF and other things, so. Look, it's just not the way that we would sit back and consider things. Like, we don't keep a running tally and go, okay, great, under the PDF, okay, we've ticked off Cronulla now, etc. And the idea, I just think it's rather arbitrary, to be frank, to be bringing both of those particular programs together.
But no other electorate was given special treatment in that way.
Well, again, I think that's your assertion, and I wouldn't agree with it.
When did you first learn that Shree Burden had put forward to the LSC Program Office for LSCA funding 2 projects that were nominated by Greenwich and never nominated by the Labor candidate, and therefore were ineligible?
Look, if I'm just being frank, that's not something I've been specifically focused on. In terms of the Premier's office, I've got senior staff who I trust to be able to make decisions, to engage with the department accordingly. I don't stand over their shoulder every day and looking at what they're doing. Obviously, they understand the basic rules and the codes that they're supposed to work under and how that works. So that's not something I've got particular knowledge on, Mr. Rath.
So Shree Burden never told you?
Specifically about what? About Mr. Greenwich putting forward?
Yeah, about the 2 projects that were never nominated by the Labor candidate that Alex Greenwich wanted funding for as part of the LSCA program?
Not something I recall.
Right. I might just move on to some of the evidence we heard from Josh Wright before. Who was on Shadow ERC when you were in opposition?
Look, I'd probably have to take it on notice. I mean, it would be, I understand you might have asked a similar question to Mr. Graham, who was reluctant to go into details in terms of the confidentiality of that particular forum. I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me if they had the Shadow Treasurer and the Shadow Finance Minister, for example. But let me take it on notice and see if I can come back to you.
Leader of the opposition would have been on it, I'm assuming?
You might speculate that, yeah.
Well, Mr. Cullen, come on. As if the Leader of the opposition wasn't going to be on the Shadow ERC.
To be fair, the time's,
you don't have to be kidding.
Time's marching on, and,
So you're seriously suggesting that the now Premier wasn't on your Shadow ERC when he was Leader of the opposition? Come on.
I'm confident he is, but why don't I take it on notice to get you an accurate answer?
Did Shadow ERC approve all the LSCA projects prior to the election?
Shadow ERC. Well, look, I mean, I wasn't a member of Shadow ERC, so let me take it on notice and trying to help the committee, see if I can come back to you with something on that.
Who was the secretariat for the Shadow ERC? Who was assisting them?
There probably would have been. Look, I've got to say, I mean, I wasn't sitting in those meetings, so I'm not sure. I'm actually just genuinely not sure.
Surely someone from the Leader of the Opposition's office was assisting the Shadow ERC
It may have been the case, but it also may not have been. It may have been that they were just the Shadow Ministers.
So was anyone sort of taking notes or recording what the decisions were of the Shadow ERC?
I would be surprised that... I would be surprised. I mean, just a general reflection about particularly shadow cabinets and comparing them to cabinets, the levels of formality, for understandable reasons, in terms of the decisions you're making and the import and the fact that you're actually implementing decisions as opposed to taking opposition policy positions. I think the level of formality, quite understandably, is much higher when it comes to a cabinet or a subcommittee of the cabinet. You would have this now, and you're probably having a position where you're bringing forward submissions as a Shadow Minister to a Shadow ERC. I think that's probably the level of formality that you would have.
But my point is, if these were your election commitments that Labor were working through in opposition with limited resources, I get that. Yeah. Surely someone was recording, yes, Shadow Cabinet agreed to tick off on XYZ, and this is what will go to PBO for our costings. So there must be some kind of record of what they've decided, so that their newer staff can then do that work for PBO costings.
I'm in a disadvantage, and that I wouldn't have been in the room. So
I'm not asking. You didn't have to be in the room.
You're asking me to speculate.
So, yeah, but when Shadow ERC made decisions, presumably it was your role as opposition leader staff to do the work to say, draft up the PBO costings. You would have known what they decided to approve as election commitments.
Yeah, but I think...
So how did you know what they... There had to be a record, Mr. Cullen. That's
sure.
My point.
Look, the reality is, with this particular program, albeit, and let's be frank, it's an opposition policy program that was being put forward. There's presumably a decision for the opposition that we are going to proceed with a program, local small commitments or whatever we called it at the time. That might have been something that went to Shadow Cabinet. Again, I'm speculating. But then the process that flowed from there, which I understand you've had testimony about engagement with candidates, conflicts of interest, managing that kind of process, that's something that's going on, outside of obviously a Shadow Cabinet or a Shadow ERC.
So
Josh relates to it, but it's obviously then the detailed work of going through the $400,000.
So Josh Wright told us today that there was an online spreadsheet with the LSCA projects that he had when he worked in the office prior to the election.
Right.
Did you have access to that spreadsheet? Did you see it after he left? Where did it go? He said he handed his computer and everything back in.
Sure.
So where did his work end up? You're the Chief of Staff. What happened to it?
Well, I can't help you. I mean, I wasn't wandering around, picking up everyone's computer and taking.
So you've got no idea where all that work that was done in opposition to inform what you would implement in government just disappeared when Mr. Wright left.
Well, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I think...
Well, where is it?
Well, didn't the list... I think a list was handed over to the government, and that's what then was later on processed.
A hard copy, but what about the electronic list? That's what we're interested in.
Can't help you.
Extraordinary.
Can I just picking up on that then. So clearly you've been paying attention to maybe not clearly. I'll ask it as a question. Have you been paying attention to the hearings that we've been holding for this inquiry?
There's been a lot going on, so no. Like I haven't been going through the hearings or the transcripts, and my role in terms of my relationship with the LSCA would actually be pretty limited, if I'm being frank.
But are you aware that one of the key questions that we're investigating here is where that list came from?
Sure.
Sort of who created it and who gave it to Cherie Burton.
Sure.
Have you made any kind of, inquiries to work out where that document came from?
No, I'm not a detective, and I don't intend to, and I don't know who handed over a particular list, but yeah, I can't really help you on that one, I'm sorry.
Okay. But in your role as Chief of Staff, do you have a strategic advisory role for the Premier? Do you give strategic advice to the Premier?
Sure.
So it would be reasonable to assume that you are looking out for potential risks coming his way. Given the importance of where that list came from, are you saying you haven't asked any inquiries, made any inquiries? You haven't asked Cherie Burton?
No, I haven't. And I mean, look, the Premier has been asked about this, I think, in multiple forums. I think I'm right in saying question time. I think he got a question about the LSCA today at a press conference, and he's put a very strong view on the record about the program, the outcome, where the money went, which organisations it went to. But apart from that, I mean, that would be the sort of conversation I'd have with the Premier. You're likely to get a media inquiry, there's a bit of interest, it's, there's going to be a story in the Sydney Morning Herald, that's basically it when it comes to the LSCA.
So given what you know about, having worked with the Premier and worked in government, does it strike you as unusual that an entire grants program is based on a paper version of a list?
A paper version of a list? I think I suppose you're asking me about my experience and my observations, and I've seen some pretty horrific examples of rorting by governments previously, and we can go through a list if you like.
No, me too.
I mean, the bushfire grants, for goodness sake. I mean, oh my God.
You don't.
And that wasn't an opposition coming to government. That was a government being in government with the full support of the public service.
You do not need to convince me. Pox on both their houses. I
suppose the point I'd just make a general point that I think that we in opposition coming into government actually took care in a way that I'm not aware of in opposition previously about trying to have a process where equity was at its heart, where there was an equitable distribution, 400,000 for 93 electorates, and a process including looking at things like conflict of interest with the resources of opposition. I have never seen anything like that with respect.
So again, I mean, from my perspective, again, I'm a crossbencher. I wasn't in either of these major parties doing what I believe to be, I think there are questions over both sets of programs, but it could I could be quite satisfied on the list issue if someone just told me who gave it to Cherie Burton. And it's very frustrating to not have anyone be able to tell me, given that could be so easily cleared up, and then I, for one, could be satisfied and go off in my separate ways. Why has nobody within the Premier's office said to Cherie Burton, can you just tell the committee where the list came from?
I'm sorry. I mean, I think you've had her multiple times now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I didn't see her evidence today. I was otherwise indisposed. But I'm sure you asked the same question again. So, look.
Do you view it as credible, though, that somebody...
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Look.
But that would base an entire grants program based on a paper version of a list handed to one person when no one can even remember who gave them that list?
Look, I think that you would... LSCA is significant and it's right that you ask questions. This is a very tiny, tiny part of the government's agenda. It was a tiny part, to be frank, of what we took over from opposition to government. I think you need to know that there was a lot of work done across a lot of programs, a lot of key policy areas. Yes, PBO costings, but other related policy work. So a lot of material sort of being transferred from a very small, underpaid, underappreciated perhaps at times staff into government. That's a lot of work there.
Sure,
I'm not surprised that someone doesn't know
okay.
who handed me a piece of paper. I'm
Okay,
really
but
not.
with respect, if you
Yeah.
build an entire grants program on top of a piece of paper, you might want to investigate. I mean, this is on par with the Gladys Berejiklian shredding papers revelation.
Oh,
the
look,
idea
with
idea that we have an entire $400 million program based on a paper
400 million.
version.
It wasn't a 400 million, I can assure you that.
37.
Sorry, 40 million. That we can have it based on this one piece of paper that no one knows where it came from. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Look,
When do we get the
it's probably
reconstructed?
look. I just think no. I'm just not surprised. It's actually a very small part of expenditure in terms of what we were taking. And yes, there was details attached to it and a process. I just think in those circumstances, actually, the then Labor opposition did what I haven't seen done before. And
Printed out
should there be improvements? Well, look,
version
can I
of a spreadsheet.
just make a point for the committee? And I know we've got Liberal and National Party colleagues here. I mean, I think we're kidding ourselves if we think that major and minor parties aren't going to be taking to the next election promises regarding commitments to NGOs and organisations.
That's not what this is, though.
This
was a
actually
candidate
attempted to
slash
put
fund.
a framework around it in a way that hasn't
right.
been done before.
After the event. Government question.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for appearing, Mr. Cullen.
Latham.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Latham, is it?
Mr.
Sorry.
Latham.
Sorry,
I'm
mate.
easy to overlook.
Carried away.
Easy
Too many
to
marks
overlook.
on
Thank
this
you, Chair, and thank you,
You got
Mr.
mixed up with
Cullen.
the marks.
You said earlier on that Alex Greenwich was keen for funding from the Premier's discretionary fund. Was that a verbal representation, or was there something in writing?
I don't think there was anything in writing. I'm happy to take that on notice, and I didn't have there was no conversation with Mr. Greenwich.
Well, how do you know he was keen for funding, as you gave evidence earlier on?
It was I just again the period of time. I think it was sort of somewhere between 18 months and 2 years ago in terms of me sending that to the Premier's department, that PDF request for those 4 organisations. It came to me indirectly. It wasn't from. It was a conversation in the office. It wasn't from him direct at all. No, but again, let me take it on notice, particularly to see if there
who
was.
in the office were you speaking to?
Look, a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the office, so.
Well, there's
Yeah.
only we've been through some of the people, and there's only
Sure,
one,
yeah, no, I'm
one
aware of
person
that.
who's given evidence to say they spoke to Alex Greenwich directly, and that was Cherie Burton.
Sure.
So were you talking to Cherie Burton?
It could have been Cherie. It might have been someone else.
Could you take that on notice and also find
Yeah.
out if there was a written submission?
Yeah,
How
no,
often for this Premier's
I'm happy to.
discretionary fund would you give away public money just because an MP rang up?
Well, look, Mr. Latham, the Premier's Discretionary Fund is a long-standing program. I think it does exceptional work, and I'd be happy to. I mean, there's clear public record, the previous financial years of where the funding goes. I would think more often than not, it's going in the right direction. To be fair, under the former government as well, I think it's legitimate right for a Member of Parliament to draw attention to the government requesting needs for organisations like, for goodness sake, homelessness services.
Mr. Cullen, did you respect to answer my question?
What was your question?
Well, it wasn't the one you were answering, and that is how often do members just ring up on the telephone?
Oh, do they ring
and
up?
get
Yeah,
money
ring,
and without a written
email,
submission
yes.
or any analysis?
Ring, email, send on the mail, all of it. I mean,
but to answer my question, how
probably
often do they
weekly.
just ring up?
I would
sorry?
say weekly.
Just ring up and get the money.
They
No-
would
nothing
make
in
the
writing.
request. People, members of Parliament routinely make requests of funding.
You
under
take on
PDF.
notice how many MPs have got PDF money just by a telephone call,
Well,
which appears to be the case.
The answer will, and I can tell you, I'll make sure it goes back 5 years because it'll be every single. I've got Mark Speakman's letter here asking for funding.
Yeah, well,
It's
that's a letter, you
routine.
see. You understand the
They are
difference between a
requesting
phone
funding
call and
under
a
the
letter?
PDF.
Okay. We know from Alex Greenwich's diary, Mr. Cullen, he had a meeting with the Premier between 2 and 3 p.m. on Thursday, the 11th of January 2024, listed in his diary at 52 Martin Place, Premier's office, regarding the equality bills. Were you part of that meeting?
Quality bills.
11th of January, so you're coming back from leave early last year. It's in the time zone where
No,
these...
I don't believe I was.
If you could take on notice and check your own diary, I assume you kept the
I'd be
diary.
confident the answer is no, but I will take that on notice.
And you've got no recollection of that meeting, and if it evolved into a discussion about
I'm very
grants
confident I
in
wasn't
Sydney?
in the meeting. I wasn't in the meeting.
And
well, it wasn't
and
the
the
meeting, so I
the very next day, arising from the meeting, perhaps at 11:30 a.m, Mr. Greenwich on Friday, the 12th of January, has a meeting in his electorate office regarding homelessness services funding. And do you recall from that further submissions to your office about the rejigging of the Sydney allocations?
I just don't.
Right. And does Cherie Burton report to you?
Yeah.
And what did she report regarding the rejigging of the allocations, particularly what we now know is Damien O'Connor's intervention to ensure that the representations that Mr. Greenwich had made to Cherie Burton to get extra money for certain projects were then returned back to Sky Tito's election funding commitments in this document that Mr. O'Connor handwrote his.
I don't recall
figures.
any such conversation. I'm obviously aware that's a line of inquiry that you picked up at multiple hearings, Mr. Latham, but no, apart from that, no.
Cherie Burton at no stage reporting to you said, we've got an issue here in Sydney where Mr. Greenwich, with his wonderful persistent advocacy, we were going to give him the funding he wanted within the $400,000 envelope, but now Damien O'Connor's returned it to the original allocations, and we've got a shortfall, which coincidentally turned out to be the amount of money you authorised for the Premier's discretionary fund.
No, I
You
don't
never
recall
had that discussion?
no conversation like that. Can I just make a comment on the way through, Mr. Latham? You do seem to have an unhealthy obsession with the member for Sydney.
Well, I'll decide what interests I have in propriety issues, and I don't need someone like you telling me what I do as an elected member of Parliament, so you might just hold your place and answer the questions.
You seem to be using every form of the House, including committees, to what I would argue is to harass and attempt to bully and intimidate. And I think it just needs to be called out for what it is.
Well, you're an idiot for saying that.
All
I'm
right,
an elected
order.
member of Parliament, and I don't take advice from you or your harassment of the things I do as an elected
Point of
MP.
order.
And you might want to think about your role under parliamentary privilege.
Okay, order. I'll hear the point of order.
Take that as a comment.
Can we refrain on using language that's disparaging to witnesses? It's all right to have a robust interchange, but when you start using words like idiot, I think it's unacceptable.
All right. I will, in relation to the point of
Well, it's
order,
called me a bully, an
I
intimidator
will
and a
say
harasser
to
for
the
doing my job.
witness, if the
There's a
witness
first-rate
could...
rort
All right,
here,
order,
which you don't want held to account.
order,
If it walks
Mr.
like a
Latham,
duck.
order. I am ruling on the point of order that was raised by Mr. Buttigieg. If the witness could refrain from having a go at Mr. Latham, if Mr. Latham could refrain from having a go at the witness, that would be much appreciated. Can we have
Chair,
question and answer,
I responded with a reflection on my work, which I'm entitled to do. And it's outrageous
I've
that
asked
this
you both to
person,
refrain.
this staffer would come here reflecting on MPs.
I've asked you both to refrain. Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you,
You
Chair.
should have stuck with Bill Shorten.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen, for appearing.
We're lucky you didn't get there in 2004, mate.
Yeah, well, your bloke didn't
Do you-
either.
Tell you what, the Australian people got that one right.
Yeah, well, what about
Order.
you? First-rate rorter.
I mean, look, my point of order is the witness is protected by the procedural fairness resolution in relation to courtesy. That is a rule that we adopted covering ourselves. What the witness does is up to the witness, but we are bound by that procedural fairness
I know,
resolution.
and which is
I
why
concur with
ruled-
your
yeah.
ruling, Chair.
Thank you.
It's pretty two-way.
Okay.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right. Everyone calm down. If we
You
can
wouldn't
ask
cop
some
that.
questions, please.
You wouldn't cop that. No one
from
would.
you.
No one would.
Order.
Mr. Primrose
Buttigieg.
isn't a bully.
All right. Mr.
Thank you,
Cullen,
Chair.
It's not helpful. Go ahead, please.
You, as
First
Chief
feeling.
of Staff to the
Boo-hoo.
Leader of the Opposition and now
So
Premier,
weak.
you wouldn't involve yourself in the intricacies of whether or not things are read off a electronic screen or a piece of paper, would you?
No.
I mean, does it matter in a sense? I mean, we're human beings. We can read off a sheet of paper or a screen, can't we?
I think it's a fair observation.
Can I ask you, Mr. Cullen, if you could just explain, having been involved from opposition leader's office point of view and now as the Chief of Staff to the Premier, the logic and rationale for the program that we took from opposition?
Yeah. Look, as I've already alluded to, Mr. Buttigieg, I think, it is difficult, as we know, making the transition from opposition to government, and putting, for the first time that I'm aware of, certainly in New South Wales, a framework around a small commitments program, which includes a fair bit of rigour, looking at things like conflicts of interest from opposition, like trying to administer that from opposition in a way to give a sense that there's a bit of transparency and rigour, consistency in that each electorate was getting the same amount of money. I think we were absolutely alive to the fact in opposition that there was a pretty strong record, unfortunately, in this state of money being skewed to certain areas and certain electorates. Not talking about hundreds of thousands, but talking about tens and hundreds of millions of dollars to some electorates and not others. The bushfire grants would probably be the most acute example, I would argue. So those sorts of lessons, we tried to incorporate that in what we were doing with the LSCA in opposition, which I think, I'm not going to argue it was perfect, but I think in the circumstances was, with the small staff, was actually something quite amazing to do that and keep to those principles. And I have heard bits and pieces of the reporting and seen bits and pieces of the reporting about the program. I'm yet to see someone come and say that organisation is undeserving, or by the way, that organisation is somehow misspent. This money hasn't been directed to other areas or the New South Wales branch of the Labor Party, for goodness sake. We're complaining about funding going to homelessness services. I mean, look, I've got to say, I just think in the circumstances, we did an excellent job, actually.
Yeah, and in terms of the other aspect of that, I mean, you make the valid point that it's all gone to worthy organisations and not one person's pushed back against that. But the other sort of allegation is that, this is just to curry favour to get votes. But in one sense, it's almost inoculating against that, isn't it? Because if you happen to be the fortunate sitting member that's in a relatively safe seat, you still cop the 400. Thanks very much.
Correct. And look, as you probably had evidence testimony already, there's a long list of LSCA grants being announced / welcomed by Liberal and National Party MPs in their electorate. Fantastic. Like, that's the program. That's the money's going to organisations in their electorate, and they're celebrating it and back here endorsing it. That's great.
In fact, if I were the sitting member in a seat like that, and candidate Hope Beyond Hope is saying you're going to get 50,000 here and you're going to get 100,000 here, you'd be just sitting back waiting to say, I can't wait till I get elected because I'm going to take credit for this, and we didn't even win government.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
That's absolutely what's happened. So the fact that you've got that spread and that even spread across the 93 electorates allows that to happen. But there's nothing wrong with members of parliament, regardless of where
But
they're
that was a
coming from,
conscious function of the design, right? To avoid
the distributional bit is the most important part.
So what? Because we've heard, I mean, this litigated now for God knows how many months. What alternative could there be?
Well, it's actually funny you say that, and this is probably something, to be frank, which is actually absolutely within the standing orders, and I'm surprised it hasn't got any attention at all. It would be open to the committee to consider perhaps inviting someone like a Chris Stone, who was probably involved in this process. There's a PBO costing the coalition put forward in the last election for not a $37 million program, a $298.5 million program. This is a PBO costing. Policy proposes to provide a total of that number in grants to councils and non-government organisations to support local upgrades,
I'll hear
supporting
the point of
infrastructure.
order.
This is clearly outside of the terms of reference. It's got nothing to do with the local small commitments allocation program. We're not here to assess the Liberal Party's
to the point of order,
commitments at the last election. We're here to assess the local
To
small
the
commitments.
point of order.
Well, my question was directly and specifically to what are the alternatives, and the witness is directly answering that with an exemplar.
In relation to the point of order, I think it's entirely within the member's right and the witness's right to waste their time as however they feel fit.
Talking about a program.
The policy proposes to provide a total of $298.6 million in grants in councils and NGO organisations to support local upgrades to sporting infrastructure across New South Wales, assist in delivering local projects through improving local amenity, expand local infrastructure and tourism. That sounds like the LSCA, but by the way, it's $300 million. The policy proposes to provide a total of $160 million in grants for sporting infrastructure, and then they break it down after that. That's it. That's the level of detail on this thing. I've got to say, I spent a bit of the time in the lead up to the last election having a look at the opposition, the government, and what they were doing. There was no media statement. There was no media release. There was no rigour. There was nothing about distribution. There was
Point
no
of
about how
order,
you
Chair.
access
Point
the
of
money.
order, sorry.
There was nothing about individual projects announced under this. $300 million.
Sorry, I'll hear the point of
$300 million. What a disgrace. Not even talked about. Nothing.
The point.
Order. I'll hear the point of
big
order.
black hole.
Point of order is I ask questions and I'd actually like to hear the answer rather than have this under the breath, sort of comments because they don't like what I'm answering, what I'm asking, and what's being answered.
Yes. Okay. Order. Members will try and refrain from having conversations while the questioning
I'll finish my answer.
Okay.
So, the Auditor General's report. Have you had a chance to kind of digest that?
Look, a little bit. Yes, I have.
And in light of that, you got any reflections on that?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think, I'm sure the government ultimately will pick up the recommendations, and I think the Premier's Department's already been, working on some of that. Some of the recommendations are directed at them, and some of the conflict of interest declarations and the processes regarding that. I think they've called for an upgrading of the grants guide, particularly in relation to how the public sector is to administer grants involving election commitments, and that's obviously a good thing. So I think it looks positive. I mean, the Program Office conducted an effective process for administering the LCA program. So they obviously got some positive feedback, but also room for improvement. And I think that's absolutely as it should be. I mean, if I was just going to make a personal observation, particularly observing what I saw during the last election and the election campaign and these sorts of programs, there may well be an ability for, as the guide is updated, I understand that some of this stuff is outside the purview, for example, of the Auditor General when it comes to the pre-election process. But maybe there's something to be able to sort of enhance the Parliamentary Budget Office costing process and these sorts of programs where funding is going to third-party organisations and NGOs outside of small equipment. It could be small equipment programs, but it could be bigger. That information is being assembled and provided and public as part of the PBO costing arrangement in like the last week of the campaign. I think that kind of level of transparency would take this to the next level. And that's probably the sort of thing that, basically all political parties should be looking at, but in the first instance, the government in responding to the Auditor General's report.
So if this is done properly, and those recommendations are taken on board, in a lot of ways, this is a lot more democratic and bottom-up than one of the alternatives presumably could be that you just, because the committee's been trying to project the previous atmosphere of rorting onto this particular program, which I don't think has been successful at all. But if you were going to consider the alternative, throw the baby out with the bathwater, we're not... It's a top-down approach then, isn't it? Government's just in opposition. You just go, well, we're going to stick a hospital in this particular electorate because we think it can win it.
Yeah.
How is that more democratic?
That's right. Look, for a local small commitments grant, I just think that the key features, every electorate, same amount of money, and for goodness sake, look where the money's going as well. I think it was a really good program. That PBO costing I referred to from the coalition during the last election, they were in government with the resources of government, and it was a $300 million black hole where, without any detail anywhere, God knows what candidates and MPs were going out announcing. We may never know, maybe we do, I don't know. But I just think, I think there's probably room for improvement. I think the Auditor General's report goes to that.
Yep.
But those key principles, and again, let's just think about outcomes here, that even distribution and these NGOs getting that money, I haven't seen anything raised with me about concerns about that money or that money being misspent. I'm happy to entertain those allegations, but that's a good program.
Yeah. It was hardly perfect, but coming off such a low bar and the vast improvement that's been made, and given the Auditor General's report and the government's willing to take that up, these are programs we should be fostering and pursuing into the future, I would have thought.
Yeah, look, I'm sure, as I said to the chair before, I think, that the way election cycles work, and particularly that the few months leading up to an election, NGOs do go and talk to candidates about funding requests. I'm sure members around this table have got experience of that, and having some rigour around it. If there's some improvements that can be made to the process through the feedback from the Auditor General, I think that's fine, but I just think that this was a long way away from what I've seen, particularly under the former government, particularly with the sorts of skewing. 96% of the $252 million Stronger Communities Fund, that wasn't opposition going to government, that was a government in government with the resources of government.
Taxpayers' money.
Is that a problem?
Yeah.
I mean, that's bloody outrageous.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a small amount of money distributed evenly across the community. Look, I'm sure we can always do better, but geez, I mean, I compare to what's come before of a government with the resources of government, and I tell you, like, I think, yeah, do better, guys.
It's a shame that two wrongs don't make a right. All right, off we go.
Thank you. When you moved from opposition to government, who printed off the Josh Wright spreadsheet and gave it to Sheree Burden in hard copy?
I can't help you with that. I don't know.
So this is a program so good that nobody wants to take any credit for it.
Well, I'm just going to be. You asked me. I'm turning up. I'm giving honest answers. I just don't know.
And why that original document, the hard copy document that Sheree Burden was given, why was that not included in the papers, the SO52 documents that the Legislative Council requested?
I really can't help you.
Because we were given the source of truth document.
The document that was handed to
Sheree.
So Sheree
one
said
that you're talking
that
about.
Sheree got a hard copy document moving from when you move from opposition to government.
Yeah.
So given to her in hard copy.
Yep.
Then we requested documents as part of an SO52, what has been now known as the source of truth document.
Right.
That source of truth document wasn't accurate when it came to allocations for Sydney.
Right.
We now know that.
Right.
So where's the original hard copy?
Yeah. Look, I think my sense is you're asking the same question I've been asked 5 or 6 times already. I can't help you.
Well, I'll put it this way. That hard copy document that Sheree Burden was given coming into government, where is that today? Does it still exist?
I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't you had Sheree Burden at 2 hearings? Have you not asked any of these questions of Sheree?
She doesn't answer any questions, which is why
she can't recall. I mean,
She reports
that's it.
to you.
Was that document shredded?
If she said she can't recall, I just think that's it. I don't have any knowledge on it.
Right, because we were never given that original document as part of the SO52. We were given the source of truth document,
right,
with the errors on it for Sydney, but presumably the original document wouldn't have those errors on it.
I can't help you. I certainly...
You would assume.
Can I just ask, though, with calls for papers that are returned, as the Chief of Staff from the office, you sign off and say, yes, these are all present and true and correct.
Yeah.
Did you ask Miss Burton, is everything here that you've got, are all the documents accurate, nothing's being withheld? Did you have that conversation before you put your name to that letter to tell us, as elected members, that you're providing everything you're required to?
Look, there's a general expectation with SO52s, and as you know, there's a high volume of those and members of staff are used to doing searches to do those. So that expectation is across everybody in the office. That's the basic searches that you've got to do in line with, the terms of reference of the SO52 to be able to go and do that. So that's it's the same expectation I've got for Sheree that I do for all members of staff, that they would go and look at those information. I mean, I haven't gone through and looked at, I think you've had a couple of SO52s now in the LSCA. Has Sheree provided documents as part of those?
Yes, but you should know that as the Chief of Staff.
Well, guys, there's a lot of SO52s that have come through with a high volume of documents over a long period of time.
It's your job as the Chief.
Sure.
It's your job as the Chief to ensure every member of staff, from the most junior to yourself, that's not what I'm asking, let me ask my question, that they provide the documents that they are required to as captured by the order of the House. We are putting to you today that original document has never been provided. Was it shredded? Does it still exist?
Look, I don't know what document you're referring to, so I just don't know.
So can you confirm that it hasn't been destroyed?
It's not a document that I've seen, so I mean, it's really hard for me to help you anymore. Again, we've done the dance around this issue and a particular document being handed over. I didn't see it. I don't have it. That's it.
Do you have complete confidence in Sheree Burden as head of the caucus liaison unit?
Of course.
You have complete confidence in her handling of the LSCA program?
Absolutely.
I also wanted to ask a bit more about the shadow ERC process. Obviously, as you said, government and opposition are very different. Oppositions don't have the same formality, I think was your word, and we're seeing that now with us being in opposition compared to government. Obviously, oppositions as well with ERC and shadow ERC and shadow cabinet don't have the same cabinet in confidence. That's right, I would assume.
Sure. Like, look, under the law, I think that's right. But obviously, you want to maintain confidentiality.
Yeah.
Surely that's what you're in the shadow ERC. Shadow cabinet. You'd want to be doing that too. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but it doesn't have cabinet in confidence. Sure. Yeah. And I'm just trying to ascertain a little bit more what type of notes were taken during shadow ERC.
Shadow ERC. Look, I may have sat in one or two. I don't know. I just don't have the recollection from that long ago, being in them, and certainly I wasn't taking notes. Again, just a level of formality. When you're in some sort of a cabinet environment, you do have a note taker, who is obviously, unsurprisingly, a member of the cabinet office, to make sure that you're clearly getting the decision of that cabinet or that cabinet subcommittee, because often that's a question of dollar and cents or process or policy changes, and making sure that information is then relayed back to the public service. It's a bit different.
But what about
it's very different for the shadow.
What about shadow cabinet? So put shadow ERC to one side. You probably sat in many meetings of shadow cabinet.
Look again. Not really.
Surely notes were taken there.
Not really. Yeah. Shadow. I don't know if you guys might.
We
do
take
it
notes.
Differently.
People take notes during shadow
cabinet. There would be notes
surely.
taken in shadow cabinet to record what the decisions are of shadow.
Yeah. Look.
They don't take notes on explosives.
Look, the. Am I responding to that?
No, you're responding to my question. Were notes taken during shadow cabinet meetings?
The normal. I'm now an expert on shadow cabinet, but the basic decision making document of a shadow ERC or a shadow cabinet compared to cabinet
That's not my question. Were notes taken in shadow cabinet, Mr. Cullen? You're the chief of staff. Come on,
order. Give you an answer? Can I try and help you out?
Yeah. Were there notes taken in shadow cabinet?
It's a submission brought by a shadow minister. It would be a bill submission if it's a shadow cabinet thing. If it's a funding proposal, there'd be a proposal with perhaps a PBO costing. That's kind of routine.
And there would be notes in a record of what was decided, surely.
Notes on the record? What do you mean? You're not publishing them?
No, there would be notes or a record of what was decided. There has to be. How do you know what you've decided to do as an opposition if you don't write it down?
Sure. Yeah, there would be. I'm sure there would be some sort of process, and there's a party room process that follows that as well.
Okay, so there'd be some note, some record somewhere. There'd have to be.
For bill submissions and for basic policy proposals, yeah, I'm sure that's right.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to get.
Okay. Cherie Burton reports to you, does she, Mr. Cullen?
I think I've already answered that question, yes.
Thank you. Just help me out. So I get that you don't know where the document came from, that Cherie Burton then says she was given and has used as the basis for this program. I understand that. We've been through that. But if she isn't able to produce that document today, and there's no other record of it, then is the source of truth just Cherie Burton when it comes to...
Source of truth. Was that somewhere in an SO52, or did you guys make up that?
No, please don't try and obfuscate.
You keep on using it like it's a title.
It's her term. She calls it the source of truth.
She called it the source of truth. Sure. But if it doesn't exist, or she can't prove to us where that is, then are we just relying on what's in her head? Like, how are you getting comfortable that she's done her job properly in producing something that this program's been based on? I mean, you must understand how...
Sure. No, I take your point. I think that it would be a fair point if there wasn't a pretty detailed, extensive process that occurred in opposition for how those commitments are put together, a process that happened with candidates. Now, I'm at a disadvantage. I didn't see the evidence today, and you might have spoken to some other witnesses who might be able to talk to you a bit more about that process and how that process works. But the idea, let's just dispel this myth that somehow Cherie's come up with, 93 electorates worth of up to $400,000 commitments by herself. I mean, we know there was a clear process where candidates had an opportunity to input.
No one's got
But
it.
Mr. Cullen, I've asked this question now, and I'm quite happy for all of those documents to be provided that show us where all of the nominations came from, but that hasn't been provided either.
Sure.
The only evidence we have that the grant guidelines were met when it came to these being actual commitments made by candidates during the election is this one document that we're told that Sheree Burton received from somebody that she can't remember. Now, what I'm saying to you is, if that's the case, then we're all just relying on her word, and then she's told us today that she made an error, and that's why the Sydney electorate amounts were changed. But was that an error in her head, or is that an error based on this source of truth? What did you say when she said to you, as the person I report to, I need to inform you I've made an error? Did you say, well, how did that happen? Show me the document.
No, we didn't have a conversation like that.
Then how does it happen that you have somebody working in such a senior position whose word is being taken as a basis for an entire program, and nobody within your office has sought to ask any questions about that?
Look, again, you've got a lot of evidence from a lot of people, including the Premier's Department. Obviously, the decision maker ultimately here was John Graham. There's a process of him being briefed. There's many, many parts of this process. I understand you've got frustration about one tiny aspect of that in terms of, for want of a better term, the transition from opposition to government. I just can't help you with this particular document, but I've got absolutely no problems with what you're telling me Sheree has said, and people do make mistakes, and you fix them up and move on.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Cullen, earlier on Mr. Wright said that there was an extensive declaration of interest process for the 93 Labor candidates prior to the election and a document prepared setting all that out. Did that come to your office at any time?
So we're talking about in opposition, Mr. Latham?
Yeah, these were the candidates nominating programs, and the Labor required a declaration of interest as a probity measure for the money that was allocated in this unusual scheme.
Well, yeah, I put that aside, that editorial comment. Look, I think, I genuinely don't know. It was, I'm sure it was something that Josh... Well, look, again, I think you probably... I'm sure you got questions to Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright would have been the one dealing with those forms.
Yeah, but you're the Chief of Staff to the now Premier, and is it held in your office? Did it come to your office in opposition
there was a lot happening across a lot of policy fronts, and I've got to say, the time that I spent in opposition to do with the local small areas program would have been an infinitesimal bloody part of the time.
Yeah, bloody great. But can you take it on notice and check whether this important document came forward?
Look, I really think that's a question that you should be directing to other witnesses.
And no, I'm asking you.
Did you ask Mr. Wright while he was here?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I wasn't involved in that particular process, so...
No, you don't need to be.
I'm not going to take something on notice.
You're the Chief of Staff in charge of this office. I'm asking you, can you check
just to be clear,
if the declarations
you're asking me
of interest...
questions about what was occurring prior to the election. I'm telling you, I didn't have a role with that, so I'm not going to take on something notice that I know I can't help you with.
Well, your office had a role, and can you check office
Well, I said you ask a question to Mr. Wright. You've had Mr. Wright here all day. I don't know what's going on here. You're parading a whole lot of junior staff and people who have left, and what questions are you asking?
Well, we're trying to establish facts, which is our job, and we're trying to fulfil that role.
And I suppose I'm trying to say, direct your question to the right witness.
Are you surprised in the declaration of interest for this music grant in Camden that your candidate in Camden, now the MP, right up until August of 2023 was the company secretary running a music business out of a private home?
Look, I just can't help you with any of the particulars of that at all. I wasn't dealing with paperwork or anything like that at all. I really don't know. I do know at a high level there was a conflict of interest process both in opposition and then obviously a process involving the Premier's Department when it comes to the LSCA guide as well. So are you saying that hasn't been looked at all?
Well, she hasn't declared it that we can see, and I'm asking you if you know of any declaration or a discussion with her about this particular problem, because it's a major impropriety and it's also not declared in her interest as an MP.
Okay, well, look, that's your view. I don't know anything about it. I certainly haven't spoken to the member for Camden about it, so...
Did you discuss with her when the publicity first arose about the fact that she gave $75,000 to a music outfit that she set up?
I haven't had any conversation with member for Camden about the LSCA.
Has your office tried to help her? It's in the paper today that she refers all inquiries about this to your office.
Yeah, I can't help you with that too.
Government questions.
What do you do all day?
Thank you, Chair.
Come to hearings.
Mr. Cullen, can we just go over this, just relitigate this AG report again? So, in terms of your views on the implementation of the recommendations, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think as I've alluded to, Mr. Buttigieg, I think there's definitely, I think that it's obviously had a decent look, and I think it's provided some supportive comments about how the program's been administered by the department, and clearly it's making some suggestions about how you might update the grants guide. I think I've tried to be as fair and as helpful as I can to the committee about what I see as some of the general takeouts particularly for oppositions transitioning into government and some of the challenges that you have, about how I think for my part I'd be keen to have a look at in terms of how the government responds to the Auditor General's report, how you might have some further improvements to the guide to be able to give political parties guidance during that election process, and particularly that caretaker period as well. So we are talking about the expenditure of public monies, and people have got a right to expect that you're going through these processes. I would just make a general reminder point, and no doubt Mr. Rath, Ms. Mitchell will be in this position at the next election. You have a lot less resources, and these are difficult to do this, like to do the stuff that we did regarding LSCA in opposition. The fact that we did have a process to be able to go through and look at these sorts of issues, including conflicts, but do it in a way which was fair with an even distribution. I think that we can continue to make some enhancements and provide some more guidance to political parties about how you might do that kind of process, and engage with perhaps the Parliamentary Budget Office during the caretaker period. I think that would be useful. And then ultimately, it's really clear for all voters in the lead up to election day that not what are the big ticket items, but when it comes to organisations getting funding from the major parties, the minor parties, having that in a nice spreadsheet with which particular grant scheme or program that's coming from, I think I can only see that as being a benefit to transparency and the voters being able to decide where they want to go.
Yeah, and it's pretty telling, isn't it, that of, what did we say, 93 electorates, 600 projects, that an inordinate amount of focus is zeroed in on one particular electorate, that is Sydney. And we've litigated the process there, which I might just get you to re-articulate, because you've had a fair bit of experience with this, in terms of applications for funding under the Premier's discretionary fund.
Yeah.
What was so unusual about Greenwich saying, I'd like some... Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, that's not something that he raised with me, but I've got to say, is it unusual, a member of Parliament, independent, crossbencher, Lib Nat, getting on the phone or sending an email or writing in with a request, or actually, to be fair, from time to time engaging directly with the Premier and asking for funding under the Premier's discretionary fund. That happens very regularly, and look, I think it's appropriate. That's how the scheme's designed, and this Premier makes sure that he's actually having a look at what's being put forward, and you can go and have a look at some of the projects that have been funded. It's all there in black and white, and there are Liberal and National Party MPs who have put forward things in the last couple of years under the PDF, and they've received funding for it, and great for them, and good for them, but more importantly, good for the NGO or the organisation that they're representing.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask, just on that point, how many representations have you received saying that the funding should have been withdrawn from any of these projects?
Look, that's probably a big duck egg, Mr. Primrose.
Yep.
I just think that the one part of this debate, and I understand the main moving parts and the areas of excitement, but the output, where the money's going, and what is being done with the money. I mean, these are across the state. They are NGOs. They are dealing with really pressing issues, community issues, mental health, homelessness services, and councils and parks. I mean, geez, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty it's pretty useful in terms of enhancing community amenity and services that are provided to.
$8.7 million I read in there.
So what was that?
$8.7 million to playground and park upgrades.
I mean, I think that's just a helpful, really like a helpful boost. I mean, again, they're relatively small amounts of money, but I think they can really go a long way, particularly when it comes to a lot of these NGOs which have received funding. But I think, a lot of attention on a few NGOs who deliver homelessness services. I mean, these services would get government funding from multiple sources, and it wouldn't surprise me, and I'm happy to check, but I'm sure they received over a long period of time funding from the former government under various grant programs or block funding perhaps from certain departments, and rightly so, looking at the services they deliver.
And even on that the so-called Greenwich scandal, the LSCA, there were expectations which were raised with the recipients.
Yeah.
Right. So when the mistake was identified, and then the funding envelope was maxed out, isn't it valid for those organisations to then ask for the discretionary fund what is different? What is qualitatively different about that than the member for Cronulla or the leader of the opposition getting extra money? I don't understand the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it just seems to be peculiar and a little bit perverse that we're focusing on one particular electorate. As I said, we don't routinely link the PDF. Well, the only questions I've had from you, Mr. Lathan, are all very much, with the exception of the last few, all about Member for City. But we don't through the PDF go and look at the electorate source. But yeah, I'd be confident that there are NGOs which do receive money from potentially LSCA and PDF, but other grant programs too. And I just don't see why that's a concern. And when you miss out funding in a certain round, you go to your Member of Parliament, you get a meeting with a minister, you rattle the cage, sometimes you go and knock on the Premier's door as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. On behalf of the committee, I would like to reiterate our earlier statements that we do, no one is begrudging any community organisation any money. I'm very glad to hear that you're pleased about these homelessness services getting this money, as are all of us. And perhaps you could pass on to the Premier from me. I would love it if he just funded them in the budget to begin with. On that note, that ends us for today. We will be having a deliberative, but thank you very much for your time, Mr. Cullen. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, they will be forwarded to you in due course. That concludes our hearing for today.